Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
This map of Sky Wolf Valley seems simple, and as long as a demon is familiar with this area, it can easily be drawn. However, ordinary people would not bother creating such a thing. Furthermore, the fact that the wolf demon has been collecting demon skeletons and animal hides is quite unusual. In addition, he also has a storage ring. Maybe, as Yu Lingyan said, this wolf demon is not so simple. As he held the old beastskin map in his hands, Sunan couldn't help but speculate. For some reason, he had a feeling that the wolf demon seemed to be looking for something. The only location marked on the map was Warm Moon Pond, and there was undoubtedly a big problem here. The location of Warm Moon Pond is very far from Thousand Wolf Cave. If I were to use foreknowledge there, 3 minutes wouldn't even be enough to get me to my destination. I must be close to Warm Moon Pond before I use foreknowledge. After some introspection, Sunan decided to head towards the direction of Warm Moon Pond. The route to Warm Moon Pond is narrow and rugged, covered by vines in many places. Without the map, Sunan might not have even noticed it. Clearly, not many demons journeyed on this path on a regular basis. Sunan stayed on high alert, prepared to exit the game at any moment. Fortunately, he didn't encounter any dangers along the way, or at least nothing that seemed evidently out of place. After 6 or 7 minutes, he stopped at a bend where he could hear the distinct sound of flowing water. According to the map, he was now very close to Warm Moon Pond. Another half-minute walk would bring him to his destination. This is the spot. Without going any further, Sunan began using foreknowledge at this location. You are drawn to the location marked in red on the ancient beastskin map and decide to investigate. You don't encounter any dangers along the way, easily finding the location drawn on the map. As you suspected, there is indeed a pool formed by a waterfall at this location, and a small river extends downstream from it, its destination unknown. There are no wolf demons guarding this place. It appears to be just an ordinary pool of water. You search around the pond, hoping to discover something, but after several breaths you find nothing. It appears to be a completely ordinary pond. Just an ordinary pond. Sunan frowned as this was completely unexpected. He had thought that this would be a unique location, possibly even a guarded stronghold for the demons. But not only were there no demon guards, but it was also just a simple pond. You are unwilling to accept that the only marked location on the map is ordinary. You continue your search, hoping to spot a clue. You are unaware that as you search, a sharp-mouthed, monkey-cheeked demon in the shadows is staring at you with eyes filled with hatred. This is a spirit-level monster. A year ago it was wounded by the wolf demon you impersonated, which has caused it to harbor a grudge and seek revenge. Unfortunately, although it's of the same spirit level, the wolf demon's strength far exceeds its own, so it has been unable to successfully avenge itself. Until today, you fail to notice it immediately and it sees an opportunity. Eventually, the demon finds an appropriate time to ambush you, suddenly attacking from behind. You sense the danger and try to dodge, but your speed is too slow to avoid the demon's attack. Your heart is ripped out by the demon from behind. You are dead. No wonder this is the territory of demons. There are demons everywhere watching you. Since leaving Kun Tian prison, Sunan had used foreknowledge 5 times, and on 3 occasions he was targeted by demons. This meant that although Sky Wolf Valley was the territory of the wolf demon, there were still many other demons dwelling within it. Being targeted by those demons almost always led to a dead-end outcome. This time's foreknowledge wasn't without gain. The demon beside the pond had once been injured by the wolf demon and had wanted to take revenge. This indicates that the wolf demon may have been here more than once. In the foreknowledge, Warm Moon Pond was just an ordinary pond, but the wolf demon's multiple visits made Sunan feel that this place was not simple. He carefully reviewed the information from the foreknowledge, trying to find something he had overlooked. What have I overlooked? Unfortunately, the foreknowledge only lasts 3 minutes, which is too short. Even if there's something in Warm Moon Pond, he doesn't have time to look for it. If he could personally go to Warm Moon Pond, he might be able to find something. Since it's a pond, could there be a problem with the water? Sunan suddenly thought of a possibility and couldn't help but brighten up. This possibility was very high, as ponds are the best places to hide things. If there's an issue with Warm Moon Pond, then the most likely problematic place would be the pond itself. With this in mind, Sunan decided to use foreknowledge once more. As the foreknowledge time cooled down, he started it again. You are attracted by the red circle on the old beastskin map and decide to investigate. You arrive at your destination smoothly, and looking at this ordinary pond, you realize that if there's a problem, it's probably in the pond itself. You decide to enter and investigate. However, before you can do anything, a demon suddenly attacks you from behind. You were prepared, but your speed was still too slow and you failed to dodge the demon's attack. Your lower back is severely injured by the demon. Does this demon really like to attack from behind? Sunan frowned. The demon by the pond was not as powerful as the wolf demon, but it was still a spirit level, and that alone was more than he could handle. The key issue was that the demon liked to attack from behind, which left him unsure how to make a move. The demon failed to kill you with one blow and immediately launched another attack. At the critical moment, you jumped into the pond, barely surviving. Despite the discomfort in your body, you dive deeper into the water. The pond is so deep that you can't see the bottom. You struggle to swim downwards, not noticing that your blood is spreading in the water, attracting numerous fish with sharp fangs. These are a kind of fish called corpse-eating fish. They gather more and more, and finally, when they reach a certain amount, they launch an attack on you. You desperately fight back in the water, but it's useless, and the more blood that flows, the more excited the corpse-eating fish become. You were devoured. Before you die, you finally see numerous skeletons exposed in the sludge at the bottom of the pond. Eaten by fish. Not killed by the demon, but eaten by fish instead, Sunan feels the deep malice this world has for him. Fortunately, this time he gained something new. There are a large number of skeletons at the bottom of the pond, which aligns with the wolf demon's collection of demon bones. Perhaps the demon bones collected by the wolf demon come from here. I can be certain that there's an issue with Warm Moon Pond, but for now, I don't see any advantage for me. Sunan leaves. Having used up his 2 foreknowledge attempts and not getting much useful information, he doesn't want to waste more time here. When his foreknowledge attempts are refreshed, he plans to check out the other 2 places. He needs to find a way out of Sky Wolf Valley as soon as possible. Sunan doesn't return to the Thousand Wolf Cave, but heads towards Kun Tian Prison. Instead, the wolf demon's job is to patrol the first level of Kun Tian Prison. So to continue the disguise, he can't abandon his duties. He returns to Kun Tian Prison very smoothly. Unexpectedly, at this moment, several armor-clad demons, holding more than a dozen humans, walk down the road leading to the gorge above. Several demons, wearing armor and holding long spears, were similar to the guards at the entrance of the prison with a well-organized appearance. A dozen humans were bound by iron chains and escorted by the demons into the cave where the prison entrance was. The chief demon said, "By the order of the princess, lock up all these humans in the first-level prison cells." Princess. Sunan was astonished. This wasn't the first time he had heard this title. When he first entered the game, the demons had been preparing to capture 2 humans from the prison cell, also in the name of the so-called princess. Sunan looked at those people covertly and found that they were all in their early 20s, showing no fear but instead looking around curiously while being escorted by the demons. This was quite strange. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. These are all players. Then he recalled the information that Lai Hao had given him earlier and instantly understood that these people had been arranged by Zhu Cheng. "It's quite a coincidence that I ran into them," Sunan said in surprise. He had been wondering how Zhu Cheng would get the players into Kun Tian Prison, but he never thought it would be so direct. He could even imagine that at this moment, these people were discussing in private chat channels how to kill the demons escorting them. The guards at the entrance ignored these players and directly said to Sunan, "Take them in." Sunan didn't speak. He grabbed the iron chains binding the group of players and led them into the prison. As soon as they entered the prison without the threat of armored demons, the dozen players became bolder and directly asked, "Is this the Kun Tian prison that the boss mentioned?" "Yes, this is it. This is an advanced map. The boss said that the imprisoned demons here are much more powerful than us, and at least 5 realms higher. A dozen people looked around the prison, and they didn't seem to feel the imminent danger of being imprisoned. It seemed that, in their opinion, they could come and go from the prison as they pleased. Some of them also focused on Sunan, saying, "This guy should be the first-level guard. I don't know how many demon power points we can get if we kill him." Didn't Brother Feng say earlier, the task of killing the guards is 3-star level, so killing this guy would give us 15 demon power points. When it's 12 o'clock, there should be daily tasks related to this place in the refreshed tasks. By then, there should be a task to kill this guard. Everyone ignored Sunan and openly discussed right in front of him. Sunan pretended not to understand what they were talking about and did not stop their discussions. He wanted to see what these people were trying to do. These players were not newbies. According to Lai Hao's information yesterday, one of them had achieved Demon Sutra great success, and the other 15 had all achieved initial success in Demon Sutra. Now that a day had passed, their strength had somewhat improved. Although these people weren't individually powerful together, they posed a significant threat. Should we log out of the game now? According to Brother Feng, once we are locked in the cell, it will be difficult to get out. One player said, "Let's see how this demon wants to imprison us. If he plans to lock us up together, then we won't log out for now. If he wants to separate us, then we'll log out immediately. If we are locked up separately, it would be challenging for us to escape from the cells with our strength, so we have to log out before being imprisoned. If we're locked together, it's actually a good thing for us. After the task refresh, we'll be strong enough to break out, which is like completing a 2-star task." They had already received plenty of information about the prison from Zhang Feng and had a plan for the current situation. Hearing this, Sunan couldn't help but sneer. These people chose to act at this time, which clearly indicated they had plans. At this point, they had all completed a daily task and had a chance to log out without restrictions, so they could log out at any time. If these people immediately logged out of the game, not to mention Sunan, even a real wolf demon guard would have no way to deal with them. Once these players log out and then log back in, they would be in a free state again. Even Sunan wouldn't be able to recapture more than a dozen players, and he could only let them explore the prison as they pleased. But these people were not satisfied, and they wanted to escape from the cells after being locked up to complete a Escape the Cell 2-star mission, which gave Sunan some room to work with. "Since you want to be locked up together, then I'll help you." Sunan directly opened an empty cell and locked all the players inside. When the players saw this, they cooperatively entered the cell. As they saw it, this was like being given a task and demon power points on a silver platter. "It's great. This stupid guy actually locked us all together. As soon as 12 o'clock comes and the daily tasks refresh, we'll create chaos, lure the wolf demon back, and when he opens the cell door, we'll all rush out together." It has to be said these players were quite clever. If it were a real wolf demon, their plan would surely be successful. After all, even if the wolf demon was powerful, it wouldn't be able to block all 16 players at once. This had already been verified by Zhang Feng last time, but Sunan wouldn't give them such an opportunity. He had no intention of opening the door for these players at all. After closing the cell door, Sunan turned around and left. In a city hundreds of miles away from Donglan City, Zhu Cheng and a dozen players gathered together. "Brother Zhu, the plan is going smoothly. We not only entered the prison, but we're also locked up in a single cell." These dozen players were the same people Sunan had locked in the cell. Someone looked at another tall young man, saying, "Brother Feng, don't worry. We stole the second-level cell key from the demon princess. As soon as it's past 12, we'll break out of the cell and rescue you." This tall young man was none other than Zhang Feng, who had been locked in the second level by Sunan. Zhang Feng nodded and said, "Be careful. I suspect that Wang Nan is still in the prison and hasn't left. It's best not to let him find our plan." "Don't worry, Brother Feng. No matter how powerful Wang Nan is, he's just one person. If he doesn't interfere with our affairs, we can coexist peacefully. But if he wants to meddle, we'll just have to play with him." "That's right. We want to see what's so great about his #1 ranking." The group chatted and laughed, not taking Sunan seriously at all. Unbeknownst to them, Sunan was now considering how to prevent them from escaping from their cells. If he had not borrowed the wolf demon guard's identity before, Sunan might have hoped for someone to create chaos to help him escape from the prison. Now things were different. Borrowing the identity of the wolf demon guard, he could freely enter and exit the prison. This place had become his treasure trove for completing daily tasks. The arrival of a dozen players seemed to have no impact on him, but in reality they were an unstable factor. To prevent accidents, Sunan planned to make the first move. As long as these players cannot leave the prison cell, even if there were more of them, they can't cause any trouble. As for how to deal with these players, he had already made a plan when locking them in the prison cell. The best tool to deal with players was naturally the demons in the cell. About 10 minutes later, Sunan logged out of the game. No one knew but him that 5 demons had been added into the previously player-only cell. These 5 demons were handpicked by Sunan, and their strength was stronger than most mortal-level demons. Not to mention that only one player among the dozen had achieved Demon Sutra great success. Even if there was a player with great demon art perfection, they would fail miserably. A 4-star mainline task. So long as this task successfully completed by the boss, the demon power received would be enough to surpass Wang Nan and Cayenne Yu in one swoop. You guys underestimate the 4-star mainline. Once completed, the rewards go beyond what's simply listed, and the world will belong to the boss alone. Players were chatting, envisioning the scene where Zhu Cheng became the top player in the game. Zhu Cheng listened to their flattery with a smile, neither participating nor stopping them. He was quite satisfied with this feeling. Time passed. Finally, it was midnight. It's time, everyone log into the game. Brother Feng, wait for our good news, we'll come to save you. The players were like chickens injected with adrenaline, eagerly logging into the game. After entering the game, someone immediately opened the task list, and when they saw the task of escaping from the prison cell, they showed joy on their faces. As expected, the task to escape the cell has been refreshed. In his opinion, this task was basically to send demon power, and it could easily be completed as long as the plan was followed. However, he soon noticed something else and asked curiously, "One don't have the task to kill a guard, but I have 2 2-star difficulty tasks to hunt mortal-level demons. What's going on?" According to the information Zhang Feng gave them, the daily tasks in this prison were mainly kill a guard and hunt mortal-level demons. Now he didn't see the task to kill a guard but saw 2 tasks to hunt mortal-level demons, which was not in line with Zhang Feng's information. Hearing the players' confusion, others wanted to check their own task panel. Suddenly, the roar of a demon in the darkness changed everyone's faces in an instant. A demon? How can there be a demon here? Someone immediately saw a tall and large demon standing behind them. Among them, the player with Demon Sutra great success reacted quickly, saying, "Don't panic, everyone. It's just a mortal-level demon, and it's not like we haven't hunted them before." He wanted to calm everyone down, but the next discovery completely unsettled him. Not just one. There are 2, 3, 5. There are 5 demons here. What happened after we logged out? How come there are 5 demons locked up with us? Everyone's scalp tingled, but they didn't have time to react as the 5 demons attacked them. Without any resistance or a chance to struggle, they were completely killed. This was a one-sided slaughter. From logging into the game to being forcibly logged out due to death, it took less than a minute in total. Not to mention escaping the cell, they didn't even figure out how demons appeared in the cell. In reality, Zhu Cheng and Zhang Feng did not log into the game immediately, as they leisurely enjoyed their drinks while waiting for good news from the players. However, they had barely taken a sip when they saw the players who had just logged into the game emerge from the game warehouse. What made them more suspicious was the fact that all of the players looked awful. What happened? Zhu Cheng and Zhang Feng looked at each other, feeling a sense of unease. Zhu Cheng quickly asked, "Why did you all log out?" Everyone looked solemn, not knowing how to answer Zhu Cheng. They were all so confident when they entered the game, and now they looked completely disheartened. Seeing this, Zhu Cheng and Zhang Feng's hearts sank even further. In the end, it was the only player with Demon Sutra great success who spoke up and described what had happened in the game. After hearing the events unfold, Zhu Cheng frowned and said, "You're saying that in a cell that shouldn't have had any demon, 5 powerful demons suddenly appeared?" "Yes, how can it be like this?" Zhu Cheng was puzzled. This situation was something he hadn't anticipated. "Boss, what should we do now?" Zhang Feng was anxious. It didn't matter if the dozen players were trapped in a cell, but if it affected Zhu Cheng's plan, that would be counterproductive. Zhu Cheng was silent for a while before saying, "You all go take a rest first. I'll deal with this matter. Boss, you'll handle it. Zhang Feng was stunned and suddenly thought of something. Boss, have you completed this part of the mainline task already? Zhu Cheng nodded and said, I have only one step left in my mainline task. I've already obtained the third bloodline and the Demon Sutra. Black so, big brother, does that mean you'll be able to fuse the third bloodline soon? That's right. In Kun Tian prison, listening to the wails of more than a dozen players disappearing, Sunan's eyes revealed a smile. Even if he couldn't see the expressions of the people in reality, he could imagine the unwillingness of the dozen or so players. Perhaps after this time, Zhu Cheng would continue to let the players try to escape from the prison cell, but after a few failures he would have to come personally. However, all of this was none of his concern now. At this moment, his full attention was focused on today's daily tasks. Daily Task 1. Hunt a spirit-level monster. Task difficulty 3 stars. Task reward 15 demon points. Daily Task 2. Explore Wanju Peak. Task difficulty 2 stars. Task reward 5 demon points. Daily Task 3. Hunt a mortal-level monster. Task difficulty 2 stars. Task reward 5 demon power points. These are the tasks for Zhang Yang's role. The task of exploring the map of Tianling Valley appeared in the task, which was within his expectations. Exploring Wanju Peak, the difficulty of 2-star level, might be considered challenging for others, but it was nothing for Su Nan, who could transform into a wolf demon. What he didn't expect was that the original Kill a Guard task disappeared and was replaced by Hunt a spirit-level monster. This is also a 3-star level task. The moment he saw this task, Su Nan thought of the demon at the edge of the cliff in his previous foreknowledge, as well as the demon by the warm moon pond. According to the task-triggering mechanism, this task is most likely aimed at these two demons. After checking Zhang Yang's tasks, Su Nan operated the life wheel scripture and switched roles to Wang Nan. Perhaps it was because he returned to the prison as Wang Nan's character yesterday. The two tasks related to Kun Tian prison about killing guards didn't disappear in Wang Nan's tasks. Daily Task 1. Kill a guard. Task difficulty 3 stars. Daily Task 2. Hunt a mortal-level demon. Task difficulty 2 stars. Daily Task 3. Kill a level 2 guard. Task difficulty 4 stars. Compared with yesterday, there was no significant change for the tasks of Wang Nan's character, which made him frown involuntarily. Out of the 3 tasks, he could only complete one. Fortunately, he now has 2 characters. Otherwise, if he could only complete one task every day, it would be difficult to maintain his first place on the ranking list in the long run. Try refreshing the tasks outside the prison tomorrow and see if the 2 tasks about killing guards can be refreshed. Thinking of the task refresh mechanism, Su Nan decided to try to actively change the tasks tomorrow. And now, what he needed to do was to accumulate demon power. About 6 or 7 minutes later, Su Nan left the prison. The tasks of Hunt a mortal-level demon for both characters have been completed. Demon power increased by 10 points. Usable demon power reached a whopping 41 points. This was already enough to raise a Demon Sutra from not yet started to great perfection directly. From what I see now, it's difficult to gain a strength-focused physique bloodline in a short time. Instead of waiting, I might as well integrate a bloodline and enhance my strength as soon as possible. With the Wind Leopard bloodline he got yesterday, Su Nan no longer hesitated and planned to integrate this bloodline first. A bird in the hand is worth 10 in the bush. Only when it's truly transformed into strength is it valuable. Although the Wind Leopard bloodline mainly enhances speed, it doesn't mean it can't enhance strength. It's just that compared to strength and physique, the improvement of speed is more apparent. There's no need to over-pursue the enhancement of strength. Sometimes, what decides one's strength isn't just the upper limit, but the lower limit is crucial too. Now, speed and physique are my lower limits. I need to improve these 2 points. Su Nan reflected on himself. Yesterday, while facing the monster attack at Warm Moon Pond, if he had integrated the Wind Leopard bloodline, he might not have been seriously injured twice, even if he couldn't dodge it. After fusing this speed-focused bloodline, maybe he could try Warm Moon Pond again. Perhaps this time, the monster wouldn't be able to hurt him again. With these thoughts in mind, he began to integrate the bloodline. At the same time he started integrating the bloodline, many players in the game noticed that Wang Nan, who was originally in first place on the ranking list, suddenly changed to second place. Taking his place was Zhu Cheng. Zhu Cheng was the first to integrate the third bloodline, and he directly upgraded the third Demon Sutra to the minor achievement stage. Zhu Cheng is mighty. As one of the great gods among the first batch of players, it's only temporary for him to be ranked third. He will eventually return as king. Compared to Zhu Cheng, Wang Nan has only simply upgraded the second demon art from perfection to great perfection since entering the ranking list. This is obviously a sign of lack of strength, and being replaced is just a matter of time. May I ask, is it too late to join God Zhu Cheng's guild now? In the regional chat, many players began to praise Zhu Cheng, including even some players who had previously praised Su Nan. Only a very few people continued to support Su Nan, including Lai Hao, who had been collecting game information. Seeing the first place occupied by Zhu Cheng, Lai Hao was dissatisfied. What the hell, my big brother just lacks the bloodline now. Otherwise, how can others catch up with him? Others did not know, but he was very clear that Su Nan had been looking for a bloodline the day before yesterday. In his opinion, as long as Su Nan found a suitable bloodline, it would be easy to upgrade it to the minor achievement or even the great achievement stage. Just as he was thinking, suddenly, he saw the forum was exploding again. Wang Nan returning to first place quickly occupied the forum. Did Big Brother return to first place? Lai Hao couldn't believe it. He thought he saw it wrong. He refreshed the forum subconsciously, but the topic of Wang Nan returning to first place was still rising quickly in popularity. What's going on? Lai Hao was stunned. He quickly logged into the game. Opening the ranking list in the game, he was shocked to see that Zhu Cheng, who had just risen to first place, was now second, and first place was still Wang Nan. However, this time, Wang Nan had changed from 2 types of great demon art perfection to 3 types of great demon art perfection. That's unbelievable. Do great gods upgrade their demon arts directly from beginner to great perfection? The method Su Nan used to upgrade his bloodline surprised other players in the game. They deeply understood the difficulty of obtaining demon power in the game, and they never thought someone could directly upgrade a demon art from beginner to great perfection. Upon seeing his ranking, even Zhu Cheng, who had just integrated the third bloodline, was silenced. He couldn't comprehend how Su Nan had gotten so much demon power. Who on earth is this Wang Nan? Investigate, no matter what, find out who he is. In the real world, various major forces once again set off a wave of investigations about Wang Nan's identity. As for Su Nan, he knew nothing about this. After successfully integrating the 4th bloodline and awakening the bloodline combat skill, he gained 1 more foreknowledge opportunity. Now he had 7 foreknowledge opportunities every day. He planned to go to Moonwatching Peak and try his foreknowledge there. The consumption of 40 points of demon power left him with only 1 point again, a severe dip from his original abundance, and his speed increased by more than double compared to before. Although the strength increase wasn't as obvious as when he integrated the Iron Ape bloodline or the Mountain Elephant bloodline, he still managed to enhance his strength by several hundred pounds. If he were to confront his former self now, he could easily defeat him. Walking on the rugged mountain road, Su Nan suddenly exerted force underneath his feet. The next moment, his figure streaked across, leaving an afterimage, reappear 10 meters away. This was the bloodline combat skill of the Wind Leopard bloodline, the Wind Step. Now, when I face that demon at Warm Moon Pond, I should at least not be totally helpless. With 4 different bloodlines enhancing him, his strength had surpassed the average mortal-level demon. According to his previous foreknowledge, although the demon at Warm Moon Pond was at the spirit level, it was considered to be among the weaker ones, and nowhere near as strong as the Wolf Demon Guard. The only advantage it had over the Wolf Demon Guard was its better stealth ability. If his strength were to continue to increase, he might be able to hold his ground against it. Let's complete the task of exploring the Moonwatching Peak first, then we could meet that demon. Pulling out the old beastskin map, Su Nan started walking towards the Moonwatching Peak. Moonwatching Peak was as equally distant from Thousand Wolf Cave. He needed to get there if he wanted to use his foreknowledge. Otherwise, the 3-minute foresight would all be wasted on the road. The path to Moonwatching Peak, quite unlike the deserted one to Warm Moon Pond, was broad, and he encountered many other wolf demons along the way. Every once in a while, he could even see a sentry post. Seeing this, Su Nan didn't get nervous, but instead breathed a sigh of relief. It meant that for the demons of Skywolf clan, Moonwatching Peak wasn't a dangerous place. As long as he wasn't discovered to be a fake, issues should not arise. However, what he didn't expect was that they didn't get far before being stopped by two demons guarding one of the sentry posts. Sunan's heart skipped a beat, as this was the first time he had been stopped since pretending to be a wolf demon guard and escaping from Kun Tian prison. He didn't initiate the conversation, but waited for the two wolf demons to speak first, as it was the safest way. One of the demons inquired, "I've never seen you before. Where is your identity token?" The wolf demon guard he had pretended to be had never come here before. Sunan's heart skipped a beat again, not saying much. He just handed over the identity token. The two demons glanced at Sunan's identity token and said, "You're not a miner from the mine. This isn't a place for you. Please leave immediately." "There is a mine up ahead. What kind of ore could a demon mine?" Two thoughts flickered. Sunan was curious. However, he didn't say much and turned around to leave directly. A moment later, he circled back again. This time he had transformed into the appearance of another wolf demon. This was the appearance of a wolf demon that had left Moonwatching Peak not too long ago. This move could potentially expose him, but apart from this, he didn't have a better approach. Fortunately, when he passed the sentry post again, the two demons didn't stop him. Continuing forward for a few more minutes, he finally reached an uphill section of the road. From here, the so-called Moonwatching Peak was only half a minute away. He could use his foreknowledge now. Without stopping, Sunan continued to walk forward while simultaneously initiating his foreknowledge. You find out that Moonwatching Peak is in fact a mine for the demons, and intrigued, you decide to investigate. Upon arriving at Moonwatching Peak, you are taken aback to find that this is not a mine in the conventional sense. The ore they are mining is in fact the skeletons of demons. Hundreds of demons are digging through the mine, occasionally unearthing the remains of other demons. These skeletons are decayed and broken, bearing the traces of time. They had been buried underground for who knows how many years. You finally realize that the wolf demon guard you had impersonated earlier was not simply collecting bones. These demon skeletons may have a purpose you're not aware of. These demon skeletons were actually dug up from here. Sunan expressed his surprise. He had previously thought that gathering skeletons was a peculiar hobby of the wolf demon, but now it seems that the wolf demon is collecting them with a purpose. Those skeleton pieces are clearly not as simple as he had assumed. If those demon skeletons have an unknown use, what about those animal hides? At the same time, he pondered another question. The wolf demon guard never came here, so where did they get so many skeletons from? As this query surfaced, he already had an answer. Warm Moon Pond. There are demon skeletons at the bottom of Warm Moon Pond, and the wolf demon also frequents there. He didn't believe that the two facts were unconnected. There are a large number of demons watching over the mining area. To get out, the demons in the mining area need to turn in all the skeletons they've dug up. Some demons are responsible for sorting out the unearthed skeletons. It seems that they are trying to find something from these skeletons. The mine is vast. You explore in the mine trying to figure out the function of these skeletons. You discovered that not only can demon skeletons be excavated here, but various broken weapons can also be dug out, which made you suspect that this place was once a battlefield. Battlefield? Was this gorge once a battlefield? Sunan was astonished. The foreknowledge ended here. 3 minutes were up. He didn't gam too much useful information, but at least he didn't encounter any danger. Moving forward with ease, Sunan soon arrived at Moonwatching Peak. With no demons to stop him, he smoothly entered a mine. The foreknowledge time is too short. Even if there is something here, I can't touch it. Now is a good chance to explore. Sunan decided to give it a try and see what kind of rewards he could get from the actual mining. His luck was good, and he quickly excavated a skeleton. He was disappointed. According to the game's introduction, this skeleton is just a common demon skeleton. Even when compared to those collected by the wolf demon, it fell far short. At least the skeletons collected by the wolf demon didn't show much sign of weathering and seemed to be fresher. He didn't give up and continued to dig. However, 10+ minutes later, until he left Moonwatching Peak, he didn't gain many useful insights. Luckily, the task of exploring Moonwatching Peak was completed, and he earned 5 demon power points. Bone shifting is really useful. In a place where there were no demons, Sunan transformed back into the shape of a wolf demon guard. Relying on the transformation into the shape of a demon, this task, which was very difficult in the eyes of other players, could be completed easily. There are still 6 foreknowledge opportunities left, and I can't waste them. Let's first use foreknowledge to see if I can leave Skywolf Valley from other places. His main task now is to leave Skywolf Valley. The mainline task has a 20-day countdown, and now only 11 days are left. The task of escaping from Skywolf Valley is only in the second phase at present. He doesn't know how many phases there are after this, and the time left for him is limited. Moreover, after leaving Skywolf Valley, he still needs to find a way to steal the bronze bell that Zhu Lingyan wants. He took out that old map and searched on it. Soon, he found what seemed to be a relatively easier route to exit. It was a place not far from Thousand Wolf Cave. The foreknowledge time was only 3 minutes. If the route was too long, the foreknowledge would not be able to give him the information he needs. After Sunan arrived at that location, he began his foreknowledge. You plan to leave Sky Wolf Valley, but you know that leaving through the path leading to the gorge is not an option. Instead, you plan to find an alternative route through the mountain forest. You find a relatively easier location for departure and begin your escape journey. Although the mountain forest is rugged, it doesn't pose a problem for you. You quickly navigate through the forest, intending to leave the gorge as fast as possible. Unbeknownst to you, several demons have set their eyes on you as soon as you enter the forest. As you pass through a mountain depression, several demons launch an attack on you. These are low-intelligence, mortal-level demons who are no match for you. However, your actions catch the attention of another demon. It's a powerful mountain demon. The mountain demon stops you and interrogates you about violating the rules and leaving the Skywolf clan's territory without permission. You can't answer the mountain demon's questions, and it suddenly launches an attack on you. You're dead. A mountain demon. What level of demon is that? It killed me without even giving me a chance to fight back. Failure for the first time was expected. What he didn't expect was that the demon he attracted this time would be so powerful. Keep in mind that even when facing a spirit-level monster, a single strike could only seriously injure him at most. He could still fight back and wouldn't be killed directly. But this time, he didn't even have a chance to fight back, which shows how powerful the mountain demon was. The failure this time is because I attracted the mountain demon. If I can avoid its attention, would I succeed then? Sunan doesn't give up and decides to try again from another location. Soon, he finds another seemingly easier route to leave. You find a location that you believe is suitable for leaving and prepare to escape from Sky Wolf Valley. Unfortunately, as soon as you enter the forest, you are targeted by the forest demons again. They launch an attack on you. You know that fighting with the demons could attract the attention of more powerful demons, so you choose not to fight back but escape with even greater speed. The demons don't plan to let you go and chase after you one by one, letting out sharp shrieks. The sounds echo through the forest and end up catching the attention of the mountain demon anyway. The mountain demon discovers you and interrogates you on why you left the Skywolf clan's territory without permission. You come up with a random excuse, but the mountain demon is not satisfied with your answer and suddenly attacks you. You're dead. Dying again at the hands of the mountain demon, Sunan's face turns a bit ugly. He had already changed locations and tried not to conflict with the demons, but the result was the same. This was just bad luck. Since it's impossible to leave as a wolf demon, what if I change into a different form? The root cause of the 2 failures wasn't the mountain demon but the mortal-level demons in the forest. Once he entered the forest, he would be targeted by the forest demons. If he could change into the form of one of those demons, would he no longer be targeted? With this in mind, he doesn't try to change location anymore and directly starts predicting again. You find a location that you believe is suitable for leaving and prepare to escape from Sky Wolf Valley. As soon as you enter the forest, you are targeted by the forest demons again. They launch an attack on you. In that critical moment, you change into the form of one of the demons. The sudden change in your appearance confuses the demons, but they don't continue attacking you. As expected, they have low intelligence. I can fool them with this. Sunan is delighted. As long as he doesn't get attacked by the demons, it means his plan is correct. You successfully shake off the demons and continue following your planned route. After several breaths of high-speed running, you get closer and closer to the gorge exit. However, unluckily, just as you're about to leave the gorge, the mountain demon finds you again. The mountain demon stops you and questions why you're trying to leave the gorge. You don't know how to answer, and the mountain demon suddenly attacks you. You're dead. The mountain demon again. I wasn't even targeted by the forest demons this time, so how did it find me? Sunan found it strange that he had been discovered this time, unlike the previous 2 times. Unwilling to believe it, he changed his position and predicted again. You find a new location that you believe is suitable for leaving and prepare to escape from Sky Wolf Valley. As soon as you enter the mountain forest, you are once again targeted by a demon hidden in the woods. They launch an attack on you. Just as you are about to leave the gorge, you are discovered by the mountain demon. The mountain demon stops and questions you about why you want to leave the gorge. You do not know how to answer, and the mountain demon suddenly makes a move against you. You die. He was killed by the mountain demon for the 4th time, and just like last time, he was discovered when he was about to leave. Where did the problem come from? Can it be that the mountain demon can notice whenever a demon is about to leave the gorge? Sunan couldn't help but speculate. This was the worst possibility. If this was true, his only option to leave the gorge would be to take the path that leads out of it. Unfortunately, his foreknowledge time is too short, otherwise he would have liked to predict what would happen on that path. After all, he was targeted by an unknown demon last time but didn't die from it. Of course, he could risk going there in person, and if he detected any problems, use the unlimited logout opportunity to leave immediately. However, if a demon were guarding there, things would get difficult. He didn't want to gamble. Today he still had 2 more chances to predict, but Sunan didn't want to continue predicting his escape from the gorge. He decided to go and check out Warm Moon Pond. There were suspected wolf monster skeletons beneath the pond, and his latest prediction at Moonwatching Peak made him curious about those skeletons. He wanted to find out what was so peculiar about those skeletons. About 10 minutes later, he came back to the place where he made his prediction yesterday. It's best if the demon from yesterday isn't here, but if it's still here, I should be able to avoid an attack today. Sunan had a thought and used bone shifting, changing his appearance into that of another wolf monster. Yesterday's 2 predictions stated he was targeted by the demon because the wolf monster he disguised himself as had injured the demon before. Today, he planned to change his appearance to see if he would still be attacked. You change your appearance and return to Warm Moon Pond. Looking at the deep lake water, you prepare to dive and explore its depths. However, before you can dive into the water, a demon has already set its sights on you, attacking without warning. You are well prepared and use your bloodline combat skill Windstep in time to successfully avoid the attack. Just as the prediction began, yesterday's demon had appeared again, and even though Sunan had turned into another monster, he was still attacked. Fortunately, everything went as he expected, and his bloodline combat skill helped him avoid the attack. The demon doesn't give up and plans to attack you again. You react quickly, turning around and diving into the lake water. The lake is deep, and you continue to dive towards the bottom until you reach it after 2 or 3 breaths. You see that at the bottom of the lake, numerous skeletons are buried in the silt, varying in size and species, and it is unknown what kind of demons they belong to. You try to pick up a skeleton to examine it closely. You find that this skeleton is not much different from ordinary ones and has no special features. You do not realize that although these skeletons look ordinary, they are far from it. Their existence can be traced back to ancient times. Unwilling to give up, you continue searching in the lake, but other than skeletons, you find nothing else. Disappointed, you resurface. The moment you leave the water and step ashore, a demon that has been waiting for an opportunity attacks you once more. You fail to avoid this strike and the demon severely wounds you. Enraged, you engage in battle with the demon. After a short fight, you who have been severely injured eventually lose to the demon. You die. Ancient times. Those skeletons are actually from ancient times. Sunan was killed by the demon, but his attention wasn't on the demon but rather on the origin of the skeletons that had shocked him. Many of the skeletons dug out of the Moonwatching Peak were already decayed, showing how ancient they were. But Sunan had no idea that the origins of these skeletons could be traced back to ancient times. This was also the first thing he had encountered that involved ancient times other than the life wheel scripture and technique seeds. Not long ago, the information from the foreknowledge about going to Moonwatching Peak mentioned that there was a suspected battlefield, and he hadn't thought much about it at the time. Now it seemed that Sky Wolf Valley might have once been an ancient battlefield, and these skeletons were the remains of demons who had died there. Bender, could it be that these skeletons are valued by demons because they were left behind by demons in ancient times? Or do these skeletons of ancient demons have some unknown function? There were still many skeletons in the storage ring of the wolf demon, so Sunan simply took them all out and studied them again carefully. Compared to the skeletons dug out of Moonwatching Peak, the skeletons in the ring were relatively intact, but that was it, and there were no other unusual features. He tried to grind some of the skeletons into powder and study them further, but still found nothing special. The demons at Moonwatching Peak picked the excavated skeletons, which means most of the skeletons are worthless, and perhaps only a handful of them are needed by demons. These skeletons I have are obviously not part of the very few. Putting away the skeletons and no longer studying them, Sunan focused on the information from his previous foreknowledge again. At the end of the foreknowledge, the demon attacked him again, and he was able to contend with it even when severely wounded. This indicated that the spirit-level monster's strength was not as strong as he had thought. Perhaps he could try to confront it head-on. Thinking of this, Sunan's spirits lifted. Hunting a spirit-level monster rewarded 15 demon points, and the reward was enticing. More importantly, if he could hunt this spirit-level monster, it would prove that he already had the ability to contend with spirit-level monsters. I still have one more chance of foreknowledge to use, can't waste it. Once again at the edge of the pond, you know that there are demons secretly watching you, waiting for any moment to attack. You have great confidence in your strength and are not afraid. Instead, you plan to confront the demon head-on. After a brief search for opportunities, the demon suddenly launches an attack on you. You use the wind step to barely dodge, while simultaneously counterattacking the demon. It is a spirit-level monster, but luckily, having integrated with 4 bloodlines, you now barely have the qualifications to fight against it. Unexpectedly, I can actually contend against a spirit-level monster, Sunan whispered delightedly. Before integrating with the Wind Leopard bloodline, he couldn't even dodge the demon's attack. After integrating with the Wind Leopard bloodline, his strength only increased slightly, but his speed greatly improved, which made up his weakness. You continuously use bloodline combat skills, trying to end the battle as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, your strength is not enough to seriously injure the demon. Instead, with the continuous use of bloodline combat skills, you gradually become exhausted. At the critical moment, you jump into the lake, trying to use the water to escape. The demon doesn't plan to let you go and dives into the water as well, relentlessly pursuing you. Helplessly, you can only defend against the demon's attacks while fleeing towards the waterfall. During this process, you are inadvertently severely wounded by the demon. Just as you are about to be completely exhausted, you accidentally discover a huge cave hidden in the area where the waterfall impacts the water in the pond. You immediately sense something extraordinary and strive to go there. This is... Sunan's eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, there was a new discovery. You dive into the cave and swim towards its depths. It's not a cave that goes vertically downward, but one that slowly extends upward. After a short upward climb, you emerge from the water and find yourself facing 4 branching tunnels leading in different directions. With the demon closing in, you have no time to think and choose the leftmost branch to enter. The cave twists and turns, littered with decaying skeletons. Running for only 2 breaths, you find yourself again at a junction with 3 branches. Once again, you choose the leftmost branch. In a daze, you hear heavy panting from the tunnel ahead, and you immediately sense danger. You want to turn and run, but it's already too late. You have died. Who would have thought there would be a hidden world under the waterfall? I wonder if this is the real reason for the wolf demon coming here. Instead of fear, Sunan becomes more interested after being killed by an unknown monster in his foreknowledge. Such a mysterious cave existing in a place like Warm Moon Pond is already unusual. Moreover, he discerns another issue. Whether it's because Warm Moon Pond is within the Skywolf clan's territory or for some other reason, he did not attract any mountain demons when he battled the monsters near the pond. I just don't know where this cave leads. It would be great if it led to the outside of the gorge. Sunan is eager for another foreknowledge. However, his foreknowledge attempts for today have been used up, so now he has to wait until tomorrow to continue. What happened? Why do you look so bad? Sunan asks Wang Chong curiously. Ugh, don't mention it. Wang Chong sighs, looking bitter. It's about the game. I heard that the beginning of this game is difficult, but I didn't think much of it. Now, I know what a hellish start really is. I was killed by a monster yesterday before I even got the novice task. Today was not any better. I was discovered by a monster just 5 minutes into the game. In 2 days, 2 lives, and less than 10 minutes of total game time, I don't know what kind of messed up person created this game. Wang Chong, seeming to have found someone to vent to, couldn't help but complain. Yesterday, getting the game bracelet made him ambitious, thinking he could rise to prominence through gaming. Little did he know that as soon as he started, a monster in the game would give him a rude awakening. Sunan suddenly realizes this and is not surprised by Wang Chong's experience. Before the survival task begins, it's already challenging to complete the novice task, let alone during the survival task when monsters can find players and actively hunt them down. Under such conditions, new players can hardly complete the novice task and reach the standard for the survival task unless they get help from experienced players. Sunan even observes that many players lose their qualifications for the game once the 15-day survival task period ends. If only the game's starting location wasn't random, I could have landed near Miss Bai and taken off by now. Now all I can do is hope to meet up with Miss Bai as soon as possible. Sunan comforts him. Take this easy. Your situation may not be good, but others aren't faring much better either. Wang Chong nods. That's true. Apart from those 4 ridiculously lucky luck children, there are many others who haven't completed the novice task. Luck children. What are those? Sunan is confused and curious. After the public beta test of the game, he had been following the game forum, but since there were too many posts, he had not read them carefully and had little understanding of the current situation of other players in the game. It's just the 4 guys who are extremely lucky. Wang Chong's eyes showed envy. Most players start in places that seem to be controlled by humans, but are actually controlled by demons in secret. Only a small number of players land in places that are truly controlled by humans. Among these people, some have incredible luck. After entering the game, they are taken as disciples by some human forces and don't need to directly face demons. Among these, there is an even smaller group that is nurtured by those influences as key talents. Among these people, 4 are the most famous, referred to by other players as the Luck Child. Wang Chong roughly explained the so-called Luck Child, and Sunan finally understood what was going on and wasn't too surprised. In the demon world, although humans can only survive under the oppression of demons, they haven't fallen to the point of complete control. Under such circumstances, it's natural for various sects to develop. In his opinion, Zhu Lingyan might be a martial artist from the Kaiyankun sect. It's only been 4 days since the public beta, but those 4 people have already advanced one of the Demon Sutras to great perfection. I'm afraid even the top 10 old players on the ranking list can't match that speed. According to player speculation on the forum among these 4 people, aside from the fact that 2 are already cultivated by certain forces, the other 2 have also been signed for hundreds of millions of annual salary. Wang Chong's eyes were filled with envy, wishing that he was one of those 4 people. That's really rich. Sunan couldn't help but sigh as well. Wang Chong continued, but that's not all. Although these 4 people are lucky, they still fall slightly short compared to the top players on the leaderboard. Especially the number 1 on the leaderboard, Wang Nan. There are already forces offering him tens of billions in salary. Upon hearing this, Sunan was even more surprised. Which forces are so generous? Tens of billions is no small sum. Many city tycoons don't have this much. Only the top forces could easily put up that much money to invite a player. It's longevity pharmaceuticals and deep space technology, and I even heard that the official side also released a message intending to invite Wang Nan as a specially invited consultant. Sunan nodded. The longevity pharmaceuticals and deep space technology that Wang Chong mentioned are giants on a global scale. Only such top forces can easily come up with tens of billions of funds. Sunan was somewhat tempted, but he knew very well that he could only hide in the shadows for now. Wang Chong said, and then seemed to think of something. Speaking of which, it's really a coincidence that number 1 guy in the game is named Wang Nan, and he's only 1 surname away from you, Brother Nan. Sunan said indifferently, What's the big deal? There are hundreds of thousands of people with the same names, let alone different surnames. When he originally named himself, it was just random, and even the appearance was arbitrarily adjusted. If it was an ordinary game, such a disguise would be enough. But he never expected that the Demon World game would be so extraordinary, and the appearance of the ranking list later made him the focus of the world. Fortunately, he didn't worry now. With bone shifting, he could completely divert attention with another appearance. Wang Chong sighed that Wang Nan is really amazing, even ranked first on the leaderboards in other states. Su Nan was stunned again and asked, "How many states are there in the Demon World?" From the beginning of the game until now, he had never left Sky Wolf Valley, and his knowledge of the world outside Sky Wolf Valley was extremely limited. Even after the public beta test, he did not deliberately go to collect game information. "Brother Nan, you really don't know much about the game, do you?" Wang Chong was surprised this time, and then explained. "There are a total of 12 states in the Demon World, corresponding to the 12 Demon Emperors, which also correspond to the 12 main countries in reality. Each state has its own independent rankings, and the chat channels do not communicate. Our country is located in Donshan State, and out of the million players in this public beta, our Donshan State got about 90,000 spots." Donshan State. Su Nan suddenly realized. Before seeing the world chat not open, he had suspected whether there were other regions besides the area he was in. He didn't expect that not only the chat in each region is not interconnected, but also the rankings are not interconnected. "I heard that in other states, the strongest player only has minor achievement in the second Demon Sutra. You don't even need to compare with Wang Nan at first place, but also far behind when compared to the great gods like Caiyan Yu and Zhu Cheng." Su Nan pondered, figuring out the reason. "Is it because most beta players are from our nation?" Wang Chong nodded. "Exactly. The more than 1,000 beta players are all from our Donshan State. Now Donshan State is the most powerful in 12 states." Having said that, he was upset again. However, this situation may not last long. Apparently, the situation of the players in the other 11 states is much better than us, with their novice task difficulty way lower than us. Lower novice task difficulty. Su Nan frowned secretly. A lower novice task difficulty means that with the same number of players, other states will have more players left after the survival task ends. Moreover, without the hindrance of the novice task, players in other states can get in touch with daily and mainline tasks faster, and their rising speed will be relatively faster, which invisibly pulls the gap apart. Maybe this is a compensation for the other states not having beta players. Su Nan thought of a possibility. "Big brother, you're fantastic. Last night Zhu Cheng just got to the top of the ranking list and was bumped down by you. How did you do that?" At 10 o'clock at night, Su Nan opened the forum and a series of private chat messages popped up. Without exception, they were all sent by Lai Hao, full of flattery and compliments. "Zhu Cheng got to the top of the ranking list. I was bumped down." Su Nan was surprised as he didn't know about this until now. After looking at other players' posts on the forum for a while, he finally understood what had happened last night. In his heart, Zhu Cheng was even more highly regarded. Acquiring a bloodline is not easy. Zhu Cheng and Caiyan Yu achieved great demon art perfection on the same day, but Caiyan Yu hasn't even integrated the third bloodline till now, which is enough to explain everything. "I'm still not progressing fast enough." Su Nan felt a sense of urgency. He has the talent of foreknowledge, and now has 2 roles, which allows him to earn twice as much demon power every day. Logically, the gap between him and other players should keep widening, but as it stands now, his advantage is not very significant. "Bender, now, if I want to increase my strength, it's either to follow the due process and complete the daily tasks, or to obtain more bloodlines and demon sutras. Besides, I have to condense the third life wheel as soon as possible." For Su Nan, the difficulty of acquiring demon power is not significant. The main challenge lies in acquiring bloodlines and demon sutras. The main way players obtain bloodlines and demon sutras is through mainline tasks, but he now has 2 roles, and only one mainline task. This results in his acquisition of bloodlines and demon sutras to be insufficient to support the simultaneous development of 2 roles. He wants to gain bloodlines and demon sutras, and the only way to do so is to look elsewhere. Lai Hao's mainline task is to hunt 3 mortal-level demons. Maybe I can continue to focus on Lai Hao's situation. Lai Hao sent a message, briefly mentioning that he needed Demon Sutra and a bloodline. Lai Hao didn't hesitate too much, and after a little thought agreed. Although his mainline task's first step is only 2 stars, with a reward of bloodlines and Demon Sutra, that doesn't mean that he'll be left with nothing if he gives the rewards to Su Nan. He can acquire bloodlines and Demon Sutra later. The most important thing is the demon power. 3 monsters, equivalent to 3 2-star tasks, which means 15 demon power points. To elevate 1 Demon Sutra to great accomplishment, it only takes 14 demon points. This means that as long as he completes this task, he has already surpassed most players in demon power. Even without the demon power, he would still give the bloodlines and Demon Sutra to Su Nan. After all, Su Nan is the key to his rise in the game. He must cling to this powerful ally. Big brother, all the prison doors here are closed. How do we open them? In the game, Lai Hao looked at the locked prison doors and asked. At his side, Su Nan was no longer in his wolf demon guard form but had already transformed into his own in-game appearance. His transformation art was a secret, and he could not let others know. Su Nan didn't explain much. He took out the Kun Tian key, opened a prison door, and quickly entered the cell. He quickly beat the monster inside to near death and let Lai Hao kill it. Lai Hao stepped forward in a daze, killing the monster. Seeing the completed task information, he was both shocked and pleased. Even though he had seen Su Nan killing a monster last time, he was still shocked once again. It was a monster that many players feared, but it was quickly killed by Su Nan. Big brother, you're so amazing. These monsters are like nothing to you. Lai Hao flattered him. Su Nan shook his head slightly without saying anything. His own abilities were apparent to his friends and family. It's true that if he uses the powers of his 4 bloodlines, he can surpass ordinary mortal-level demons. But just now, he used only 3 Physique Series bloodlines, not using the law-controlling class's power. The only reason he could easily kill the monster was that the monster's power had been drained by Kun Tian prison and was less than 2/3 of its peak. I have already killed the first monster. Let's wait for the next day and the day after tomorrow for the remaining 2 monsters. After sending Lai Hao away, Su Nan turned back into his wolf demon guard form and left Kun Tian prison. Yesterday in Kun Tian prison, he couldn't complete 2 of the 3 tasks related to the prison. Today, he changed his strategy, planning to wait in Sky Wolf Valley for the tasks to refresh. Time passed, and soon it was midnight. The tasks refreshed. Daily Task 1, Kill a Guard. Daily Task 2, Hunt a Mortal Level Monster. Daily Task 3, Kill a Level 2 Guard. Su Nan was disappointed. Like yesterday, the tasks didn't change because he left Kun Tian prison. It seems that the mechanism of task refresh is not as simple as I thought. In fact, there must be conditions I don't know. Is it because I didn't go far enough from Kun Tian prison? If they could create conditions to change tasks, then obtaining demon points would be much easier, but it doesn't seem as simple as that now. He wasn't too entangled, activated the Operation Destiny Wheel Sutra, and turned to look at Zhang Yang's role's tasks. Daily Task 1, Hunt a Spirit-Level Monster. Daily Task 2, Explore the Mysterious Cave of Warm Moon Lake. Daily Task 3, Hunt a Mortal-Level Monster. The task was not much different from yesterday's. The only difference was that the task of exploring Wanju Peak had been completed and was replaced by exploring the mysterious cave of the Warm Moon Lake. This was exactly what Su Nan wanted. Even without this task, he would have gone to explore there. Now he could complete the task while exploring the cave. However, what made him frown was that it was a 3-star task. Once the task reached 3 stars, the difficulty would skyrocket. If 1-star and 2-star tasks corresponded to mortal level, then at least spirit-level demons would be encountered in 3-star and 4-star tasks. This point could be clearly seen from the tasks of hunting mortal-level demons and hunting spirit-level demons. He had been involved in exploration tasks before, and had successfully completed 2 3-star exploration tasks, whether it was exploring Cell No. 30 or the 2nd floor of the prison. The difficulty was extremely high, and without bone shifting and talent of foreknowledge, he would not have been able to complete them. Compared to the previous 2 3-star tasks, this one might not be that easy to complete. Thinking of the demon that killed him in yesterday's foreknowledge, Su Nan's expression became serious. Yesterday, in his foreknowledge, he couldn't even see the appearance of the demon that attacked him. Even the wolf demon guard he disguised himself as couldn't achieve this. However, he was not afraid. He believed that with the foreknowledge of the future and bone shifting, he could handle such exploration tasks. But before that, he needed to complete the hunt a mortal-level monster daily tasks for the two roles. Returning to Kuntian prison, about 10 minutes later, Sunan left the prison again. With the 10 demon power points gained, his usable demon power was back to 11 points. After completing these two tasks, he immediately headed to Warm Moon Lake. Reaching the turning point not far from Warm Moon Lake for the first time today, his first foreknowledge of today started. You arrive at Warm Moon Lake, and the hidden demon targets you and launches an attack. You don't plan to fight the demon, knowing that there is a mysterious cave under the lake, which is your target. You dodge the demon's attack, turn around, jump into the lake, and quickly enter the cave where the 4 branching paths leading to different directions appear before you again. This time, you don't choose the first cave on the left but the second cave on the left. The cave is winding and complicated, and you don't know where it leads. You move forward quickly while carefully observing your surroundings. You find that the deeper you go into the cave, the more skeletons there are, and the wider the cave becomes. A few breaths later, 2 forks in the road appear in front of you again. This time, you still choose the cave on the left. Compared to earlier, this cave is wider. As you continue to move forward for 10 breaths, 3 more branching paths appear before you. Before you can choose which branch to enter, a figure suddenly leaps out of the cave on the right and attacks you. You died. The first foreknowledge of the day ended with death. Same as yesterday, he was killed by an unknown demon without even a chance to fight back. I didn't even see what the demon looked like. If I could, I might have disguised myself as the demon and avoided the attack. The demon in the cave was too strong, and encountering it meant death. If he wanted to continue exploring the cave, he could only try to change into the appearance of a demon in the cave. However, to use bone shifting, he at least needed to know what the demon looked like. Now, he didn't even know the appearance of the demon, so naturally, he couldn't change into the demon's shape. Now, all he could hope for is to see the appearance of the demon in the following foreknowledge. After the 1-minute talent cooldown time was over, he immediately started his second foreknowledge. You jump into the lake water, smoothly entering the cave. 4 branches leading to different directions appear before your eyes again. This time, you do not choose the first cave on the right. Unlike the other 2 caves, this one is not spacious but rather narrow. You struggle to move forward in the cave. After several breaths, the view in front of you suddenly opens up, revealing 6 forks leading in different directions. You choose the cave on the far right. There are few skeletons in this cave. You walk for several breaths before encountering the second fork. This time you choose the cave on the left. There are even fewer skeletons in this cave. After only a few breaths, you suddenly realize there is no way forward. Helplessly, you can only go back. You realize that perhaps only by choosing the caves with more skeletons can you enter the central region of these caves. You return to the previous fork, this time choosing the third cave on the left. This cave has relatively more skeletons. You quickly move forward to explore. Suddenly, a figure leaps out from around the corner. You died. Not at all surprised by being killed by an unknown demon again, Sunan sighed. There are too many forks in the caves here, leading in all directions. It's very likely that these forks are interconnected, and they may even all converge eventually. Of the 4 forks, he had explored 3 now and encountered demons in each one. This indicated that there was more than one demon here. That was the worst-case scenario. Moreover, Sunan couldn't help but suspect that he hadn't even gotten close to the depths of the caves during these 3 tries. He had just been wandering around the periphery. If that was indeed the case, then there must be many demons here. Keep on foresighting. Sunan showed no signs of giving up. As soon as the foresight cooldown was over, he immediately started the 3rd foresight of the day. Once again arriving at the 4 forks, this time you choose the last unexplored cave. Contrary to your expectation, there are many skeletons in this cave. You quickly move forward and see a fork after only 2 or 3 breaths. However, just as you approach the fork, a figure suddenly leaps out from the left and attacks you. You died. Before dying, you see that the demon attacking you has exposed white bones. After the 3rd death, Sunan was still killed by a demon. The difference this time was that at least he knew what the demon looked like. Exposed white bones. Could it be the same kind of demon I encountered in my foresight when I left Kuntian prison? Sunan was astonished. When leaving Kun Tian prison, the first fork led to 3 directions, one to the outside of Sky Wolf Valley, one to the Thousand Wolf Cave, and the third to a cliff. Back in his foresight, he was attacked and killed by a demon when he approached the edge of the cliff. It had bitten through his throat, and he had fallen off the cliff. That demon's body also had exposed white bones. Could it be a white bone demon? Su Nan's imagination ran wild, picturing a demon made entirely of white bones in his mind. If the demon in the cave really looked like that, even knowing its appearance might not help him transform into it. There were limitations to the bone-shifting ability. He couldn't transform into something with too large or too small of a body type, nor could he guarantee that he could change into a creature composed entirely of bones. If the 2 demons are of the same kind, maybe I can go to the cliff and observe the demon's appearance. Su Nan thought of a method, and his eyes lit up. The environment inside the cave was not conducive for him to observe the demon or to avoid its attack, so he couldn't fully utilize his speed. The area around the cliff, on the other hand, had enough space for him to maneuver. He had a good chance of observing the demon's appearance there. With this thought, Su Nan immediately left Warm Moon Pond and headed for the cliff. A moment later, he arrived at the fork leading to the cliff and began his 4th foresight of the day. However, he was disappointed. He didn't know whether to regard his luck as good or bad, as he didn't encounter the demon that attacked him last time. With no other choice, he had to temporarily abandon the exploration of the mysterious cave. There was no point in continuing with foresight without being able to transform into the demon's appearance. If there's no immediate need to explore that cave, what should I do with the remaining 3 foresight opportunities? He still had 3 foresight opportunities left, which he couldn't waste. Standing at the fork, looking at the roads leading in 3 directions, Su Nan had an idea. The priority is to figure out how to leave Sky Wolf Valley. I need to continue foresighting how to do that. The mainline task countdown was drawing nearer day by day. Now, only half the time remained, and he had yet to see even a glimpse of how to complete the 2nd phase. He didn't know what the consequences would be for not completing the mainline task, but one thing was certain. It wouldn't end well. He had attempted leaving the valley through the mountain forest in his foresights yesterday, but all those attempts had ended in failure. Thus, that approach was not feasible. In order to leave Sky Wolf Valley, he needed to find a way through the normal route. Standing at the fork, Su Nan looked at the road that led to the gorge, feeling hesitant. When he foresighted before, he had been watched by the demon at the end of the road as soon as he set foot on it. He didn't know the reason for that, but he knew it probably wasn't anything good. If there was a choice, he would never take this road. However, he had no other choice now. Besides this road, he hadn't found any other way to leave the valley. Last time I foresighted, I didn't die. Maybe this road isn't as dangerous as I thought. Su Nan comforted himself. After thinking about it, he still decided to foresight on this road. However, the road was long, and 3 minutes of foresight time wasn't enough for him to reach the end. To reach the end of the road in foresight, there was only one way. He could only foresight a section of the road, move forward a bit, and then continue foresighting. This method had its risks. Whatever happened during the foresight didn't affect him, but once he truly stepped onto this road out of the valley, he would lose control over everything. But he had no choice. If he wanted to leave the valley, he had to do it this way. Foresight. Su Nan didn't hesitate and started foresighting right away. Stepping onto the road out of Sky Wolf Valley, you know that a demon became aware of you the moment you set foot on this road. Just as you thought, the demon at the end of the road has fixed its gaze on you, despite the numerous obstacles in their way. You quickly move forward, wanting to reach the end of the road as soon as possible. After several breaths, you come across a patrol of demons at a corner. The demon leading the pack asks you why you are leaving Sky Wolf Valley. With a spark of inspiration, you tell the demon that you have important matters to report to Princess. The leading demon doesn't doubt your words and informs you that they just received an order from the demon monarch to capture outsiders who snuck into Sky Wolf Valley. They ask you to report immediately if you see any. A player sneaked into Tianling Valley. The information in the foreknowledge made Su Nan startled, and he immediately thought of a person. Zhu Cheng. Tianling Valley belonged to the advanced map, and the monsters here were not accessible to rookie players. As far as he knew, only Zhu Cheng had shown interest in this place. Zhu Cheng's mainline task was related to Kun Tian Prison, and he sent Zhang Feng and more than a dozen players for it. There are monsters everywhere in Tianlang Valley, and there are patrolling guards. I don't know how he managed to sneak in under these circumstances. Su Nan was secretly amazed. He had the foreknowledge, talent, and transformation art, but he couldn't easily leave Tianlang Valley. Yet Zhu Cheng was able to bypass the guards and sneak in, which sufficiently proved Zhu Cheng's methods. This question didn't puzzle him for long, as the foreknowledge continued, and he quickly understood what was going on. You asked how the outsider managed to infiltrate Tianlang Valley. The leading monster told you that the outsider appeared to have the ability to evade detection. The monster leader warned you again to report any abnormalities immediately, then left with the other monsters. You continued on your way. 3 minutes later, you stopped by a huge rock on the side of the road. At this point, the 3 minutes of foreknowledge ended. Su Nan's eyes flashed with understanding. Zhu Cheng actually has the ability to evade the detection of the monsters. No wonder the players who rise during the internal test are not simple. I just don't know if the other top-ranked players on the ranking list also have some special means. The difficulty of starting the game was extremely high, and it was precisely because of this that the players who stood out were extraordinary. Su Nan didn't believe that the others didn't have any special opportunities. I was watched by the monster at the end of the road this time too, but fortunately, nothing dangerous happened. Su Nan hesitated no more and set foot on the road leading out of the gorge. 2 minutes later, he encountered the patrolling monsters. There were more than 10 monsters in this team, all wearing armor and exuding an impressive aura. After a brief exchange with the leading monster, he quickly arrived at the huge rock mentioned in the foreknowledge. At this point, he stopped and started his 6th prediction of the day. You quickly moved forward on the way out of the gorge. A minute later, you did not encounter any danger and continued to advance rapidly. 2 minutes later, you met another group of patrolling monsters entering Tianlang Valley. The leading monster asked you the same question about why you were leaving Tianlang Valley. You gave the same answer as before, and the monster leader did not suspect anything. After reminding you to report any suspicious presence immediately, he left. 3 minutes later, you stopped by a dead ancient tree. This foreknowledge was simple, and there were no dangers. The only surprise for Su Nan was encountering the second patrol of monsters. Before, apart from the monsters stationed at the sentry posts in Tianlang Valley, he had not encountered any patrolling monsters. Now, within just a few minutes, he had encountered 2 groups, which showed how seriously the monsters regarded this player infiltrating Tianlang Valley. Su Nan set off again. 3 minutes later, he stopped in front of the dead ancient tree mentioned in the prediction. At this point, he could faintly see the exit of the gorge. Whether I can leave safely or not depends on this final foreknowledge. The last foreknowledge of the day began. You continue to walk quickly toward the exit of the gorge. 2 minutes later, you came to the end of the road. At this point, you finally saw the scenery outside Tianlang Valley. What appeared before your eyes was a huge palace built on the edge of the gorge not far away. It was a palace made of bluestone, and it was quite majestic. A large number of patrolling demons surround the palace, and among them a figure stands out, attracting your attention. It is also a demon, but unlike the others, it does not have any obvious demon features on its body. Its limbs and head are almost identical to those of an ordinary human. This is a demon that can completely transform into a human. A demon that can completely transform into a human. What realm does this monster belong to? Su Nan wondered. He had encountered demons in 3 different forms before. The first kind was entirely in the form of a beast, without any human characteristics. The second kind had a human body and an animal head, and these demons had human bodies but still retained the appearances of beasts on their heads. As for the third kind, it was the exact opposite of the second. They had a beast's body and a human head. Su Nan had seen a player who had lost control and transformed into this type of demon. And now he had encountered the fourth kind, a demon that looked entirely human. Obviously, compared to the other 3 kinds, this kind of demon was much more powerful. As you decide to continue walking forward, a figure appears beside you and grabs your arm. This is also a completely human-looking demon, but it appears as an old man. The demon has seen through the flaws in your transformation art and is very curious about it. It wants to force you to reveal your transformation technique. You refuse to reveal anything. You die. Before dying, you realize that the transformation brought by bone shifting is not reliable in front of demons with a large difference in realms. You are unaware that the combination of bone shifting and life wheel scripture can produce unexpected effects. Perhaps you can try killing the demon you have transformed into and gaining its fate. Bone shifting's transformation technique has been seen through. Sunan's heart sank, and without time to think, he quickly retreated. He finally understood why he had been noticed by the demon. This was the first time his disguise had been seen through by a demon since using bone shifting. Upon thinking, it wasn't too unexpected. After all, the transformation art was fake, and it was already impressive to deceive demons 1 or even 2 realms higher than him. It was impossible to deceive demons with much higher realms than his own. However, this wasn't the main issue. What surprised him the most was the information from the final prediction. Killing a demon could also gain its fate. How could that be possible? He had killed more than 1 or 2 demons, but he had never been able to snatch any of their fates using the life wheel scripture. He had also never thought that the life wheel scripture could steal the fate of demons in the game. Even after having the life wheel scripture for so long, he still couldn't understand the restrictions when acquiring others' fates. After killing Li Zhuheng and obtaining his fate, he initially believed that simply killing someone could get their fate, but this belief changed after killing the person in black searching for the bracelet. Now, the prediction told him that he could even steal a demon's fate, which seemed incredible to him. The information about life stealing in the life wheel scripture appeared in his personal information panel. Effect 1. Life stealing. You have 2 chances to steal the fate of others. When you kill a target with fate that can be stolen, their fate will be automatically taken. After killing a target with a fate that can be stolen, fate is automatically taken. What kind of condition is required to be a target with stealable fate? Sunan pondered. Unfortunately, he could only steal fate twice with the life wheel scripture, which didn't give him enough chances to study and analyze. If I could really obtain a demon's fate, would I still be able to do tasks after switching to a demon's role in the game? Sunan thought of another question. Little did he know, he was a player, not a real demon, and he had a game interface. Even if he became a demon, the game interface wouldn't disappear, would it? If it doesn't disappear, what changes can happen? With numerous thoughts flashing through Sunan's mind, he kept moving and quickly returned. Unbeknownst to him, by returning, he inadvertently escaped a disaster. At the end of the road leading out of Sky Wolf Valley, an old man sat on a huge rock, frowning in the direction of Sunan's departure. Why is this little guy going back? The old man wondered. As soon as Sunan stepped on the path leading out of the gorge, he entered the old man's sensory range, and the old man immediately noticed that something was wrong with Sunan. However, he couldn't pinpoint exactly what the problem was. He had intended to wait until Sunan approached him to capture and study him thoroughly, but he didn't expect Sunan to turn back at this moment. The old man couldn't help but want to go and capture Sunan, but after hesitating for a moment, he gave up. His duty was to guard this place, and he couldn't leave without a special reason. Forget it. This little guy will have to come back sooner or later if he wants to leave Sky Wolf Valley, and there's only one way to go. I'll wait until next time, he thought, having successfully returned to Kun Tian prison. Sunan felt heavy-hearted as he found out that the number of guards at the entrance of the prison had more than doubled. Even if he entered Kun Tian prison disguised as a wolf demon guard, his identity token would still be checked. Compared to before, the security was much tighter now. This was not good news for him. With more guards, it might affect his hunting of demons. Sunan found it strange. Was it really necessary to make such a fuss just because one player sneaked into Sky Wolf Valley? Or did that Zhu Cheng do something significant? Entering Kun Tian prison, Sunan headed straight for cell No. 24 where Zhu Lingyan was. He planned to try to find a way to hunt wolf demon guards. Since his foreknowledge told him that by killing a wolf demon guard, he could acquire the fate of the wolf demon guard. He had to try it no matter what. This involved whether he could leave Sky Wolf Valley or not. Moreover, the rewards for killing a wolf demon guard were not meager, a full 15 demon points, which was enough for an ordinary player to complete 15 one-star tasks. In cell No. 24, Zhu Lingyan sat cross-legged in the center of the cell. In one corner, the wolf demon guard looked listless, still trapped in an illusion, which made Sunan couldn't help but admire Zhu Lingyan's skill. You've already advanced the third bloodline to great perfection so quickly. Do outsiders really enjoy such favor from heaven and earth? Zhu Lingyan's eyes revealed a different color as they swept over Sunan. Could she only see that I've fused 3 bloodlines? Sunan's heart skipped a beat. He had fused not 3 but 4 bloodlines, 3 of which belonged to the physique series, and 1 belonged to the law-controlling class. Now he assumed the role of Wang Nan, thinking that Zhu Lingyan would see his unusualness, but unexpectedly, Zhu Lingyan didn't notice it. He couldn't help but admire the miraculousness of the life wheel scripture again. Zhu Lingyan said, "It won't be long before you can try to advance to the spirit level." Sunan's heart stirred and immediately asked, "How can I become a spiritual grade martial artist?" Until now, he only knew that the different realms of martial artists were categorized as mortal, spirit, mysterious, and king, but he didn't know how to advance. Zhu Lingyan said, "Martial artists in each realm can fuse up to 4 different bloodlines. You need to fuse 1 more bloodline, and then you can try to merge the 4 bloodlines into 1. At that time, you'll be a spiritual grade martial artist." Upon hearing this, Sunan's expression changed slightly. Merging 4 bloodlines into 1. Wouldn't that lead to conflicts between the bloodlines? Conflicts can occur between different bloodlines. He had only integrated the bloodlines into his body, and there was already some rejection between them, not to mention merging 4 bloodlines into 1. If he really did that, the possibility of bloodline conflicts would surely increase manifold. Zhu Lingyan said, "Advancement to each realm for martial artists is the most dangerous. For example, even in the simplest case of mortal level advancement to spirit level, it's considered good if 1 out of 10 people can successfully advance. A 1 in 10 chance. That's so low." Sunan was shocked, and this was just the simplest promotion. If fusion failure just meant not being able to break through, that wouldn't be too bad, but the problem was, fusion failure meant loss of control. If 1 lost control in the game, they would also lose control in reality. Now there are 1,000,000 players worldwide. Even if only 1/10 of the players are left after the survival task, there would still be 100,000 people. As long as these 100,000 people follow the normal procedures to complete their daily tasks, they will eventually fuse 4 bloodlines. At that time, if these people try to break through, there would undoubtedly be a large number of control losses. He can't imagine what reality would look like because these players lost control. Moreover, the game is now in its first public test, and there will undoubtedly be a second, third, and even a global public test. Thinking of this, Sunan's face grew darker. He had a feeling that the real world may sooner or later be shattered because of this game. Zhu Lingyan saw the change in Sunan's expression, and a mocking smile appeared on her beautiful face. "What, scared?" Sunan did not answer, just shook his head slightly. Zhu Lingyan continued, "Promotion from mortal level to spirit level is the simplest, and as the realm is raised, the risks of promotion will multiply. This is why many senior martial artists dare not break through all their lives." Sunan took a deep breath to calm himself down and asked, "Is there no way to reduce the bloodline conflicts?" He has the ability of foreseeing the future and can try to fuse in his foreknowledge. But that can only let him know if he can succeed, and it has no help for improving the fusion success rate. Asking with a try-and-see attitude, he did not expect Zhu Lingyan to nod and say, "Yes, really." Sunan was a little excited and immediately asked, "What's the method?" Zhu Lingyan said indifferently, "In order to fuse 4 bloodlines, one needs to take one of the bloodlines as the main, and the remaining 3 bloodlines as auxiliary. If you can fuse a powerful bloodline that surpasses the other 3 bloodlines, you can use it to suppress the other bloodline, thereby reducing the bloodline conflict. There are differences between strong and weak bloodlines." Sunan frowned. He had never heard of this. If there is a difference between strong and weak bloodlines, which of the bloodlines he fused is the strongest? He tried to rank his bloodlines, but he quickly discovered that the difference was not significant among the same mortal-level bloodlines. "Of course." Zhu Lingyan nodded and asked, "What do you think the strength of today's demons is compared to the strength of demons in ancient times? Are modern demons stronger, or were ancient demons stronger?" Now, Sunan didn't know how to answer. Not to mention ancient demons. Even if asking about the strength of demons now, he couldn't answer. He didn't know what the strength of ancient demons was like, so how could he judge who was strong and weak? Thinking about it, he still guessed, were the demons in ancient times stronger? Zhu Lingyan said, "That's right. The heaven and earth in ancient times were different from today, and the strength of both humans and demons cannot be compared to today. After ancient heaven and earth shattered, the strength of humans plummeted, and the bloodlines of demons also degenerated severely. Compared to ancient times, the bloodlines of today's demons are more than several times weaker. Ancient demon bloodlines are stronger." Hearing this, Sunan understood Zhu Lingyan's meaning. "Senior, do you mean that if I fuse with a bloodline of an ancient demon, I can use it to suppress other bloodlines, thereby reducing bloodline fusion conflicts?" Zhu Lingyan nodded gently. Sunan frowned, even more puzzled. "But where can I find the bloodline of an ancient demon now?" Life wheel scripture can be successfully cultivated in reality, which made him confirm that there is some commonality between the ancient periods of the real world and the demon world. But he wouldn't think that the bloodlines of beasts in reality could be compared with those of ancient demons in the demon world. It's impossible to use the bloodlines of beasts in reality to replace ancient demon bloodlines. Zhu Lingyan explained, "Although there are no ancient demons, some bones of ancient demons that were left behind by chance after their death may have essence and blood within them. It's just that such things are extremely rare, and each drop is a priceless treasure. There's essence and blood residue in the remains of ancient demons." Sunan suddenly understood why the demons on Moonwatching Peak were digging the remains of ancient demons. Ancient monster essence blood. The monsters at Moonwatching Peak are digging for the remains of ancient monsters in order to find the possible precious essence blood inside. Sunan suddenly realized, according to Zhu Lingyan's words, that the bloodlines of ancient monsters are much more powerful than today's monsters. It's obvious that such essence blood would be useful not only to martial artists, but also to monsters themselves. The benefits of merging with the bloodline of an ancient monster don't just stop at reducing the conflict of bloodlines during promotion. Martial artists who merge with ancient monster bloodlines will be much stronger when they advance than ordinary martial artists. There is even a certain probability that after advancing, one will awaken some special bloodline abilities. Zhu Lingyan explained the benefits of merging with the bloodline of an ancient monster. Upon hearing this, Sunan became even more interested in the so-called ancient monster essence blood. If he could get a drop of it, wouldn't his strength become even stronger? Merging with both the physique series and law-controlling class bloodlines would already make his strength surpass that of ordinary mortal warriors. And if he merged with the ancient monster bloodline as well, just how strong would he become? He might genuinely be able to kill spirit-level monsters within the mortal realm. As if sensing what Sunan was thinking, Zhu Lingyan said casually, "I suggest you just stick to merging with ordinary bloodlines. Ancient monster essence blood is extremely rare, and every single drop that appears causes all the major forces to scramble for it." Extremely rare. Zhu Lingyan's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Sunan, immediately cooling his head. He had just been attracted by the benefits of the ancient monster bloodlines, but had forgotten how scarce such a thing was. Ancient times were countless millennia ago, and the powerful remains of monster skeletons have already rotted away. It was under such circumstances that the essence blood would naturally be difficult to preserve. Perhaps it was really as Zhu Lingyan said, that essence blood would only be preserved by coincidence, but such situations would definitely be rare. This could be deduced from the dug-up bones on Moonwatching Peak. Thinking about this, he didn't have much hope for merging with an ancient monster bloodline anymore. However, just when he was feeling disappointed, Zhu Lingyan suddenly changed the subject. "I mentioned earlier that if you can manage to steal what I want, I'll grant you a mysterious opportunity. But with your current rate of improvement in strength, you won't actually need that opportunity." A mysterious opportunity. Sunan had a sudden thought, and for some reason, when he heard Zhu Lingyan's words, he associated it with the ancient monster essence blood. Could the mysterious opportunity you're talking about be related to the ancient monster essence blood? Previously, under the pressure of Zhu Lingyan and wanting to use her power to leave the prison, he had agreed to help Zhu Lingyan steal the bronze bell. At that time, Zhu Lingyan indeed said that as long as he successfully completed the task, she would give him a mysterious opportunity. However, he was merely curious at the time and didn't pay much attention to it. That was because he had no confidence in completing the task. Now that Zhu Lingyan brought it up again and told him about the ancient monster bloodlines, he subconsciously connected the two things together. Instead of directly answering Su Nan's question, Zhu Lingyan asked, "Do you know what kind of place Sky Wolf Valley used to be?" Su Nan pondered for a moment and said, "An ancient battlefield." "How did you know?" Zhu Lingyan asked, somewhat surprised. She had only asked the question casually, not expecting Su Nan to answer. But to her surprise, Su Nan actually knew. Su Nan wasn't surprised, as he had obtained this information from his foreknowledge and couldn't be wrong. Zhu Lingyan also thought of Su Nan's background, and her eyes showed a hint of strangeness as she said, "Indeed, there was a great battle here in ancient times, and countless monsters died. The valley is buried with the remains of countless monster skeletons underground. When I first entered Sky Wolf Valley, I accidentally discovered a drop of ancient monstrous essence blood in a skeleton. And coincidentally, it was the essence blood of a mortal-level demon of the physique series. Senior, you have the essence blood of an ancient monster." Upon hearing Zhu Lingyan's words, Su Nan's initial disappointment disappeared in an instant, replaced by surprise and joy. Zhu Lingyan just happened to have the bloodline of an ancient monster from the physique series. Wasn't this prepared for him? "Senior, rest assured, I will definitely get what you want as soon as possible," he immediately promised. If Zhu Lingyan was willing to give him the ancient monstrous essence blood, then he would have to think about how to help Zhu Lingyan get the things out. It seemed that Zhu Lingyan was very satisfied with Su Nan's reaction, revealing a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. She said she told Su Nan all of this so that he would hurry up and complete her task. With the goal achieved, Zhu Lingyan no longer continued on the subject and instead asked, "What is your purpose for coming this time?" Coming back to his senses, Su Nan looked at the wolf demon in the corner and said, "Senior, I plan to find a way to kill this demon." Zhu Lingyan's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and she replied indifferently, "You're still not strong enough to kill him." Su Nan explained, "As you know, Senior, us outsiders can revive once a day, no matter how severe our injuries, and be fully recovered the next day, but demons cannot. So, I plan to fight this demon every day, and as long as its injuries worsen day by day, I'll be able to kill it soon." He had thought of this method before, but he just hadn't had time to implement it. Zhu Lingyan's face showed surprise, as if she didn't expect Su Nan to come up with this method. After a moment of silence, she nodded and said, "If you're determined to do this, I won't stop you. But I must remind you, once you awaken this demon from the illusion, I won't help you put him back into the illusion again." She won't help anymore. Su Nan was somewhat disappointed. If Zhu Lingyan was willing to help, even if it was to make the wolf demon fall into an illusion again, it would be a huge help to him. However, he had anticipated this situation and had not relied on Zhu Lingyan. After thinking about it, he did not directly attack the wolf demon, but first opened the door of cell No. 24 and another cell door far away that had no demon in it. He planned to lure the wolf demon into the other cell. If he fought the wolf demon in cell No. 24, unless he didn't use the blazing bird bloodline, Zhu Lingyan would notice the problem. Since Zhu Lingyan couldn't see that he had fused with the controlling technique bloodline, there was no need to let her know. However, without using the blazing bird bloodline, his strength could only compete with mortal-level demons. To fight against the wolf demon, he was still lacking, so he had to lure the wolf demon to other prison cells. Zhu Lingyan didn't ask about his intentions, saving Su Nan the trouble of explaining. After the preparations were done, he took a deep breath, then approached the wolf demon and launched an attack with all his might. Now that the wolf demon was trapped in the illusion, it wouldn't dodge, making this a rare and crucial opportunity. Even if he couldn't kill it outright this time, he wanted to seriously injure the wolf demon and weaken its strength considerably. Except for the blazing bird bloodline, Su Nan didn't hold back and used his full bloodline combat skill, aiming a fierce blow at the wolf demon guard's head and heart. Feeling the strong sense of impending danger, the wolf demon guard awoke from the illusion at this moment. Seeing Su Nan's all-out attack, the wolf demon wanted to dodge it, but it was too late. Bam! Su Nan's fists landed on the wolf demon's body at the same time, causing it to fly back and slam heavily into the wall. This attack dealt a significant damage to the wolf demon. Blood spurted out, the wolf demon's half-skull was slightly caved in, and its chest was nearly pierced through. Even so, the wolf demon did not lose its fighting spirit, but instead went completely berserk. Roar! "You damned rat, I'll tear you to pieces." The eyes of the wolf demon turned blood red. It only had one thought now, to rip the rat in front of it apart. Having succeeded in his attack, Sunan turned and scurried towards the outside of the prison cell. The wolf demon immediately followed without a second thought. A man and a demon entered another cell. The prison door closed, and Sunan, no longer holding back, unleashed the flaming bird bloodline power. His fists, clad in scorching flames, bombarded the wolf demon. The wolf demon had no intention of dodging. Swinging its claws, an invisible force threatened to rip Sunan apart. At the critical moment, Sunan used Windstep to narrowly avoid the attack and simultaneously landed a punch on the wolf demon. The flames exploded, forcing the wolf demon to retreat several steps. Seeing this, a smile appeared at the corner of Sunan's mouth. Last time he fought with the wolf demon, he could only hurt the wolf demon by risking severe injury. This time, he could avoid the wolf demon's attack and hurt it. This was not only because the wolf demon had been seriously injured and its strength had declined. More importantly, his own strength had greatly increased compared to before. But Sunan was not careless. He knew very well that he was able to hurt the wolf demon by relying on using the bloodline combat skill consecutively. However, the bloodline combat skill consumed a tremendous amount of bloodline power, and he was unable to use it for a long time. He must fight quickly to end the battle swiftly. The wolf demon raised its head and roared. The muscles all over its body rapidly rose, and its formerly humanly body was covered with countless long and thick hairs. In the blink of an eye, the demon, which was a hybrid of human and beast, had completely transformed into a fierce beast, half a body taller than Sunan. Sunan's face changed. Even without having fought with this state of wolf demon, he could feel a strong sense of danger. The claws of the wolf demon swung, and its speed was several times faster than before. Both sides were holding the thought of "it's either you die or I die," and went all out. The battle was fierce. In just a few breaths, both sides had fought for dozens of rounds. At this time, Sunan was dyed red with blood, and his body was marked with dozens of large and small wounds torn out by wolf's claws. Not only that, a surge of power was destroying his internal organs from within. Fresh blood flowed from his mouth. He couldn't hold on much longer. Compared to Sunan, the situation for the wolf demon was barely any better. Huge patches of its fur were charred by the flames, the flesh smelled of burnt, and furthermore, one of its arms was hanging limp, losing its combat ability. "I can't keep going on today." Sunan made a swift decision and sprinted out as soon as he opened the prison door. The wolf demon followed closely, having no intention of letting Sunan escape. But how could Sunan let it leave the cell? Risking serious injury from the wolf demon, he landed another punch onto the wolf demon, knocking it back several steps, back into the cell. Seizing this opportunity, Sunan quickly closed the prison door, trapping the demon inside. The wolf demon went berserk, furiously beating against the prison door, and the dull, thunderous sound echoed in the corridor. Sunan's expression became stern, immediately holding his breath, listening carefully to any movement on the other side of the corridor. It would be troublesome if other guards were attracted here. Fortunately, no matter how the wolf demon attacks the prison door, no other demon guards came to check. Unbeknownst to him, for other guards, they had already become accustomed to such situations. Whenever a demon was in prison, such incidents would occur. Moreover, each guard had their own responsibilities. Unless something big happened, they would not easily leave their posts. Once assured that no guards would come, Sunan finally heaved a sigh of relief. Worthy of being a spirit-level monster, even when heavily injured, I can't deal with it. Sunan sighed. Compared with the demon at the edge of Warm Moon Pond, the wolf demon guard was much stronger. The difference between the two was akin to fusing one bloodline and fusing two bloodlines. At this rate, maybe I could take the wolf demon down within 3 days. Looking at his wounds, Sunan didn't care in the slightest. Once midnight passed, he would be able to recover to his peak condition, but the wolf demon could not. Today, the wolf demon has been heavily wounded, its strength greatly diminished. Tomorrow, fighting it will be even easier. Having exhausted his instances of foreknowledge and completed all the available tasks, there was little point in staying in the game. He exited the game. In the bedroom, he struggled to get out of the game warehouse. Having been wounded severely in the game, His real-life body too had been affected, and he felt utterly exhausted. Lying in bed without any energy to spare, he quickly fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Sunan looked at Wang Chung's dejected appearance. "What's wrong? You didn't sleep last night. It's the game again." Wang Chung replied wearily, "I stayed up late last night battling a monster in the game but ended up being killed by it." Suppressing his laughter, Sunan commented, "Not bad, you're improving. Keep it up and maybe it won't be long before you can take down that monster." Wang Chung gave a bitter smile. "Right now, I just hope the monster leaves me alone. If I keep dying like this, I'll eventually run out of lives." While they were talking, Sunan noticed a middle-aged man walking quickly into the hotel. He recognized the man. It was the official player, Yang Zheng. "Wonder why he's here." Seeing Yang Zheng reminded Sunan of the two figures clad in black he had recently encountered. Last time, as he couldn't extract any information from the person clad in black of the physique series, Sunan handed the law-controlling person in black to Yang Zheng, hoping he might be able to obtain some information from him. Calculating the time, it reached the appointed day. "Huh, it's him." Wang Chung seemed stunned when he saw Yang Zheng. Turning to Sunan, he asked in a mysterious tone, "Brother Nan, did you notice that person?" Sunan feigned surprise. "Isn't he the same person we met in the suburbs last time?" Since everyone had seen Yang Zheng the last time, he couldn't pretend he had never met him before. Wang Chung nodded. "Indeed, it is him, but you certainly aren't aware of his identity." A thought crossed Sunan's mind and he asked curiously, "Does he have some kind of special status?" Wang Chung replied in amazement, "This guy's called Yang Zheng and he's also a player in the demon world. Like Miss Bai, he too is a beta player. He's pretty amazing. His in-game name is Yang Fei and he's ranked 6th on the leaderboard. Also, he works for the official. I heard that the official established a department called the Demon Investigation Bureau after the game went public. Yang Zheng is the captain of this department for us in Donglan City. Demon Investigation Bureau." Sunan made a mental note of the name. Yang Zheng went straight to the elevator. Once his figure disappeared, Wang Chung said quickly, "Brother Nan, you go ahead with your things. Go and see what he's up to." With that, he quickly entered another elevator. Much later, more than 3 hours had passed. Unexpectedly, after Yang Zheng left, Wang Chung had actually managed to find out some information. "Brother Nan, big news. The guy who's first in the ranking list, Wang Nan, has surprisingly shown up in our Donglan City. Moreover, he broke into the Demon Investigation Bureau last night." "What's going on? Is someone pretending to be me?" Having heard Wang Chang's words, a thought instantly sprang into Sunan's mind. "How do you know that person is Wang Nan?" It's said that Wang Nan admitted it himself. Wang Chang said, "Last night, Yang Zheng was severely injured in just one move. Who else could have such strength except the number one Wang Nan? Severely injured in just one move." Sunan's heart shrank. Yang Zheng was, after all, a player who had reached the great perfection of one Demon Sutra. The strength of the person who could severely injure him shows how powerful the attacker was. It was very likely that the person had at least reached great perfection in 2 Demon Sutras. Sunan pondered and asked, "Why did Wang Nan break into the Demon Investigation Bureau?" "It's because of the person in black from last time." "Last time, didn't Yang Zheng catch one of the black-clothed men?" Originally, Yang Zheng wanted to interrogate that person and find out about the forces behind him. But not only did he get nothing, Wang Nan broke into the Demon Investigation Bureau last night and killed that person in black with a single slap. Killing to silence him. Sunan furrowed his brows. Well, originally, they had hoped that the official investigation would reveal something, but now it seems hopeless. Sunan felt a chill in his heart. Those people even killed their own. This showed the ruthlessness of the organization the black-clothed man belonged to, stopping at nothing to achieve their goals. Of course, there was another possibility as well. The attacker and the black-clothed person might not be from the same organization. If that were the case, the situation would become even more complicated. Sunan quickly thought that no matter which possibility, the person who took action using his name must have ulterior motives. He even suspected that the purpose of the attacker was to draw out the real Wang Nan. Where did all these people come from? Sunan wondered in his heart. Last time he had guessed that the 2 black-clothed men might not be players. Now another person with at least 2 great perfection Demon Sutras appeared, which made him increasingly suspicious. To be clear, There are now only 2 players with 2 Demon Sutra's great perfections on the ranking list besides himself, Kaiyan Yu and Zhu Cheng. Of course, it was not ruled out that the organization the black-clothed man belonged to had a way for them not to be on the ranking list. It was not impossible. After all, up to now, Su Nan's understanding of the demon world game may not even amount to the tip of the iceberg. He couldn't know what methods the black-clothed man had. Wang Chong continued. Miss Bai is now the only player in Donglan City besides Yang Zheng who has reached the great perfection of the Demon Sutra. Yang Zheng wants to ask Miss Bai to help investigate Wang Nan in the game. Su Nan nodded, not asking anything more. There was clearly something strange about this matter. No matter what, he had no intention of showing himself. At 11 o'clock at night, Su Nan logged into the game again. Lai Hao's mainline task was to hunt 3 mortal-level demons. One was hunted yesterday, and as long as the second one is hunted today and the third one is hunted after the task refreshes at midnight, the mainline task would be completed. Black Big Brother, what happened to you? What demon can injure you like that? Lai Hao looked at Su Nan's wounded body and couldn't help but be shocked. It's a spirit-level demon. Su Nan replied indifferently. Spirit-level demon. Lai Hao was even more startled. As far as he knew, the players ranked in the top 10 with 2 Demon Sutras were not daring to confront mortal-level demons head-on. Let alone facing a spirit-level demon, it's a sure death. On the contrary, Su Nan not only survived the encounter with the spirit-level demon, but from the injuries on his body, it was obvious that there had been a fierce battle between Su Nan and the demon. Is it possible to confront a spirit-level demon after reaching the great perfection in 3 Demon Sutras? Lai Hao wondered. Ignoring Lai Hao's thoughts, Su Nan walked straight into a prison cell after opening the prison door. Although his current strength was greatly diminished, the demons in the cells were in no better condition. When he first entered the game, the demons in the cells had been imprisoned for more than 10 days, with only 2/3 of their strength remaining. Now, more than 10 days have passed, and the demons in the cells have further weakened, with only 1/3 of their peak strength left. Now, even a player with 1 great perfection Demon Sutra could easily confront the demons here. A few minutes later, the severely injured and dying demon was killed by Lai Hao. Su Nan said, "After midnight I'll help you kill the last demon." "All right, big brother." Lai Hao was excited. He naturally hoped that the mainline task would be completed as soon as possible. The 2 temporarily logged out of the game and waited. Time passed. It quickly arrived at midnight. After logging back into the game, Su Nan immediately found that his injuries had completely disappeared. Feeling the power restored, Su Nan was secretly shocked. I don't know how the game can make players achieve such incredible things in this world. If the demon world was just an ordinary game world, then the current situation wouldn't be considered strange. Even things 10 or 100 times more bizarre would be entirely acceptable. However, the demon world was different, making it seem unbelievable. Opening the task panel, today's daily tasks appeared before him. Daily Task 1. Kill a guard. Daily Task 2. Hunt a mortal-level monster. Daily Task 3. Kill a level 2 guard. The 3 tasks were the same as yesterday, with no changes. Su Nan had anticipated this and casually glanced before operating the life wheel scripture to switch his role to Zhang Yang. Daily Task 1. Hunt a spirit-level monster. Daily Task 2. Explore the mysterious cave of Warm Moon Lake. Daily Task 3. Hunt a mortal-level monster. Zhang Yang's tasks also remained the same. The Hunt mortal-level monster task was a repeatable task that would appear daily. Since he didn't complete the Warm Moon Lake exploration task yesterday, it appeared again today. Big brother, which prison cell's demon are we going to hunt this time? Lai Hao also logged into the game and couldn't wait to ask. This one. Su Nan casually pointed to a prison cell not far away. As he spoke, he opened the prison cell and walked right in. Lai Hao, fearless, followed him. Just over half a minute later, the 2 walked out of the prison cell. Lai Hao's 5 demon power points were once again added to his account. With the mainline task completed, Lai Hao was overjoyed. He now had 15 demon power points, more than enough to raise a Demon Sutra directly to great accomplishment. If it wasn't for his lack of Demon Sutra and bloodline, he would have definitely been in the top 500 of the ranking list. Such speed among the new players in the public beta test was already considered extremely fast. Big brother, this is what you wanted. Lai Hao handed a blood-red crystal and a jade plate to Su Nan. This was exactly the Demon Sutra and Bloodline reward from his mainline task. Sunan took it, and just like Lai Hao's bloodline last time, this too was the bloodline of a law-controlling series monster. Big brother, you should be a physical warrior. Why do you need a law-controlling series bloodline? Lai Hao curiously asked. Last time he gave Sunan a bloodline, he wanted to ask this question but didn't think much about it at the time since he didn't understand the game very well. He just thought Sunan needed the bloodline for some other purpose. Now that Sunan asked for his bloodline again, he became even more puzzled and didn't understand what Sunan wanted to do. Could it be that the bloodlines of different systems could be merged? Sunan naturally wouldn't answer him. Putting away the bloodline and Demon Sutra, he said, "Don't ask what you shouldn't." Lai Hao forced a smile and didn't ask any further. He changed the subject and said, "Big brother, my mainline task's second phase has come out. It's actually a 3-star task. The content requires me to hunt down 9 mortal-level demons. What do you think?" Lai Hao's intention was very clear. He wanted Sunan to help him complete the second phase of the mainline task, just like before. After thinking for a moment, Sunan said, "We'll talk about it tomorrow." He didn't refuse. As long as Lai Hao was willing to hand over his bloodline and Demon Sutra, helping him out wasn't an issue. In fact, he preferred more players like Lai Hao that way. He wouldn't have to worry about bloodlines in the future. Dismissing Lai Hao, Sunan walked towards another prison cell. Having gained another bloodline, he naturally wanted to fuse it. However, right now, he only had 11 points of demon power, so even if he fused the bloodline, the enhancement wouldn't be significant. Only by completing the tasks of hunting monsters, as the 2 characters today, would he have enough demon power to upgrade the Demon Sutra to great accomplishment. Then the bloodline would have some combat power. Yet, what he didn't expect was, as the prison door opened, he unexpectedly saw a middle-aged man. Martial artist. Sunan was surprised. There were 72 cells on the first floor of the prison, most of which housed demons, with only a small portion housing martial artists. Besides Zhu Lingyan in cell No. 24 and the mysterious old man in cell No. 30, he had also met some martial artists. It was a pity that those people might have been trying to advance in their realm or for other reasons. Even in this prison that could suppress bloodline and delay the loss of control, they still lost control. However, the man in front of him didn't. The middle-aged man sat cross-legged in his cell, his eyes sharp. Seeing Sunan opening the prison door, he did not rush out like the other out-of-control warriors, wanting to leave the cell. The middle-aged man looked at Sunan with suspicion in his eyes. "A mortal warrior. How did you get in here?" "He can see my realm." The middle-aged man's words made Sunan stunned. He was wearing a hiding spirit ring given by Zhu Lingyan, and even the demons guarding the entrance of the prison couldn't see his true realm. However, the middle-aged man could see it at a glance, which could only mean one thing: the middle-aged man's realm was much higher than his. Sunan realized instantly that the middle-aged man might not have been captured. "Senior, I accidentally came here. I wonder why you are locked up here?" Sunan tentatively asked. This time he did not reveal that he was an outsider. Unless necessary, he did not want others to know his true identity. The middle-aged man laughed bitterly. "If it weren't for the bloodline conflict about to go out of control, who would willingly come here? Is it going to lose control soon?" Sunan thought to himself, it really is. The first time he entered the game, he met a martial artist named Lai Yuan who was like this. The mysterious powerful being in cell 30 was also like this. Even, he suspected that Zhu Lingyan came here because of the bloodline conflict. "This is not a place for you to come. Leave as soon as possible." The middle-aged man appeared to want to keep his distance, and after saying that, he closed his eyes and fell silent. Seeing this, Sunan didn't say anything more and turned to leave. However, at this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Wait a moment." Sunan stopped. "What does Senior want?" The middle-aged man said, "You can open the prison door, so you should be no ordinary person. I ask you, can you leave this prison?" What does he mean? Does he want to leave? Sunan guessed, hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Yes, I can." "Very well." The middle-aged man's eyes lit up and he said, "I want you to help me with something." Again, to help with something, it's not going to be about stealing that bronze bell, is it? Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Sunan couldn't help but have an idea pop into his head. "I wonder what Senior wants me to do." Instead of answering immediately, the middle-aged man took out a ring. Storage ring. Sunan instantly recognized the ring in the middle-aged man's hand. I want you to help me deliver this ring to Liu Kinger of the Taixu sect. Once it's done, there is a treasure I obtained in my early years in this ring that can be used as your reward. So, it's about delivering something. Sunan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If the middle-aged man had asked him to steal the bronze bell, he really wouldn't know whether to agree. Looking at the middle-aged man, Sunan was puzzled. "Senior, your current state is not bad. Why don't you go yourself?" "You think I don't want to?" The middle-aged man shook his head bitterly and asked, "Do you know what this place is?" "Kun Tian Prison." "Then do you know what capability this Kun Tian Prison has? It can suppress bloodline power and delay the bloodline conflict. If you stay here for a long time, your bloodline power will be forcibly extracted by the prison." "Not bad. It seems you know quite a bit about this place." The middle-aged man nodded and continued, "Do you know that to use this prison to delay bloodline conflict, in addition to paying the price of bloodline power being extracted, there is also another price to pay?" "There's another price?" Sunan was surprised. He didn't know this. The middle-aged man sighed. "I only found out about this after I came in, and it was too late by the time I discovered it." "Indeed, this prison can delay the bloodline conflict, but once you stay here for too long, you can never leave again. Once you leave, your bloodline will immediately go out of control like a wild horse, causing violent conflicts and direct loss of control. That's how it is." Sunan's face changed slightly. He also thought of Zhu Lingyan and couldn't help but suspect if that was also the reason she didn't want to leave the cell. "All right, I promised to deliver the item." As for whether the item could be delivered or not, that was another matter. At worst, he could ask Zhu Lingyan later if he could forcefully erase the mark on the ring as she did last time. As if seeing Sunan's plan, the middle-aged man said, "Don't think about forcefully erasing the mark on the ring. I've left some power inside the ring, and without a special method, trying to forcefully erase the mark will only destroy the contents of the ring." Sunan replied without changing his expression, "Senior, you're overthinking it. With my strength, how could I possibly erase the mark you left?" "I hope so." The middle-aged man gave Sunan a deep look and then threw the ring to him. Sunan took the ring and thought of something. "May I know Senior's name? And where is the Taixu sect?" He knew too little about the demon world. At present, he only knew that there were 12 states in this world, and the state he was in was called Danshan State. The middle-aged man frowned with surprise. "You don't even know about Taixu sect?" Sunan smiled awkwardly and did not respond. "There are 3 sects, 6 teachings, and 1 dynasty in Danshan State. Taixu sect is one of the 3 sects. Once you go out, you can find out by asking around. As for my name, you can call me Han Fu." The middle-aged man didn't seem to want to say more and fell silent after that. 3 sects, 6 teachings, and 1 dynasty, so many influences. Sunan made a mental note. Seeing that the middle-aged man didn't want to say more, he didn't ask any further, took the ring, and left. The appearance of Han Fu was just a minor episode, and Sunan didn't dwell on it. After leaving the cell, he continued to do his tasks. More than 10 minutes later, the task of 2 roles hunting mortal-level demons was completed, and he gained 10 demon power points, increasing his usable demon power to 21 points. "First, let's fuse the bloodline and then go and meet that wolf demon guard." Lightning Bug Bloodline Crystal, Law Controlling Class, Mortal Level Bloodline. After taking it, you can obtain the Lightning Bug Bloodline. The Lightning Bug is born from thunder and lightning and excels at controlling them. Lightning Sutra, Mortal Level Demon Sutra. The Demon Sutra that the Lightning Bug clan uses to enhance their bloodline power. It must be used in conjunction with the Lightning Bug bloodline. Do you want to use it now? The power of this bloodline is actually to control lightning. Sunan's eyes lit up. Lightning power is a strong force no matter where it is. With the experience of taking the Blazing Bird bloodline last time, he didn't need foreknowledge this time. After switching his role to Zhang Yang, he directly used the jade plate containing the Lightning Sutra and swallowed the bloodline crystal at the same time. A few minutes later, Zhang Yang's personal information panel shows the appearance of the second Demon Sutra and bloodline. Upgrade. With a thought, 21 points of demon power began to decrease. It consumed 2 points of demonic power, and the Lightning Sutra was upgraded to beginner level. It consumed 4 points of demonic power, and the Lightning Sutra was upgraded to minor achievement. It consumed 8 points of demonic power, and the Lightning Sutra was upgraded to great accomplishment. 14 points of demonic power were consumed, leaving 7 points of usable demonic power. Feeling the power within his body, Sunan raised his palm, and a bolt of lightning struck the distant wall at an ear-splitting speed, accompanied by a dazzling light and a dull roar echoing in the corridor. Sunan's mouth curled into a smile. As expected of lightning power, compared to the firepower at great accomplishment, it may be slightly weaker in destructive power, but the attack speed is more than twice as fast. This will be my first truly long-range attack method. Even with just a slight attempt, he could see the advantages of lightning power. Although the firepower controlled by the blazing bird bloodline can also be used for long-range attacks, the speed of the fire is not fast and can be completely avoided by relying on speed. The lightning power controlled by the lightning bug bloodline, on the other hand, makes up for this flaw. Opening the ranking list, he saw Zhang Yang's name at NTH place at a glance. Today is the 6th day of the public beta test. Among the top 10 players on the original leaderboard, besides him at first place, Zhu Cheng at second place, and Wang Yu at third place, who had already merged 3 bloodlines. The other players had only merged 2 bloodlines. Compared to the top 3, the remaining 7 players are also advancing at an undiminished pace. The 4th and 5th ranking players have already upgraded their second Demon Sutra to perfection, and it won't be long before they reach great perfection. After all, it's not difficult to go from Demon Art Mastery to great perfection with just 10 points of Demon Power. The remaining 6th to 10th ranking players all have their second Demon Sutra at great success. Now that Zhang Yang has achieved great success in his second Demon Sutra, he has become the only player outside of the top 10 to have their second Demon Sutra at great success. If I kill the Wolf Demon Guard tomorrow, I'll have 15 points of Demon Power, and if I can really get the Wolf Demon's fate and leave Sky Wolf Valley, there will be another 15 points of Demon Power. With 30 Demon points, I can quickly upgrade again. This time I am sure to be in the top 5, and even if I get another law-controlling bloodline and Demon Sutra, entering the top 3 won't be a problem. After merging with the 5th bloodline, Sunan is now full of confidence in killing the Wolf Demon tomorrow. Now his only question is, can he really steal the fate of the Wolf Demon Guard after killing it? This question is important. If not, he can only find other ways to leave Sky Wolf Valley. I can go meet the Wolf Demon now. When he arrived at the prison cell where the Wolf Demon was held, the prison door was opened, and a furious roar came out as the Wolf Demon rushed out at an extremely fast speed. But Sunan wouldn't let him succeed. He reacted quickly, raised his hand, and shot out lightning while using his bloodline combat skill to strike at the Wolf Demon. Compared to yesterday, the Wolf Demon's injuries had healed quite a bit, making it slightly stronger than Sunan's current strength. Under these circumstances, although Sunan couldn't kill the Wolf Demon, he didn't suffer like he did yesterday. This time, the battle between the two sides lasted for more than 10 minutes. Sunan used all kinds of bloodline combat skills in succession. The Wolf Demon was even crazier, with hatred clouding its eyes, intent on tearing Sunan apart. The result was a loss for both sides. Sunan's recently recovered body was severely injured again, while the Wolf Demon was in an even more miserable state, with several bloody holes left on its body, and its strength further diminished. 10 minutes later, Sunan used up the last of his energy to drive the Wolf Demon back into the prison cell and close the prison door. Then he used the bone-shifting technique to take on the appearance of the Wolf Demon and left the prison. I still have 7 foreknowledge opportunities today. I can't waste them. Standing at the fork in the road outside Kun Tian prison, Sunan pondered on what to predict. His current priority was to leave Sky Wolf Valley. As it stands, there were only 2 ways to leave Sky Wolf Valley. The first was to simply traverse through the mountain forest, but the biggest problem with this method was the mountain demons. Once he got close to the location where he could leave the gorge, he would be discovered by the mountain demons and killed. The second method was to take the main path leading out of Sky Wolf Valley. He didn't need any foreknowledge for that route. Unless he could acquire the fate of the Wolf Demon, he would most likely end up dead. After some consideration, he ultimately decided to continue attempting to leave through the mountain forest. However, this time he planned to take on the appearance of a mountain demon. Mountain demons are not ordinary demons. If I change my appearance in front of them, it definitely won't work. I have to take a risk and see what the mountain demon looks like first. After carefully considering the details of the plan and making sure nothing was overlooked, he entered the mountain forest. The ancient trees were dense in the mountain forest, and Sunan moved swiftly. But after only a few breaths, he felt several gazes falling upon him. He was being targeted by demons. These were a group of monkey-like demons, and there were dozens of them. If it had been before, he might not have been afraid of these demons, even if he was no match for them. But now that his power was nearly depleted, he was no match for them at all. Sunan didn't panic. He immediately used the bone-shifting technique to change his appearance to match that of these demons. In his previous foreknowledge, these demons had low intelligence. After he changed his appearance to look like them in front of them, they stopped attacking. As expected, just like in his foreknowledge, once he changed his appearance to match theirs, the demons stopped attacking him and instead looked at him curiously. Sunan ignored the demons and continued moving toward the exit of the gorge. 2 or 3 minutes later, he reached a sparsely wooded area. From here, it wasn't far to leave the gorge. Sunan wanted to keep moving forward. Just then, a terrifying figure half a head taller than him appeared in front of him. Mountain Demon. A thought flashed through Sunan's mind. Why do you want to leave this place? The mountain demon asked in a hoarse voice. Sunan didn't answer but quickly observed the mountain demon's appearance. The mountain demon exhibited no human traits. Its skin was covered in folds, its bodily hair sparse, with a head vaguely reminiscent of an enlarged rat head. What sort of realm does this demon belong to? Sunan wondered, his breath hitching in apprehension at the sight of the mountain demon. Having noted the appearance of the mountain demon, Sunan dared not linger. Without waiting for the mountain demon to speak again, he used an unrestricted opportunity to immediately exit the game. It disappeared. Witnessing Sunan's sudden disappearance, the mountain demon issued a surprised sound, its eyes flashing with thought. One hope I won't be corpse scamp. Back in his room, Sunan climbed out of the game warehouse. His choice this time was somewhat risky. With explicit instructions from the 12 demon emperors, demons know now to wait where a player used to log out of the game in order to catch them again. If the mountain demon was indeed guarding his logout location, this would spell trouble. To be safe, Sunan waited a full half-hour before logging back into the game. Reappearing in the game's mountain forest, he was relieved to an environment free of the mountain demon. Assured of his safety, he promptly transformed his appearance into that of the mountain demon, and then initiated his foreknowledge. I can only gauge if I could escape based on this foreknowledge. You have taken on the appearance of a mountain demon attempting to leave the gorge. You swiftly set off beyond the gorge, only to encounter another mountain demon after a few breaths. The sight of you left the mountain demon befuddled before it flew into a rage and swiped at you. You are dead. Before your death, you realized taking the form of a mountain demon was futile, as their clan could tell that you don't belong. From initiation to conclusion, his foreknowledge ended in death before a breath's time. It didn't work. Sunan was disheartened. Without wasting any more time, he quickly transformed back into another demon and hurriedly retreated. The retreat process went smoothly and didn't attract the mountain demon. This left Sunan perplexed as to how the mountain demon discerned whether he was leaving the gorge or returning. Having reached the three-way junction outside the prison, Sunan transformed back into the wolf demon guard. It seems practically impossible to escape from Sky Wolf Valley under the mountain demon's control. He sighed. Seemingly the only way to leave the Sky Wolf Valley was the explicit exit. Now all he could hope for was to usurp the Wolf Demon Guard's fate after killing it tomorrow. I have 6 more opportunities left. What should I foresee this time? He glanced at the task panel. He was now playing the game as Zhang Yang. After completing the Hunt a Mortal-level monster quest, besides the Hunt a Spirit-level monster task, only Explore Mysterious Cave remained on the panel. He could discard the idea of hunting a spirit-level monster. Even if he wasn't drained, it would still be quite difficult to kill a spirit-level monster in his prime state. Perhaps if he managed to advance his lightning bug bloodline to great perfection, it may be feasible. As for the mysterious cave, it was the same. Unless his strength could level up, or if he could mimic the appearance of the demons that dwelt inside the cave, entering it would almost certainly mean death. Yesterday, I came across a demon near the cliff. I can't predict whether I'll meet the same demon today. Looking at the road that led to the cliff, Sunan, with a determined look on his face, decided to initiate foreknowledge. You are aware there is a mysterious demon near the end of the road leading to the cliff, so you've decided to seek it. A minute later, you smoothly arrive at the end of the road. Unfortunately, you don't encounter any demons. Unsatisfied, you try to look for it near the cliff. You explore the mountain forest along the left side of the cliff edge. 2 minutes later, you've gained nothing, despite not giving up and continuing to search. Unknowingly, you've been surrounded by several demons, none of which you were looking for. The demons sense that you've spotted them, revealing themselves and launching a simultaneous attack on you. In this crucial moment, you transformed into the appearance of a demon to narrowly escape disaster. You continue to search, but alas, still found nothing. Same as yesterday, he couldn't find the demon he was looking for. It seems like it was good luck that I ran into that demon last time. He regretted a bit. If he had a glimpse of the demon before, perhaps he would have completed the task of exploring the mysterious cave by now. Just left exploring earlier, let's try right this time. Sunan didn't give up and used foreknowledge again. A few breaths later, he was disappointed. He still got nothing this time. I have 4 foretelling opportunities left, but I better have other arrangements. He was unable to find that demon twice, thus he had to give up. However, he suddenly found that he had no other places he needed to predict. Both characters have completed all available tasks, and the remaining ones were impossible to complete. There is a huge gap in strength, even with the prediction. He can't get it done. Forced prediction is merely a waste of predictive chances without any effect. After contemplating, he took out the beast skin map. His focus fell on a place. Purple Leaf Forest. Centered around the Thousand Wolf Cave, there are 4 paths leading to 4 directions. He has already explored the other 3 directions. Only the road to the Purple Leaf Forest was left untouched. What can be there? Sunan was curious. The daily task of exploring Wanju Peak, the mission of exploring the mysterious cave have been refreshed, but not for exploring the Purple Leaf Forest. Of course, the possible cause of this situation, he suspected, was probably because he didn't complete the mission of exploring the mysterious cave. Perhaps, once he completes the mission of exploring the mysterious cave, he will be able to refresh the task of exploring the Purple Leaf Forest. Then it's this one. Having nothing to do, Sunan decided to go and check it out. What if there is a way out of Sky Wolf Valley there? Even though the likelihood is slim. Purple Leaf Forest is just as far from Thousand Wolf Cave, and he couldn't foretell without getting closer. Unexpectedly, he encountered a sentry post not long after he set foot on the road leading to the Purple Leaf Forest. Compared to the other sentry posts, this one was noticeably different. It was guarded by not 2 but 4 demons, and each of them was fully armored and armed. One of the 4 guards saw Sunan and immediately growled. "Warning, no one of our kind may enter beyond this point without the Great Princess's order. The Purple Leaf Forest is a pivotal place for the Skywolf clan." Sunan was instantly intrigued. Initially he thought that in this Sky Wolf Valley, only the Kuntian prison was a key point, but unexpectedly the Purple Leaf Forest turned out to be one as well. Furthermore, by observing the current situation, it seems that the security guarding the Purple Leaf Forest is even stricter than the Kuntian prison. Now, I want to check out what's inside this Purple Leaf Forest. Sunan not only wasn't deterred but ironically became more interested. Any other person may find this situation hopeless, but he has an alternative. He can completely transform into the appearance of a demon and approach the Purple Leaf Forest through the mountain forest. As long as he gets near the Purple Leaf Forest, he can use foreknowledge. There are many demons in the mountains and forests of Sky Wolf Valley. Although most of them are at the mortal level, fighting them would easily attract mountain demons. It is almost impossible for ordinary players to traverse the mountain forest. Sunan found a place without any demons and directly transformed into a demon similar to a macaque in the mountain forest. Similar to the previous situation, he was targeted by several demons not long after entering the forest. These demons didn't attack him. They were just curiously watching him. Sunan quickly moved through the mountain forest towards the Purple Leaf Forest. Tens of minutes later, he stopped. The forest in front of him was no longer dominated by lush ancient trees, but rather a kind of purple tree he had never seen before. No wonder it's called the Purple Leaf Forest. The leaves of the trees here are actually purple. He can start using his foreknowledge now. You cross the mountain forest and cautiously approach the Purple Leaf Forest, attempting to enter it. A few breaths later, you successfully enter the Purple Leaf Forest, which is dead silent and devoid of any demons. You cautiously explore the depths of the purple leaf forest, and 3 breaths later, you suddenly see a stone tablet standing in front of you. The stone tablet has been there for an unknown amount of time and has been severely weathered. You study it for a moment, but cannot figure it out. You can only continue on, and after just a breath or two, you find another stone tablet. This stone tablet is relatively intact, and you can vaguely see the engravings on it. Upon studying it, you are shocked to find that it is a tombstone. You finally understand that this purple leaf forest is very likely a cemetery. Numerous stone tablets can be found here, and the further you go, the more there are. Unfortunately, these tablets are too weathered and you cannot obtain any information. Ignoring the tombstones, you quickly head towards the depths of the purple leaf forest. 2 minutes later, the purple trees in front of you start to thin out. This place is actually a cemetery. Seeing this, Sunan was surprised. Based on the information from his foreknowledge, this cemetery had existed for quite a long time. The tombstones had all weathered and the carved inscriptions were no longer visible. He couldn't imagine when this cemetery was left behind. Could these tombstones be from ancient times as well? He guessed in secret. There had been a great battle in Sky Wolf Valley during ancient times, resulting in the deaths of many demon beasts. It was highly possible that they had left tombs here. The foreknowledge continued. Lastly, you arrive at the end of the purple leaf forest. Through the sparse trees, you see a gigantic cliff face, in front of which stands a stone tablet at about 30 feet in height. Compared to the stone tablets in the purple leaf forest, this huge stone tablet is even more severely weathered, making it impossible to discern its original shape. As you carefully observe, you suddenly see a red-clothed woman emerge from a cave entrance, followed by 2 young girls. The appearance of the 3 women catches your attention. Unlike demons, the 3 women possess no demonic features. Immediately, you realize that the red-clothed woman is no ordinary person, and you carefully observe her appearance, planning to use her appearance to enter the cave later. What you don't know is that your prolonged observation has alerted the red-clothed woman to something unusual. Suddenly, the red-clothed woman looks at you. Seeing that you are a demon, she is briefly startled before reaching out to grab you. You have no ability to resist and are caught by the red-clothed woman. You died. It wasn't a surprise for Sunan that he died during his first attempt at using foreknowledge. What did surprise him were the things he discovered beyond the purple leaf forest. If these stone tablets are tombstones, then is the huge stone tablet behind a large tomb. At the end of the purple leaf forest, there is actually a great tomb. What kind of demon beast could be buried inside? His heart trembled slightly, and he could be certain that if there really were demon beasts buried inside the great tomb, they would not be ordinary. I wonder what's inside. Curiosity filled his heart, and he could not help but want to enter the great tomb and explore. It was obvious that the purple leaf forest was being closely guarded by demons because of the great tomb. However, from the current situation, the tomb's security appeared quite tight, and it would be difficult for him to enter. The 3 women I encountered in the foreknowledge must be extremely powerful demon beasts. I'll have to wait for the 3 women to leave before I can go over and check it out. According to the foreknowledge, the 3 women would leave the great tomb in a little over 2 minutes. If he wanted to enter the tomb, Sunan would have to wait until they left. Of course, he didn't have much hope of being able to enter the tomb either. These heavily guarded demonic areas must have many demons watching over them, and the tomb's interior would be the most heavily guarded place. But before that, he needed to get closer to the tomb. Foreknowledge only lasts 3 minutes, and if the distance is too far, time will be wasted on the road. Even if he is able to enter the tomb, there is no time left for him to use his foreknowledge. Over 2 minutes later, he arrived at a location not far from the end of the purple leaf forest. From here, the entrance to the great tomb could already be seen clearly. Just then, in his line of sight, a red-clothed woman emerged from the entrance of the great tomb, followed by a white-clothed girl and a green-clothed girl. Just as stated in the foreknowledge, the 3 women did not resemble demons at all, especially the red-clothed woman in the lead, who was not only extremely beautiful in both face and figure, but also on par with Zhu Lingyan. Sunan quickly observed the 3 women. His actions were quite risky. Although he had been discovered in the foreknowledge only after observing them for a long time, Such powerful beings could usually be alerted by a single glance. But he had no choice. If he wanted to enter the great tomb, he had to use the woman's appearance otherwise. Even if he had entered, his chances of survival would be slim. After quickly glancing at the three women and memorizing their appearances, he immediately averted his gaze. He then held his breath and tried to hide his body behind a tree, waiting quietly for the women to leave. 2 minutes later, Sunan looked towards the entrance of the tomb again. The three women were nowhere to be seen, and there was no sign of any unusual occurrences. He breathed a sigh of relief, as his actions had evidently not attracted any attention. He didn't act rashly and continued to wait. After another 2 to 3 minutes, when he was certain that no anomalies had occurred, he prepared to use his foreknowledge. Foreknowledge. You arrive at the end of the purple leaf forest, knowing that there is a great tomb here and that it is your target. After transforming into the appearance of the red-clothed woman, you head towards the entrance of the great tomb. It is a downward-sloping cave entrance, and following the stairs down, you quickly arrive in a circular stone room. There is nothing in the stone room, only 4 demons standing guard in 2 lines, guarding a downward-sloping entrance. Seeing your arrival, the demons not only show no suspicion but immediately salute you, calling you the Great Princess. The Great Princess, the red-clothed woman, is actually the Great Princess these demons were talking about. Sunan was surprised. He had seen the title Great Princess several times in his foreknowledge, but didn't expect to encounter it in such a situation. Now that I've turned into the appearance of the Great Princess, doesn't that mean I can go anywhere in Sky Wolf Valley? Sunan was ecstatic. In Sky Wolf Valley, the Great Princess was clearly the supreme ruler of these demons. As long as he turned into the appearance of the Great Princess, no demon would dare to stop him, let alone attack him. This is a pass. Of course, the premise is that he cannot encounter demons with much higher realms than his own. For example, the old man guarding the exit of Sky Wolf Valley could see through his transformation art. You ignore the 4 demons and come to the cave entrance, following the steps down. Soon, a straight passage stretching forward appears in front of you. There is still nothing in the passage. You continue forward, carefully observing as you go. You see that there are many rooms on both sides of the passage, but unfortunately they are all empty now. Several breaths later, you arrive at the end of the passage, and you see a huge, round, vertical cave in front of you. The cave's formation is unknown. It is vast, and the distance between the stone walls on both sides reaches hundreds of meters. You look down and see that at the bottom of the cave, dozens of iron chains as thick as a bowl stretch out from the stone walls in all directions, wrapping and suspending a giant black coffin about 100 meters long. You only have time to take a glance before quickly looking away. You discover an old man is continuously carving something on the black coffin. You realize that the old man is also a powerful demon beast, and your transformation art isn't very effective against him. If you disturb the old man, you'll die without a doubt. Fortunately, the old man is fully focused on his carving and hasn't noticed your arrival. You dare not linger and decisively choose to return the way you came. You don't notice that a shadow follows you out of the passage. A shadow? What's going on? Sunan was alarmed. Even with foreknowledge, he couldn't help but feel anxious. After leaving the great tomb, you change back into the appearance of a demon from the forest and prepare to return to the 1,000-wolf cave through the mountain forest. You don't walk far when the shadow that followed you out suddenly turns into a young man, who suddenly launches an attack on you. You sense the anomaly. Immediately use windstep to dodge to one side, barely avoiding the attack. The young man doesn't let you go and continues to attack you. You want to counterattack, but your strength is almost gone and you have barely recovered. You are not a match for the young man. After a brief exchange, you die. Before dying, you realize that the attacker is not a demon, but an outsider. This time, because of transforming into the appearance of the Great Princess of the Skywolf clan, the process of foreknowledge was relatively smooth with a lot of information. However, what caught his attention the most was the content at the end. Player. Could it be Zhu Cheng? Sunan frowned. This possibility was very high. Apart from Zhu Cheng, he couldn't think of anyone else who could infiltrate here. It's not like a player would appear in the Great Tomb the first time they entered the game, right? Zhu Cheng entered the Sky Wolf Valley, but he still hasn't found any traces of him. He originally thought that Zhu Cheng might be hiding somewhere, but he didn't expect to meet Zhu Cheng in the great tomb of the Purple Leaf Forest, and even followed him out in his foreknowledge. Zhu Cheng turned into a shadow and followed me out. What kind of method is this? Su Nan was amazed. When Zhu Cheng entered Sky Wolf Valley under the watch of the demons, he already knew that Zhu Cheng had special means, but he never thought that Zhu Cheng could actually turn into a shadow. This method was simply unimaginable. It's even comparable to his bone shifting, each with their own strengths. Could it be that Zhu Cheng is also using an art technique? Su Nan thought of another possibility. He had suspected before that Zhu Cheng's novice task wasn't 1-star difficulty, but at least 3-star difficulty. Now it seems that Zhu Cheng might have completed a 4-star difficulty novice task like him. However, he shook his head as soon as he thought of it, denying his previous thoughts. No, Zhu Cheng's novice task shouldn't be a 4-star task. He entered the game much earlier than I did. If his novice task was a 4-star task, he wouldn't have caught up with me so quickly afterwards. Su Nan realized the problem and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If Zhu Cheng was indeed using an art technique, that would mean he had also cultivated ancient scriptures. Other than him, someone else had also cultivated the ancient scriptures. This wasn't good news for him. He was very clear about the power of the ancient scriptures, and if other players also cultivated them, his advantage would undoubtedly be diminished. But if Zhu Cheng isn't using an art technique, then what is he using? Su Nan pondered, but his understanding of the game was too limited, so he couldn't find any ideas. Zhu Cheng has such abilities that it wouldn't be difficult for him to enter Kun Tian prison. In no time at all, Sky Wolf Valley won't be peaceful. A sense of urgency rose in his heart. Zhu Cheng's arrival had already increased the alertness of Sky Wolf Valley, and if Zhu Cheng caused more commotion in Kun Tian prison, it would undoubtedly be disadvantageous for him. The Kun Tian prison was a treasure trove for him to farm demon power. Now that he could turn into the appearance of the great princess, he was even more hopeful of using her appearance to gain some benefits from the prison. Using this opportunity, he could explore the 3rd level, the 4th layer, and even the 5th level. If possible, he naturally hoped to eliminate Zhu Cheng. However, Zhu Cheng's abilities left him somewhat helpless. If it wasn't for foreknowledge, he wouldn't have discovered Zhu Cheng at all. After thinking for a moment, he couldn't come up with any good solutions, so he stopped thinking about Zhu Cheng's problem and turned his attention back to the mysterious ancient coffin in his foreknowledge. This great tomb must have been left from ancient times. What's inside the black coffin that even the great princess of Sky Wolf Valley is interested in? Looking in the direction of the tomb, he was full of curiosity. Just as he was thinking, a game message suddenly appeared in front of him. You have come into contact with the mysterious ancient coffin, triggering a mainline task. Please refer to the task panel for detailed information. Mainline task. Can foreknowledge trigger tasks too? Su Nan was startled, followed by great joy. Mainline tasks were different from daily tasks, as daily tasks refreshed every day, and he didn't need to worry about running out of tasks. As for mainline tasks, apart from completing novice tasks, he had no idea how to obtain them. Now, the acquisition of the second mainline task was undoubtedly a surprise to him. More importantly, his current identity was not Wang Nan, but Zhang Yang. This mainline task was triggered by Zhang Yang, meaning that his character Zhang Yang could also obtain mainline tasks. Main quest. Demon Emperor's Bloodline. A fierce war took place 10,000 years ago, where a formidable demon emperor was killed and buried in the gorge. Due to a series of coincidences, even after 10,000 years, the corpse of the demon emperor is still not entirely decomposed. Several decades ago, the Skywolf clan discovered the demon emperor's tomb and inferred the potential presence of essence blood within his remains, which excited them immensely, and they intend to extract the essence blood from the corpse. The potent demon's essence has the power to strengthen another demon's bloodline. If the Skywolf clan succeeds in acquiring the essence blood of the demon emperor, it could potentially lead to the emergence of several powerful demons, which would be a disaster for the human race. Fortunately, the demon emperor's coffin is protected by the force left by an ancient powerhouse, which makes it extremely difficult to force open, even by the likes of a demon emperor. But after decades of research, the demons of the Skywolf clan have discovered a way to resolve this problem. The demons carve a certain array on the coffin to keep whittling down the force protecting the coffin. If this continues, the force shielding the coffin will be completely depleted within 15 days. First phase of the task: destroy the array. Task difficulty: 4 stars. Task reward: mortal level demon sutra, mortal level bloodline, 30 demon points, 1 drop of essence blood. Countdown timer: 15 days. Demon emperor: what level of existence is that? Up to now, the players in the game only comprehend the 4 realms: mortal, spirit, mysterious, and king, but they have no clue about the realms above these. The task he triggered now involves a demon emperor, obviously indicating a realm above the king level. The first phase of the task is of 4 stars. How hard would the final task be? Su Nan was astonished. This task is obviously several times more difficult than the Monster Crisis task. It's basically impossible to complete it in a short period, unless he could find a way to draw away the old man within the tomb. However, high difficulty also means high rewards. Apart from the usual Demon Sutra bloodline, there are also 30 demon power points and a drop of essence blood as rewards. The essence blood for a 4-star task can't be ordinary. This could very well be the essence blood of an ancient demon beast. The thought of this possibility made Su Nan's eyes shine brightly. The rewards for a 4-star task are extremely generous. The novice task last time gifted him the technique seeds that have now become one of his most important methods. This time, a 4-star task rewards essence blood again, and naturally, it can't be the essence blood of a normal demon beast. Concurrently, he thought of another problem. I only triggered the task by using foresight to enter the Great Tomb. Zhu Cheng actually entered the Great Tomb. He must have also triggered the task. He didn't know if there were tasks in this game that multiple people could complete simultaneously, but for sure, his task wasn't of that nature. That meant there could only be one person able to complete this task in the end. Remembering this, Su Nan felt a tightening in his chest. If his opponent was someone else, he had nothing to worry about. With his ability to foresee the future and the bone-shifting technique, he had the absolute upper hand. But if the opponent is Zhu Cheng, his advantage will be greatly reduced. This task can't be completed in a short time, so don't worry about it for now. Su Nan shook his head and turned to look at his personal information panel. I still have one opportunity for foresight. Where should I use it? There is a powerful demon beast in the tomb, so continuing to foresee is not very beneficial. After giving it some thought, he plans to predict once again whether he can leave the Skywolf Valley. Previously, when he turned into the mountain demon, his disguise was seen through. This time, he plans to use the transformation of the Great Princess. You transform into the Skywolf clan princess in hopes of leaving the Skywolf Valley. You are moving through the mountain forest. Because of your transformation, you don't attract the attention of the forest beasts. On the contrary, many beasts are avoiding you. 2 minutes later, you are not far from the exit, but as expected, a mountain demon appears before you. The mountain demon doesn't see through your disguise, but he is curious about why you are leaving this way. You ignore the mountain demon and press forward towards the exit of the Skywolf Valley. It doesn't try to stop you. A few breaths later, you have successfully left the Skywolf Valley. I can't believe it actually worked this time. With the end of the foresight, a smile of joy surfaced in Su Nan's eyes. While the mountain demon was strong, it was clearly inferior to the old man guarding at the end of the exit path. He couldn't discern any flaws in its transformation art. Activating the life wheel scripture, he switched his role to Wang Nan, and then hastily moved directly through the mountain forest outside the gorge. 2 or 3 minutes later, he found himself standing on a huge rock outside the gorge. Unlike the gorge, there weren't many ancient trees outside. He immediately spotted a majestic palace in the distance. He had finally escaped from this place that had entrapped him for over 10 days. Almost simultaneously, the task completion prompt appeared. Congratulations on completing the second phase of the main quest, Monster Crisis. Would you like to claim your rewards immediately? Claim. Congratulations on acquiring a mortal level bloodline. Congratulations on acquiring a mortal level demon sutra. Congratulations on acquiring 15 demon power points. The third phase of the main quest has been unlocked. Please check the task list for more information. Having obtained the rewards, Su Nan felt relaxed. He now had a total of 22 usable demon power points. That was enough to elevate his Thunder Light Worm bloodline to perfection. He decided not to upgrade immediately, instead planning to do so in one go after the tasks are refreshed the next day. Taking out the awarded bloodline and Demon Sutra, unsurprisingly, it was another physique bloodline. Too bad, I can't merge any more physique bloodlines. After glance, he again stowed away both the bloodline and the Demon Sutra. A martial artist at each realm could only merge 4 types of bloodlines, and he had already merged 3 physique bloodlines. If he didn't know that Zhu Lingyan had a physique bloodline from an ancient monster, he might have gone on to merge this ordinary bloodline, but now he had decided not to. Putting away the bloodline, Sunan opened the task panel. The third phase of the main quest had already appeared. Main quest, Monster Crisis Third Phase, Optional Task 1. Escape more than 100 miles away. Task difficulty. 4-star task reward. Mortal level bloodline, mortal level Demon Sutra, 30 demon power points, 1 treasure map. Optional task 2. Slay the demon beast. Task difficulty. 5-star task reward. Spirit grade bloodline, spirit grade demon technique 4. 5 demon power points, 1 spirit item, and a divine ability seed. Countdown to the end of task. 9 days optional tasks. A 5-star task. Sunan was surprised. He didn't expect that he could choose to complete the third phase of his main quest. It was obviously the final phase of this main quest. The first task was a 4-star. This task might be difficult for others. In a world full of monsters, it's not easy to traverse 100 miles. You might encounter many strong monsters along the way, but this was not difficult for him. He had managed to escape from the advanced map of Sky Wolf Valley, so running another 100 miles should be easy. It was the second task that surprised him. 5-star mission. This was the first time Sunan had seen such a difficult task. He had never even heard of it before. Killing a spirit-level demon is a 3-star level task. This task is 5-star, so that demon beast must be at least Xuan level. Sunan guessed. Then he looked at the rewards of the task. There were 4 rewards for the 4-star task, and besides the basic rewards, there was also an extra treasure map. But the 5-star reward directly improved by 1 level, reaching a total of 5 rewards. Not to mention that both the Bloodline and Demon Sutra became spirit level, the demon power also reached 40 points. The key point was the rewards of the spirit object and divine ability seed. Sunan didn't know what a spirit object was, but he had a rough guess about the divine ability seed. This might be an advanced version of the technique seeds. Once obtained, it means that I will have 1 more powerful ability. Sunan was quite envious. If possible, he naturally hoped to complete both tasks, but this was obviously impossible. There was no restriction on choosing one of the 2 tasks, and in theory, he could complete both tasks at the same time. However, it would be impossible to do this in practice, because once he escaped 100 miles away, the demon beast would not be able to find him, and the second task of killing the demon beast would not be completed. He couldn't possibly first kill the demon beast and then escape 100 miles away. Would there be any difference between fleeing and not fleeing then? There are still 9 days left before the task ends, so there is plenty of time. No need to rush now. Sunan didn't immediately decide which task he wanted to complete, but decided to take it 1 step at a time. At least let him complete the tasks of Sky Wolf Valley first. Looking at the palace in the distance, Sunan didn't intend to explore it, instead choosing to return to Sky Wolf Valley. There was a bronze bell in that palace that Zhu Lingyan needed. If he wanted Zhu Lingyan to give him the blood essence of the ancient demon beast, he would have to go inside. But without prior foreknowledge, it would be no different than seeking death to go there rashly. After returning to Kun Tian prison, Sunan quit the game. He didn't know. Not long after he quit the game, a patrolling team of demon beasts entered the great tomb of Purple Leaf Forest. An incense stick's worth of time later, the patrolling demon beasts left the great tomb. None of them noticed that a shadow had silently followed them out. I never thought that there would be such an unexpected harvest this time. Outside the Purple Leaf Forest, Zhu Cheng looked at the task on his panel, filled with surprise and joy. Just as Sunan had thought, he also received the Demonic Emperor's Bloodline task. Sky Wolf Valley is heavily guarded, and that Wang Nan may not have left yet. I wonder if he has received this task. Zhu Cheng also thought of Sunan, but then he shook his head again. The location of the Great Tomb is the most heavily guarded place in the Sky Wolf Valley. Even I have to be very careful if I want to enter. Although Wang Nan is powerful, he should not be able to access the Great Tomb. let alone go inside. When he first entered the game, he was lucky to find a treasure in an ancient relic. It was with the help of that treasure that he was able to rise rapidly. He knew that Su Nan, who had surpassed him and become number one, must also have some special means, but he didn't think Su Nan's means could compare with his own in sneaking into high-level maps. There's no hurry for this task. First, let's complete the final task of Kun Tian Prison and get the rewards. Last time Wang Nan directly promoted his third bloodline to great perfection, making me a joke. I don't believe he can do the same this time. The first place belongs to me. No one can take it away. Kai and you, Wang Nan, you will both be my stepping stones. Zhu Cheng took a deep breath and quickly headed towards the direction of Kun Tian Prison. Before the game's public beta test, he had always thought he would be number one, but he never thought that he would end up as number three. Fortunately, after this period of catching up, he finally arrived at the second position. Now that his third bloodline had reached great accomplishment and was not far from perfection, he was confident that if he could complete this mainline task, he would become number one. Over 10 minutes later, Zhu Cheng arrived at the location of Kun Tian Prison. He didn't enter immediately but chose to wait. His treasure could not be used without limit. Not only did it have a daily limit on usage, but it also had specific requirements for usage conditions. A full 2 hours later, finally, a team of patrolling demon beasts entered Kun Tian Prison. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he quickly transformed into a shadow and sneaked into the shadow of the patrolling demon beasts. This time, the demon beasts failed to detect his presence as well. A few minutes later, Zhu Cheng successfully entered the first floor of Kun Tian Prison. Is this Kun Tian Prison? He walked slowly along the corridor, and soon he arrived at the prison cell where a dozen players were imprisoned. Looking at the tightly closed prison door, he frowned slightly. The key to open the prison door is on a wolf demon. It seems that I have to find a way to steal the key. Today is Sunday, a rare day off for Su Nan. Having nothing to do, he decided to browse the forum. Compared to before the public beta test, the game forum is now very lively, with hundreds of thousands of posts, and the number is increasing by 10,000 to 20,000 every day. Su Nan casually read for a while, but he didn't find any posts that interested him. Helplessly, he could only search by criteria, selecting the posts with the most replies. The web page refreshed, and several posts with over 10,000 replies appeared before him. He had seen the first one, which was an official post on how to avoid losing control. This post immediately attracted the attention of all players when it was released, and even now it is the most followed post. What Su Nan didn't expect was that after this post, several other posts were all guild recruitment posts. Working guild recruiting, established by Great Master Kaiyan Yu, assured strength. Nine Heavens guild recruiting, join us if you are a brother. Deification guild recruiting, interested friends come quickly. The top 3 posts all had over 10,000 replies, showing that these 3 guilds were the most popular. Deification guild, isn't that Zhu Cheng's guild? Su Nan was instantly attracted by the recruitment post of Zhu Cheng's guild. When he clicked in, he discovered that more than 1,000 people had joined Zhu Cheng's guild now. This number might not seem like much, but the most important thing is that these players have all completed the novice task and attained initial success in their demon sutras. This was not a simple feat. It should be noted that the reward for a 1-star novice task only includes 1 bloodline, but no demon sutra. To obtain a demon sutra, one must proceed with subsequent mainline tasks. This leads to many people who have completed the novice task but still have no abilities at all. Players who have initial success in their demon sutras, on the other hand, have not only acquired their demon sutras and bloodlines, but have also completed several daily tasks. These players were undoubtedly the elite of the elite in the current game. This Zhu Cheng is indeed extraordinary. Su Nan sighed in admiration. After clicking on other posts, he found that the top-ranking guilds were all established by players who ranked at the top of the ranking list. The War King Guild, for example, was established by Kaiyan Yu, who ranked 3rd. Meanwhile, the Nine Heavens Guild was founded by a player named Lai Longfei, who was ranked 4th. Su Nan wasn't interested in these guilds and continued to scroll down when suddenly a post caught his attention. It was a screenshot of a mainline task. From the screenshot, it could be seen that the first part of the player's task was a 4-star task. When did 4-star tasks become so cheap? One Sunan was surprised. He had only obtained a 4-star mainline task today, but he didn't expect to see another one in the forum. He immediately clicked on the screenshot and started to examine it carefully. Many parts of the screenshot were censored, making it impossible to see the specific task content. He could only see the task's name, its level, and the rewards. The task was called Heavenly Dome's Danger. Aside from the basic rewards of Demon's Bloodline and Demon Power, the last reward was a set of ancient scriptures. The task countdown was still 25 days. The reward is actually ancient scriptures. I just don't know what level the ancient scriptures are at. Sunan was attracted to the reward. Having practiced the life wheel scripture, he was extremely sensitive to ancient scriptures, knowing how heaven-defying they were. If possible, he naturally didn't want such things to be obtained by others. Unfortunately, the screenshot was heavily censored, and he could only get limited information from it. After taking a few more glances, Sunan was about to click back when a reply under the post caught his attention. Could the Heavenly Dome in the main task be referring to the Heavenly Dome Divine Prohibition? This was a reply from a player with the forum nickname, Archaeologist. Many players commented under this reply, expressing their doubts, and even more people inquired about what the Heavenly Dome Divine Prohibition was. Sunan clicked on those comments and scrolled down. Soon enough, he found a follow-up reply from the archaeologist. I learned about the Heavenly Dome Divine Prohibition from an ancient book in the game. It is said that in ancient times, to prevent demons from infiltrating the humans' territory, a peerless, powerful person laid the Heavenly Dome Divine Prohibition across the 12 states. It's a powerful formation. Within the range of the Heavenly Dome Divine Prohibition, all demons would be suppressed, their strength greatly reduced, and the suppression would be more severe the closer they were to the center of the formation. After the ancient times, the strength of the human race declined, but they were not completely extinct by demons. The Heavenly Dome Divine Prohibition played a huge role, and now the imperial city of the Great Yu Dynasty is one of the centers of the Heavenly Dome Divine Prohibition. Great Yu Dynasty. Upon seeing this name, Sunan couldn't help but feel a little moved. Wang Nan in Kun Tian prison had mentioned that there were 3 sects, 6 religions, and 1 dynasty in Donshan State. The 1 dynasty was very likely the Great Yu Dynasty. So that's why the closer you get to the Great Yu Imperial City, the fewer demons there are, and the weaker they are. The poster is worthy of the name Archaeologist. He even knows this kind of secret. It seems that the poster is also not simple in the game. If the Heavenly Dome Divine Prohibition really has something to do with the Heavenly Dome in the task name, what does the Heavenly Dome's danger mean? Could it be that the Heavenly Dome Divine Prohibition is in danger? Archaeologists' information sparked a lot of discussion among players. For them, this kind of thing was undoubtedly a secret, which was difficult to access under normal circumstances. Sunan was also very interested. He continued to scroll down the post, but unfortunately, he couldn't find any other useful information. Helplessly, he had to exit the post and return to the forum's main page, trying to find other interesting posts. As he continued scrolling down, one post after another passed by in front of his eyes. After more than 10 minutes, he couldn't find anything interesting and eventually logged out of the forum. Midnight. Sunan logged into the game once more. Today was his 12th day in the game and the 7th day of the public beta test. There were only 8 days left before the survival task was completed. It just so happened that this time was the same as the remaining time for the Demon Crisis mainline task. That meant when the survival task was over, so would his mainline task. By now, although most players were still targeted by demons every day, the situation had improved drastically compared to when they first entered the game. Many players had even joined guild influences and, with the help of these influences, escaped their predicament. This could be seen from the ranking list. Now on the ranking list, there are already over 100 players who have reached great perfection in one type of Demon Sutra, and more than 30 have fused with a second type of Demon Sutra, among which are some existences similar to the Luck Children. There are over 300 players who have reached perfection in one type of Demon Sutra, over 1,000 players who have reached great accomplishment in Demon Sutra, and more than 4,000 players who have achieved minor achievement in Demon Sutra. This number is already quite impressive, but compared to those players who haven't even fused with any bloodlines, this number is nothing, not even 1/10. If the remaining players cannot upgrade their Demon Sutra to perfection within the next 8 days, they will only be permanently deprived of their game qualifications. Su Nan sighed. The cruelty of the game was beyond imagination, and it was too difficult to rise in this game without any special opportunities. On the other hand, none of those who could rise were simple individuals. Of course, these matters didn't concern him much. What he cared about now was the task. Yesterday I couldn't kill the wolf demon, but today it's definitely not a problem. Without checking today's daily tasks first, he immediately operated the life wheel scripture, switched his role to Wang Nan, and quickly came to the prison cell where the wolf demon was imprisoned. If we say that yesterday, when he battled the wolf demon, it had the strength comparable to the spirit-level demon at the edge of Warm Moon Pond. Today, the wolf demon only had the strength of a mortal-level demon. Facing such a demon, Su Nan felt no pressure at all. The wolf demon guard seemed to know that they couldn't escape death today, showing despair and resentment in its eyes. Just 1 minute later, the wolf demon was killed by Su Nan with a single fireball. Congratulations on completing the daily task, kill a guard and gaining 15 points of demon power. Current available demonic power, 37 points. The prompt for the completion of the task appeared, and Su Nan's mouth curled up with a smile. It took more than 10 days, but the task was finally completed. At almost the same time, his life wheel scripture started to work uncontrollably. It's really possible. Su Nan was not surprised but delighted. The huge life wheel spun quickly within his body. The next moment, he seemed to have established an intangible connection with the corpse of the wolf demon in the dark. Vaguely, he felt that something indescribable was being quickly stripped away from the wolf demon's corpse and then swallowed by his life wheel. This is life-stealing. He felt both familiar and strange about this feeling, which was exactly the same as when he stole Li Zhuheng's destiny. The life wheel shone brightly and rotated even faster. When the life wheel stopped rotating, the originally dim and illusory third wheel was no longer illusory. Without hesitating, he immediately operated the life wheel scripture to switch to the wolf demon's life wheel. The next moment, the personal information panel in front of Su Nan changed. Name: Lang 13 Race, Skywolf Clan Realm, None Demon Sutra, None Bloodline, None Racial Talent, Berserk Demon Power, 0 points. So this wolf demon is called Lang 13. I can actually become a demon clan. Racial Talent. Is this the ability to transform into a beast-like form like the wolf demon had? At a glance of his personal information panel, just like when he first received Zhang Yang's character, all the demon bloodlines had disappeared. What was different this time, however, was that because he was a member of the Skywolf clan, he had gained a racial talent of Skywolf clan. Prompt: loss of bloodline and demon sutra detected. You can choose to fuse with a new secret power bloodline. Prompt: detection of your cultivation of the ancient life wheel scripture. Personal information has been updated. Prompt: detection of your possession of the technique of bone shifting. Personal information has been updated. Prompt: detection of your talent to foresee the future. Personal information has been updated. Prompt: detection of your 37 points of usable demon power. Personal information has been updated. Su Nan was not surprised by seeing a series of prompts popping up and his personal information panel changing greatly. With his previous experience, Su Nan's eyes lit up when he saw the first prompt. As expected, the wolf demons don't belong to the physique series but to the secret power system. After several fights with wolf demons, he had long discovered the difference in their abilities. The power of the wolf demons could penetrate his internal organs and cause damage to him. Physique series, secret power system, law controlling class. Now I can fuse with bloodlines from all 3 systems. He was excited. Each system had its advantages and disadvantages, but mastering 3 systems allowed him to make up for the shortcomings of a single system, greatly increasing his combat options. Moreover, a character in the same realm could fuse with 4 different bloodlines. As he was 3 characters now, it meant that he could fuse with 12 bloodlines. How powerful would 12 bloodlines be? Su Nan's breath quickened a little. With just 5 bloodlines fused, he could already fight spirit-level monsters. He could not imagine how powerful he would become if he fused with 12 bloodlines. He feared that by then, even if he did not break through to the spirit level, slaying spirit-level monsters would be a piece of cake. perhaps even capable of going beyond the spirit level and fighting Xuan-level monsters. If I could fuse all 12 bloodlines before the demons arrive and advance them to great perfection, would I be able to fight the demons? He thought of the mainline task again, and at that moment, he saw hope in completing the task. If others knew about Sunan's thoughts, they would be utterly shocked. With only 8 days remaining, it's impossible to even fuse with 3 more bloodlines, let alone 7. However, for Sunan, it might not be impossible, as long as the character Lang 13 also had daily tasks. There must be daily tasks. Taking a deep breath, he opened the task list. Prompt unknown error occurred. Novice tasks have been refreshed. Please select and complete any of the following tasks to unlock daily tasks and mainline tasks. Novice Task 1. Patrol the first floor of Kun Tian Prison. Task difficulty 1-star. Task reward Mortal level bloodline. Novice Task 2. Slay a mortal level outsider. Task difficulty 1-star. Task reward Mortal level bloodline. Novice Task 3. Hunt the Infiltrator. Task difficulty 2-star. Task reward Mortal level bloodline. Mortal level demon sutra. Note: tasks refresh daily. The selection and completion of novice tasks will directly affect the unlocking of subsequent mainline tasks and daily tasks. Please choose carefully. Novice tasks. Sunan was stunned for a moment, but then he seemed to realize something, and a look of understanding appeared in his eyes. Clearly, in the game's judgment, the character Lang 13 was deemed as a new account. Last time, Zhang Yang's character didn't have any novice tasks because he had already completed them. Compared to the appearance of novice tasks, the most unexpected thing for Sunan was the 3 tasks themselves. Hunt players. The task actually asks me to actively hunt players. Sunan was astonished. After seeing the personal information panel, he was almost certain that the character Lang 13 could also receive tasks, but he never expected that the task would be to hunt players. This was simply unbelievable. However, thinking about it, he understood. Humans want to hunt demons, and demons want to hunt humans too. When he played as a human, the main tasks were focused on hunting demons. Conversely, when he played as a demon, hunting humans was quite natural. Understanding this point, Sunan's eyes sparkled. Compared to hunting demons, hunting players was much easier. I must not let anyone know about my ability, or I'll become public enemy number 1. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself down. He then looked at the 3 tasks again. The first task was not worth mentioning, patrolling the prison's first floor with a difficulty of only 1 star, which he didn't care about. The second task was also 1 star, and even though it required him to hunt players, he had no interest. The only task that caught his attention was the third one. Hunt the Infiltrator. So someone infiltrated Kun Tian Prison. Sunan was surprised and then thought of someone. Zhu Cheng. If the infiltrator in the task was a player, it was highly likely to be Zhu Cheng. Although there were other players like Zhang Feng in Kun Tian Prison, they were not considered infiltrators but prisoners in the context of the prison. A 2-star task isn't too bad, I'll take it. Sunan didn't hesitate and accepted the task. Like the mainline tasks, novice tasks had detailed introductions, and the introduction appeared on the panel as soon as the task was accepted. Novice task. Hunt the Infiltrator. An outsider had invaded Kun Tian Prison yesterday. Find and kill him. It really is Zhu Cheng. The task introduction was simple but already enough. Sunan was now 2% sure that the infiltrator was Zhu Cheng. Only Zhu Cheng had the ability to infiltrate the prison. This task is not urgent. Players can log in and out, and Zhu Cheng might not be online now. First, let's advance the Lightning Sutra to great perfection. Switching back to Zhang Yang's character and seeing the 37 points of demon power, he immediately chose to upgrade. Consuming 26 points of demon power, he directly upgraded the Lightning Sutra from great accomplishment to great perfection. He still had 11 points of usable demon power left. The number of times he could use his talent to foresee the future increased again, reaching 8. Checking the ranking list, his rank unexpectedly became 5th. Look at the ranking list. The 5th place has changed to someone named Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang. I remember him. A few days ago, he jumped from beyond 500th place to over 200, then yesterday moved up to NTH place. I never thought he'd reach the 5th place today. From beyond 500th place to 5th place in just a few days. Where did this dark horse come from? Great God, this is a great God. What are those luck children compared to him? They're nothing. Begging for Zhang Yang great god's friend position. The moment Zhang Yang's character appeared as the fifth on the ranking list, the game's regional chat channel exploded with players exclaiming about Zhang Yang's upgrading speed. However, no one knew that Su Nan was not satisfied with this rank. Only fifth place. My goal is the top three. He shook his head slightly. He still had demon power, but there were no bloodlines and demon sutras left for him to upgrade. Helplessly, he activated the life wheel scripture, switched his character back to Lang 13, and focused on the novice tasks again. I wonder if Zhu Cheng has logged into the game or not. After using the bone-shifting technique and transforming back into a wolf demon, he left the prison cell. Su Nan didn't know that in the corridor outside the cell, Zhu Cheng was also looking for him. Didn't they say that the wolf demon would patrol from 10 o'clock in the evening to 2 in the morning? Why don't I see it now? Walking silently in the corridor, Zhu Cheng glanced at the freshly refreshed daily tasks on the task panel. There were 3 daily tasks. The first one was to hunt down a mortal-level demon, quite common, yet difficult to complete at present unless he could get the keys to these prison cells. Otherwise, he would have to leave the Kun Tian prison. The second task had a 3-star difficulty, which was to explore the second floor of the prison. This task wasn't hard for him. As long as a demon entered the second floor, he could mingle and sneak in with it. What he paid attention to was the last task. He had anticipated the appearance of this task, having learned it from Zhang Feng's mouth a long time ago. However, what differed from the information he got was that this wasn't a 3-star task, but a 2-star task. The task difficulty has decreased. What's going on? Has the wolf demon's strength declined? Zhu Cheng was puzzled as this was the first time he encountered such a situation. 3-star tasks corresponded to spirit level and 2-star tasks to mortal level. He couldn't figure out how a task to hunt a spirit level demon could be 2-star. Little did he know that in the judgment of the game, the wolf demon was no longer considered a spirit level monster. No matter what caused it, this is good news for me. Zhu Cheng's eyes gleamed with delight. Maybe I could find an opportunity to kill that wolf demon. Initially, he just wanted to steal the keys to the prison cells from the wolf demon, but now he changed his mind. With a flip of his hand, he took out a slender dagger from his personal space. The entire dagger was white, appearing to be a polished piece of bone. This was a dagger he had risked great danger to steal not long ago, and it had a strong restraint against demons. With this dagger and the treasure that could transform him into a shadow, he could say that hunting mortal-level monsters was smooth sailing. Suddenly, he heard a series of footsteps coming. The wolf demon is here. Zhu Cheng was shocked and immediately turned into a black shadow and hid in a corner, blending with the shadow of the corner. Leaving the prison cell, Su Nan walked slowly towards the depths of the prison, contemplating how to deal with Zhu Cheng if he encountered him. Zhu Cheng's third monster technique had not yet reached great perfection, so he wasn't a major threat, but Zhu Cheng's ability to transform into a shadow was a headache for him. Zhu Cheng can turn into a shadow and follow behind others with effective concealment. Would observing the shadow's changes expose him? He thought of a method, but then he shook his head. No, if it were that easy, he couldn't have slipped in so easily. Powerful demons could even detect being observed, so there was no way a demon couldn't detect a trailing shadow. Zhu Cheng's ability was not as simple as he imagined. At least with his current abilities, it was hard to find Zhu Cheng. It seems to crack Zhu Cheng's ability, I still have to use foreknowledge. After thinking for a while, he decided to use foreknowledge once. You know that a stranger from outside has sneaked into the Kun Tian prison, and you want to find him out. You carefully observe the situation in the corridor, especially those hidden corners. However, even so, you don't find anything. You have no idea that when you pass cell number 40, a shadow enters at your feet and follows you forward. He really is here. Seeing this, Su Nan was not frightened. Instead, he was overjoyed. As long as Zhu Cheng logs into the game, he would have a chance to complete the novice task. A minute later, you reach the end of the first floor without gaining anything. You have no choice but to turn back and return. You arrive in front of cell number 49, open the cell door and walk in, planning to kill the demon inside the cell. The shadow following you seems to hesitate to enter the cell, and it doesn't continue to follow you. Instead, it stays outside the cell. This guy is really cautious. Su Nan sighed. If Zhu Cheng could follow him into the cell, he could completely use the cell to trap Zhu Cheng in the prison. Obviously, before this, he used cells to imprison Zhang Feng and others, making Zhu Cheng understand that once you enter a cell and if you don't have a key, it's hard to get out. Su Nan regretted a little. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have imprisoned Zhang Feng and the others. Compared to Zhu Cheng, a big fish, the others were nothing. More than a minute later, you kill the demon in the cell and leave the cell. The moment you leave the cell, the outsider who has turned into a shadow can't suppress it anymore and suddenly attacks you. You sense danger and immediately use the bloodline combat skill Windstep to dodge this attack. However, despite your fast speed, the outsider is even faster. Huh. Zhu Cheng's speed is even faster than mine with Windstep. Su Nan was surprised, and he thought of a possibility. It seems that at least 2 of the 3 bloodlines he integrated are based on speed. Unfortunately, you were injured by the outsider using a bone device. Your strength is affected, and your power is greatly reduced temporarily. You don't know that the weapon the outsider uses is crafted by the ancient human clan specifically for demons and only works against demons. After successful first attack, the outsider launches another attack on you. You fight back with all your strength, and after realizing that your remaining strength is still very strong, the outsider changes its strategy and plans to fight with you relying on speed. Your speed is slightly slower than the outsider's. Every time you attack, the outsider barely dodges. At critical moments, you use lightning to injure it. After the outsider realizes that it's not your match, it decisively flees. The foreknowledge ends. This premonition made Su Nan experience several surprises in a row. Bone device. There are such things in the game. Good stuff. It would be nice if I can get hold of it. Su Nan was tempted. If he had such a thing, the wolf demon guard would have been killed by him yesterday. However, he also knew that this would be very difficult. Players have their individual spaces, and they will definitely put away the items before they die. This game does not have a mechanism of dropping equipment upon death. But he did not give up. Zhu Cheng's speed is faster than mine. It seems I have to strike first. He continues moving, maintaining his previous speed towards cell number 40. He's coming. In the corner, Zhu Cheng, who has melded into a shadow, holds his breath, ready to strike at any moment. Su Nan arrives at cell number 39, and as he reaches here, he suddenly stops without advancing further. His gaze sweeps over to a corner in front of cell number 40. It's the most likely place for someone to hide. In the premonition, he didn't know that Zhu Cheng was following him. He was passive and waited for Zhu Cheng to strike. Now that he knows Zhu Cheng will be here, he would not be so foolish as to wait for Zhu Cheng to strike. Could this wolf demon have found me? Seeing Su Nan's gaze over, Zhu Cheng, who has blended into the darkness, is taken aback. A thought flashes through his mind. Then he shakes his head secretly. Impossible, this wolf demon is a spirit-level demon at best. He can't possibly find me. It has not self-consolation but confidence in his own abilities. However, at this moment, Su Nan makes a move. A streak of lightning formed into a long snake, shooting towards his location at lightning speed. This is the combat skill of Su Nan's electric insect bloodline awakening, which he named Thunder Snake Technique. Not good, I've been spotted. Zhu Cheng was startled and immediately dodged to the side without a second thought. However, the speed of the Thunder Snake was more than twice as fast as his. Bang! Accompanied by the explosion of electric light, Zhu Cheng's figure appeared in front of Su Nan. At this moment, Zhu Cheng's appearance was a bit miserable. His skin charred and there was fresh blood at the corner of his mouth. Obviously, Su Nan's full-strength attack had caused considerable damage to him. The physique bloodline can enhance strength, speed, and physique simultaneously, but the focus of each bloodline is different. But the bloodlines of the law-controlling class are different. They only enhance one thing: mana. The stronger the mana, the more powerful the attack will be. Although Su Nan now only uses the power of one bloodline, his power is a combination of 2 great demon art perfection mana powers. Damn rat, daring to break into Kun Tian prison. Su Nan roared in the tone of a wolf demon while launching another fireball attack. Having been seen through by Su Nan, Zhu Cheng didn't escape, but instead decisively chose to use his bloodline combat skill and approach Su Nan. Even though he was injured by Su Nan, it allowed him to figure out that Su Nan's strength was not yet at the spirit level. Otherwise, The blow just now would have either killed or severely injured him. As long as Sunan wasn't at the spirit level, he had hope for victory. After using his bloodline combat skill, Zhu Cheng's speed suddenly soared, avoiding the fireball attack. The dagger in his hand stabbed towards Sunan at an extremely fast speed. His speed was so fast that even Sunan, with his 3 physique bloodline great perfections, was slightly inferior. Sunan could only use the Thunder Snake technique again. As the Thunder Snake exuded dazzling light, Zhu Cheng's heart tightened. This time, he didn't dodge because he knew he couldn't. He planned to trade injury for injury. Even if he was severely injured by this strike, he would still stab Sunan with the dagger. It must be said that Zhu Cheng's plan was sound. His focus was on speed, and combining that with his relentless fighting style, Sunan had no way of dodging. Now he could only choose between fighting back against Zhu Cheng's attack or defending himself. Sunan chose the latter, lifting his arm to block the attack. Ignorant of your own death. Seeing Sunan trying to block his attack with his arm, Zhu Cheng sneered. In his view, as long as Sunan was stabbed with the dagger, his strength would be greatly reduced. Even if he was severely injured himself, he could still kill Sunan. The bone-quality dagger was exceptionally sharp, easily piercing Sunan's flesh. Gotcha! Feeling the resistance from the bone as the dagger touched it, Zhu Cheng was overjoyed. He didn't see the slight smirk on Sunan's face. Sunan was waiting for this moment. Although he still looked like a wolf demon due to the effects of bone shifting, his character had already switched his role to Wang Nan when he first made a move, and he had already activated the life wheel scripture. He was now a human, so the dagger's damage to him was no different from an ordinary dagger. Sparing no child, his target was Zhu Cheng's dagger. Players can put items into their personal space before death, but this also has a prerequisite. If an item isn't in a player's hand, or if another person is holding onto it, it cannot be entered into the personal space. Ignoring the pain of the dagger piercing his flesh, Sunan grabbed the dagger with one hand, and at the same time mobilized all his strength to hit Zhu Cheng with a fierce punch. This time, he didn't hold back any longer, not worried about Zhu Cheng finding out his anomaly. The power of both the law-controlling and physique classes burst forth, with flames surging and electricity running wild. Now that he had obtained the destiny of the wolf demon, whether in the eyes of demons or players, he was a demon. Even if players knew he could use the powers of 3 classes simultaneously, it wouldn't have much impact on him. Besides, unless he never used his full strength in front of players, he would be exposed sooner or later. Facing this punch, Zhu Cheng finally looked alarmed. How can there be so much strength left? Zhu Cheng's face was full of shock. He could feel that the wolf demon's strength in front of him was far beyond what it was just now, as if the wolf demon had never used its full strength before. Zhu Cheng wanted to pull the dagger out of Sunan's body, but found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move Sunan even a tiny bit. His physical strength was much weaker than Sunan's. Left with no choice, he let go of the dagger and retreated quickly. However, Sunan had no intention of letting him go so easily. After pulling out the dagger and operating the life wheel scripture to switch back to the wolf demon form, Sunan fired off an electric shot, which forms another lightning snake that struck Zhu Cheng. This very attack slightly slowed down Zhu Cheng's evasion, and in the next moment Sunan's punch landed heavily on him. Bang! The fire burst open and electric sparks flashed. Zhu Cheng flew back several meters. Blood gushed from Zhu Cheng's mouth, and his chest caved in, his flesh charred. Already severely injured from the previous 3 lightning snake attacks, Zhu Cheng couldn't hold on any longer after taking Sunan's punch. He finally died. Before dying, Zhu Cheng deeply regretted. He regretted not completing a daily task first before dealing with the wolf demon. If he had done so, even if he lost, he could have forcibly quit. In reality, in a villa, more than a dozen players gathered, looking at the luxurious game warehouse in a room not far away, anticipation in their eyes. "Do you think Brother Zhu can succeed this time?" one person asked. "Why bother asking? You guys have seen Zhu's ability before, and also know how dangerous the place we are trapped in is. Yet even so, hasn't Zhu been able to come and go as he pleases?" Hearing that, the others nodded, their hearts filled with expectations, waiting for Zhu Cheng to come and rescue them. They were the players who were locked up in prison by Sunan. "Once Brother Zhu opens the prison, I'll tear those damned demons to pieces. And that damned wolf demon guard, he's the real culprit." Mentioning the wolf demon, the dozen people gritted their teeth in anger. They had been locked in prison for 3 or 4 days already. During these days, they were helpless to do anything and couldn't gain any demon power nor even log in. Originally, they were considered top players ranked in the top 100 or so, but now their rankings had dropped to the 1 to 2,000 range, a gap too big for them to accept. Zhang Feng had it worse. Before the public beta test, he had already reached demon cultivation initial success, but now after more than 10 days he was still at the same level. That wolf demon must die. Zhang Feng clenched his teeth. As they were talking, they suddenly saw that the luxurious game warehouse in the room opened, and Zhu Cheng crawled out of the warehouse. Zhang Feng immediately stepped forward and asked, "Big brother, how did it go? Did the wolf demon die?" Zhu Cheng's face was extremely gloomy. He shook his head without saying a word. It was his first time dying in the game. He couldn't understand why the task of hunting a spirit-level wolf demon would be a 2-star difficulty. He couldn't understand how a spirit-level wolf demon could have discovered him. He couldn't understand why his dagger couldn't produce the expected effect when facing the wolf demon. Nor could he understand how a wolf demon could simultaneously use 2 types of power. All of these he couldn't figure out. Most importantly, he lost his dagger. "Damn wolf demon, I must kill you." Zhu Cheng's eyes were darkened, and he clenched both fists, shouting the same words as Zhang Feng just now. "Congratulations, the novice task is complete. Daily task activation, main quest activation. Please go to Task Center to check tasks and claim rewards." In the game, Su Nan looked at the prompts that appeared before him, and a smile appeared in his eyes. Ignoring these, he carefully examined the dagger he held. Beast Bone Dagger. Spirit-level dagger. There were ferocious beasts in ancient times, born inheriting the evil energy of heaven and earth. Powerful, and humans used the bones of these beasts to create weapons to counter the demons. These weapons have a temporary suppressing effect on the demon bloodline. It needs to be tempered with a drop of mortal-level demon essence blood every 3 uses, and it works most effectively on spirit-level demons. The remaining number of uses is currently 2/3. The bones of ancient ferocious beasts. It's a pity that it's only useful for spirit-level demon beasts. Su Nan sighed secretly. If the dagger could work on all the boundaries of demons, it would undoubtedly be a divine weapon. However, it is only useful for spirit-level demons, which considerably reduces its value. However, acquiring this dagger came at an opportune time. Now his strength is already comparable to that of a spirit-level demon. Coupled with this dagger, handling slightly weaker spirit-level demons is no longer an issue. The white bone dagger is snow white all over, with a jade-like warmth to it. On one side of the dagger, a blood-red thin line sprawls up to 2/3 of the dagger. This should be the mark of the tempering of the demon essence and blood. This time not only did Zhu Cheng lose a treasure, but he also lost a drop of essence blood. The essence blood of a demon is the bloodline of the demon. Surprisingly, one needs the demon's blood to use this dagger, and the cost of using it is not small. At the very least, ordinary players wouldn't have the ability to use it even if they get their hands on it. 1 drop of essence blood can be used 3 times. As long as it's used well, it can slay 3 spirit-level demons. It's still worth it. After looking carefully at the dagger for a moment, he put it away and then turned his attention to the rewards of the novice tasks. You want to claim the reward for the Hunt the Invaders task. Claim. Congratulations, you have acquired the Sky Wolf Bloodline and Sky Wolf Sutra. Reward has been stored in the personal space. Please go to personal space to check. Daily tasks are now open. Mainline tasks are now open. Without looking at the daily tasks and mainline tasks in a hurry, Su Nan took out the Bloodline and the Demon Sutra. Sky Wolf Bloodline. Secret Power System, Mortal Level Bloodline. Once one of the ancient 100 clans, the Sky Wolf clan was powerful, capable of mastering the entire power of the Secret Power System. After taking this bloodline, you will randomly gain one of the Secret Power System's abilities. Sky Wolf Sutra, Mortal Level Demon Sutra. This Demon Sutra is used by the juvenile Sky Wolves of the Sky Wolf clan to enhance their bloodline and has to be used in conjunction with the Sky Wolf bloodline. You want to use it now. One of the ancient 100 clans, randomly mastering one of the Secret Power System's abilities. Su Nan was surprised. Before, all the bloodlines he merged with were predestined to grant him a certain power. This is the first time he's seen a bloodline that grants him a random power. Obviously, the Skywolf clan is far more formidable compared to the demon clans he had merged with before. The secret power system comprises three types of powers: essence, primordial Kai, and divine soul. I wonder which one I will get. Even though he hasn't seen the various powers of the physique series and law-controlling class, just from the literal meaning of words, he can guess what the powers are. However, the secret power system is different. Besides the divine soul power which he roughly understands, it is difficult for him to fathom the essence and primordial Kai powers from the literal meaning of the words. With anticipation in his heart, he chose to use the Demon Sutra and swallowed the bloodline at the same time. Compared to when he first used the controlling technique bloodline, the conflict caused by the use of the secret power bloodline was more intense, and he had a feeling of losing control in an instant. Fortunately, everything changed as the life wheel scripture was circulated. More than a minute later, when everything calmed down, the game prompt popped up. Congratulations, you have mastered the power of divine soul. Power of divine soul. Sunan's heart stirred, and he immediately felt the changes in his body. He found that he now seemed to have a few invisible tentacle-like appendages that were untouchable but truly existed. These appendages were like his eyes, and even when he closed them, he could see the surroundings clearly by relying on them. At the same time, he had a premonition that if he used these appendages to attack an enemy, the enemy would be caught off guard because these appendages were intangible to begin with. It reminded him of the bat demon he killed when he first entered the game. In that foreknowledge, the bat demon could launch a mental attack on him, which was obviously a use of the power of divine soul. The power of divine soul is really hard to guard against. It's good that there seemed to be few demons with this power. He had killed so many demons, and other than the bat demon that could mentally attack initially, the rest of the demons mainly focused on the law-controlling class and body series. This provides proof of the extraordinariness of the divine soul power. Sunan was very satisfied, as having this power undoubtedly enriched his means. With TT demon points left, he didn't plan on keeping them. He spent 6 demon points to raise the Sky Wolf Sutra to a minor achievement. Clearly feeling the increase in the strength of his divine soul, Sunan nodded in satisfaction before looking at his daily tasks. Daily Task 1. Hunt and kill one mortal grade outsider. Task difficulty, 1 star. Task reward, 1 demon power point. Daily Task 2. Hunt and kill to mortal level outsiders. Task difficulty, 2 stars. Task reward, 5 demon power points. Daily Task 3. Hunt a top 100 Kai luck outsider. Task difficulty, 2 stars. Task reward, 5 demon power points. All 3 tasks are about killing players. Are they really trying to make me a public enemy of the players? Top 100 Kai luck outsiders. It must be referring to the top 100 players in the rankings. Sunan's eyes showed a different color. After seeing the novice tasks, he already had a foreknowledge that his role may inevitably involve hunting players in the future. However, he didn't expect that all 3 daily tasks would mainly involve killing players. Since killing players gets me demon power, if I hire a group of players specifically for me to hunt, wouldn't I be getting 11 demon power points every day? For a moment, he thought of an excellent way to obtain demon power, but then he shook his head. During the survival trial period, players have a limited number of deaths, so no one would be willing to waste them just like that. Moreover, if he really did that, it would be just a matter of time before some players found out about his abnormality. If it was discovered then that he could hunt players for demon power, it would not be worth it. There are still more than 10 players in the prison. Maybe I can make use of them. Thinking of Zhu Cheng's people, Sunan's eyes lit up again. Main quest. Wrath of the Demon Emperor. Not long ago, a large number of outsiders descended. The ancient sages among the demons predicted that their appearance would completely break the long-standing domination of the demons in this world, something that no demon would allow. The 12 demon emperors were furious and ordered the hunting of outsiders. As a member of the demon clan, you have no choice but to comply. First stage of the mission. Hunt 30 mortal level outsiders and 1 top 100 Kai luck outsider. Task difficulty, 3 stars. Task reward, mortal level demon sutra, mortal level bloodline, 15 demon points. This is also a mission to hunt players. Compared to the 2-star daily tasks, the number of players to be hunted has increased by 3 times. 30 people, that's a bit difficult. Players can respawn. If repetitive kills count, it's possible to complete it quickly. Compared to slaying demons, hunting players is much simpler, as no current player is a match for him. However, the problem is that he is in an advanced map, where ordinary players won't appear, making it difficult for him to hunt a large number of players. Should I think of a way to attract some players over here? Sunan's eyes flickered as he secretly planned. After checking Lang 13's task, he switched roles again and looked at the daily tasks of the other 2 roles today. There was no change in Zhang Yang's tasks, the same as yesterday. Hunt a mortal-level monster, hunt a spirit-level monster, and explore a mysterious cave. Instead, Wang Nan's tasks changed because he left Sky Wolf Valley yesterday. The task of hunting the second-floor guard in the prison disappeared and was replaced by an exploration task. Daily Task 1. Explore Wolf King Palace. Task difficulty: 4-star task reward, 30 demon points. Apparently, the Wolf King Palace was the palace outside Sky Wolf Valley. 4-star task. Sunan was taken aback. This was the first time he refreshed to a 4-star daily task. Moreover, this was just an exploratory task. Having completed so many daily tasks, he had discovered some patterns about the task levels. Under normal situations, the levels of exploratory tasks are usually lower than that of tasks requiring killing demons. The fact that an exploratory task has now reached 4 stars shows how high the task's difficulty is. Upon consideration, Sunan was relieved. The Wolf King Palace was clearly the Skywolf clan's main base here. There were not only a large number of guards there, but there were also powerful demons who had completely transformed into human form guarding the place. Just this alone was enough for this task to reach a 4-star level. This task will be difficult to complete in a short time. Better to finish the other tasks first. He definitely intended to go to the Wolf King Palace, but he decided to save this task for last. At the very least, he should first complete all the tasks that his 3 roles allowed him to do. After thinking it over, he decided to first go and check on the players who were locked in the prison cell. Previously, in order to prevent these players from affecting him, he kept them in the same cell with the demons. Now that he could gain demon power by killing players, he naturally couldn't let those players be killed by the demons anymore. He opened the prison cell, and the 5 demons who were awakened by this rushed at Sunan like mad upon seeing him. Sunan threw a punch, and the first demon was directly put into serious injury. Then he hit another with a fireball, also seriously injuring it. Now, none of the demons in the prison cell were even qualified to make him go all out. A moment later, 2 of the demons were killed by him using 2 different identities, yielding him 10 demon power points. He then transferred the remaining 3 demons one by one. Quite interestingly, just when he was taking away the last demon, a player appeared in the prison cell. Where are all the demons? The player was stunned as he immediately noticed the unusual situation in the cell. His game name was Wu Yi, and he was the only player among the dozens who had achieved great success in demon cultivation. Since they were all wiped out by demons for the first time, they had been taking turns logging into the game to monitor the situation in order to minimize the number of deaths. Today, it was Wu Yi's turn. He looked around and didn't see the demons that had previously killed him, making Wu Yi couldn't help but feel elated. However, when he saw Sunan, his face dramatically changed. Sunan, holding the last demon, was a bit surprised to see Wu Yi appear. Then a smile appeared in his eyes. This guy who was about to deliver the demon power points had just arrived. He took a look at Wu Yi, but instead of attacking immediately, he held the demon and turned around to close the prison door and leave. Now was not the time to strike. After he left, Wu Yi looked at the empty prison cell and was both frightened and overjoyed. Great, those damn demons were finally taken away. Wu Yi almost wept for joy. For so many days he had been too afraid to even log in, let alone complete tasks. Now, he finally saw hope of leaving the prison cell. Quit game. Seeing no danger around, Wu Yi immediately exited. He needed to share the good news with the others. A minute or so later, the empty prison cell was now crammed with a full 16 players. The demons are really gone. Why would that wolf demon be so kind? Who cares? As long as those demons aren't around, we have a chance to get out of here. Finally, I can get out. I don't want to stay in this hellish place for a minute longer. The crowd of players was excited. Earlier, Zhu Cheng's failure made them believe they wouldn't be able to leave the prison cell today, but the current situation had once again given them hope. Without the 5 demons, they could completely take advantage of their superior numbers and escape as soon as the prison door opened. "What should we do now?" someone asked. Without thinking, Wu Yi immediately responded, "Continue with our previous plan, escape as many people as we can." He couldn't wait any longer. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded, and immediately some players began to bombard the prison door to attract the attention of the demons. Under the onslaught, the prison door made a dull thud. In the corridor, Sunan smiled. He had been waiting for this moment all along. "The wolf demon is here. Everyone take your tasks and get ready to rush out." Wu Yi warned at the sound of Sunan's footsteps. The rest prepared themselves, their eyes fixed on the prison door. Finally, the prison door was open. "Everyone, charge!" Someone shouted and a dozen players rushed out like a swarm of bees. However, what greeted them were bolts of electric light. As the electric light exploded, the first 3 players who charged out retreated and fell to the ground. They were only at the beginning stage of Demon Sutra. How could they resist Sunan's attack? The death of these 3 did not deter the others, each of them looking for an opportunity to rush out. "You bunch of rats, none of you can escape." How could Sunan possibly let these people escape? He was relying on them to farm demon power in the future. He did not hold back his power, and his palms continually slapped the players, knocking them backward with his immense strength. This caused the players who were following them to suffer. They were about to rush out of the cell but were knocked back again. At that moment, 3 players found an opportunity. In the moment when Sunan launched his attack, they suddenly shot out. Just as the 3 were about to rush out of the cell, they seemed to be bewitched, and their movements involuntarily paused. They were hit by Sunan's power of divine soul. The Sky Wolf Sutra was only at the beginning stage, so the power of the divine soul could only halt the players for an instant. But in that instant, Sunan had freed up his hand. 3 bolts of electric light hit the 3 players, killing them on the spot. From the moment Sunan opened the cell until now, it was only a short breath's time, yet already 8 or 9 players had died. Watching as their teammates were killed one after another, at this critical moment, Wu Yi, the only one who had reached the advanced stage of the Demon Sutra, stepped forward. "To hold him back, you all run fast." As he spoke, he fearlessly charged towards Sunan, trying to create an opportunity for the others to escape the cell. Sunan wouldn't let him succeed. He hurled a fireball out, blasting Wu Yi off before he could even touch his body. "What's going on? This wolf demon seems to know what we want to do." Someone finally noticed something was off and exclaimed in shock. Hearing this, Sunan sneered inwardly. If they were dealing with a normal wolf demon, their plan would have already been successful. The wolf demon wouldn't know these players had a task, so naturally it wouldn't care about them escaping the cell. In the eyes of the wolf demon, even if the players were to escape the cell, they would still die by its hand. Sunan wouldn't do that. His goal was to keep all the players in the cell. A few breaths later, the cell was quiet again. All 16 players, without exception, were killed by Sunan in the cell. They hadn't even been able to take a step out of the cell before their death. In the villa where Zhu Cheng was located, a dozen players crawled out of the game warehouses one after another, all with gloomy expressions. When they realized that none of them had escaped the cell, they were even more puzzled. "What's going on with that wolf demon? It seemed to know our purpose and didn't give us any chance to step out of the cell." "Exactly, that wolf demon is strange. It's much smarter than the other demons." The crowd discussed. They tried to think but couldn't figure out what went wrong. How can this be? Zhang Feng was even more puzzled. When he had escaped the cell before, it had also been very difficult, but he had still succeeded. He had never encountered a situation like this. "The wolf demon isn't something you guys can handle." Zhu Cheng finally spoke, pausing, before looking at Zhang Feng and saying, "Contact Wang Nan again. Ask him if he's in Sky Wolf Valley. If possible, ask him to help you deal with that wolf demon." "Okay," Zhang Feng nodded, then asked with concern, "What about you, big brother?" Zhu Cheng said, "The plan did not keep up with the changes. I don't have much time left. Originally, I planned to save you all today and then proceed to complete the mainline task. Now things have gone awry and wasted a day's worth of time. I have to speed up. As long as I complete the task, even if that wolf demon is not dead, you all will be able to come out. Moreover, that wolf demon will surely die. Congratulations, daily task hunt and kill one mortal grade outsider has been completed. One demon power point has been released. Congratulations, daily task hunt and kill 10 mortal grade outsiders has been completed. 5 demon power points have been released. Current available demon power. 21 points. Lang 13 completed 2 of his 3 daily tasks at once, plus the 2 demons he just killed, and the wolf demon guard from before. 5 of the 9 daily tasks for the 3 roles have been completed. It's a pity that the player with the great accomplishment in Demon Sutra was not in the top 100. Otherwise, he could complete one more task. Although it's also a task to kill players, killing one player can only count towards one task. When he started killing 3 players, he found out that after the 3 players died, 1 seat would be counted on the first task, and the remaining 2 seats on the second task. This resulted in the fact that he only completed both tasks after he killed the 6th player. Fortunately, the players killed in daily tasks were also counted in the mainline tasks. In the mainline task, he has already killed 16 players. If he kills another 14 ordinary players and 1 player in the top 100 Destiny players, this 3-star task will be completed. However, there's a premise that the repeated hunting of players can be calculated. Otherwise, he would be helpless. I need 24 more demon power points to upgrade the Sky Wolf Sutra to perfection. I only have 21 points now, so I'll save them and see if I can complete another task. Of the 9 daily tasks, only explore the Wolf King Palace, explore the mysterious cave, hunt a spirit-level monster, and hunt one of the top 100 Destiny outsiders are left. The tasks explore the Wolf King Palace and hunt one of the top 100 Destiny outsiders can't be done for the time being. The former is too dangerous and saved for last, while the latter has no target for him to kill. Eventually, he chose the hunt a spirit-level monster task. When I reached the great accomplishment in 4 bloodlines before, I could barely fight the monster at the edge of the warm moon pond. Now, I've reached the great perfection in 5 demon sutras, and I have a dagger to suppress the demons. I should be able to kill that monster. Sunan left Kun Tian prison and went straight to Warm Moon Pond after switching roles to Zhang Yang. Over 10 minutes later, he came to the bend again. Unlike previous foreknowledge opportunities, this time he didn't stop to use his foresight and went straight to the Warm Moon Pond. He was confident in his current strength. Unlike the previous foresight situations in the past, he only knew that there was a demon at the edge of the Warm Moon Pond, but he couldn't actively find the demon. This time, as he arrived at the edge of the pond, he immediately felt eyes watching him. This is the effect of the power of Divine Soul. Sunan realized. The power of Divine Soul greatly enhanced his perception, so he could notice anomalies around him even without his eyes. A few minutes later, in front of Sunan was a dead spirit-level monster. As expected of a spirit-level monster, it really is hard to kill. Sunan panted. Relying on the 5 great perfection demon sutras, he barely gained the upper hand, but to kill the monster, he was still a bit short. Finally, he used the beast bone dagger to kill the monster. Congratulations, completed daily task, hunt a monster. 15 points of demonic power have been released. Current available demonic power, 36 points. Now it's enough to upgrade the Sky Wolf Sutra to great perfection. He switched roles and chose to upgrade directly. Consumed 8 points of demonic power to upgrade to great accomplishment. Consumed 16 points of demonic power to upgrade to perfection. Consumed 10 points of demonic power to upgrade to great perfection. Awakening bloodline combat technique. There are still 2 points of usable demonic power left. Since obtaining the Sky Wolf bloodline, it took just more than 10 minutes for him to upgrade the Demon Sutra to great perfection. It can be said to be incredible speed. Bloodline combat skill in use. The invisible tentacles swung like long spears, their power more than doubled compared to before. If I had this ability just now, I wouldn't have wasted a chance to use the beast bone dagger. Sunan felt great about the changes in his soul power. Now he has already achieved great success in 6 demon sutras. If other players knew about it, their jaws would drop. Congratulations on awakening a bloodline combat skill. Please name it. Soul Spear. Bloodline combat skill naming successful. Congratulations on elevating a demon sutra to great perfection, initially possessing the ability to survive in this world. Your talent to foresee the future has been enhanced, and the number of daily uses increased by 1. Foreknowledge times increased again, reaching as many as 9. Opening the ranking list, the character Lang 13 had impressively risen to the 122nd place. He was one step closer to his goal of having all three of his characters in the top 3 positions. There should be essence and blood in these demon corpses, but unfortunately, I don't know how to extract it. It seems I have to go to the forums to find a method after quitting the game, or I can ask Zhu Lingyan directly. Su Nan, looking at the demon corpse in front of him, didn't waste it and stored it in his personal space. This was his first time killing a demon outside the Kun Tian prison. In the Kun Tian prison, the bloodline power of a demon would be drained dry after it died. This means that, despite him killing numerous demons, not a single useful corpse is left behind. He once tried to pressure the demons into giving up their essence and blood by threatening them with death, but not every demon fears death. Even after being critically injured by him, all these demons had was hatred for him. They wanted to swallow him alive, so there's no way they would simply hand over their essence and blood to him. With the demon's corpse secured, Su Nan did not leave but looked at the waterfall not far away. The entrance to the mysterious cave was under that waterfall. Now that I have achieved great success in 6 demon sutras, those demons in the cave should not be able to kill me instantly. Maybe I can even get a glimpse of what they look like. With that thought, Su Nan used a foreknowledge opportunity without hesitation. You once again arrive at Warm Moon Pond, intending to continue exploring the mysterious cave beneath it. After several breaths, you arrive at the first branch entrance of the cave. You carefully observe the situation at each entrance, noticing that the second hole on the left has more demon skeletons, and you choose to enter it. The cave twists and turns, leading to an unknown destination. You hold the bone dagger carefully and move forward, ready to strike at any moment. The more you walk towards the depths of the cave, the more skeletons you encounter and the wider the cave becomes. Half a minute later, the second branch entrance appears in front of you. There are 2 paths, and after careful observation, just like last time, you choose the left cave. This path is more spacious, and the skeletons become even more numerous. After walking for another half-minute, you reach the third branch entrance. There are 3 paths. You remember being attacked by a demon here last time, and with heightened caution, you observe the number of skeletons in each path and choose the middle one with more skeletons. You're in luck this time, encountering no demons. You continue onward, arriving at the 4th branch entrance after a dozen breaths. This time there are only 2 choices. Just then, you suddenly sense something rapidly approaching you. Your reactions are quick, and you decisively activate your bloodline combat skill, Soul Spear and Lightning Snake technique to attack the demon simultaneously. Being attacked, the demon's speed slightly pauses. Taking advantage of this opportunity, you finally catch a glimpse of the demon's head. The demon's head has no hair, and its pale skin looks like a dead person's face. Underneath that skin, bulging bumps of various sizes appear like a toad. You only have time for a quick glance before the demon is already in front of you. You died. It was just a little bit off. If my strength were a bit more, I could almost see the demon's appearance. My power of divine soul is still too weak. If only I could fuse it with another bloodline that can control the power of divine soul. This foreknowledge allowed him to see the head of the demon. Next time, if the demon's pause could last longer, he would have a chance to see the demon's true appearance completely. Glancing deeply at the pond, Su Nan turned and left. It's time to explore the Demon King Palace. /P he did not choose to leave Skywolf Valley as the Great Princess as he had done yesterday, but instead switched his role back to Lang 13 and headed towards the exit of Kun Tian Prison in Skywolf Valley. If I leave through the mountain forest, I will surely be discovered by the mountain demon. Mountain demons are not as dim-witted as other demons. I may be able to fool them once or twice, but they are bound to discover the problem if I do it too often. The path out of Sky Wolf Valley was not straightforward, but ascended gently at a small angle. It took Su Nan a good 6 to 7 minutes to finally reach a withered tree. Upon reaching there, he could already see the exit of Sky Wolf Valley. In order to be on the safe side, he decided to use foreknowledge once more. You walk along the road leading out of Sky Wolf Valley. A minute later, you reach the end of the road. At this moment, an old man appears in front of you, scrutinizing you closely. The old man is puzzled by your transformation, not understanding why the anomaly he previously sensed on you has now disappeared. Eventually, he is unable to find any anomaly on you. He abandons his skepticism, asking you why you want to leave Sky Wolf Valley. You tell the old man that you have discovered outsiders infiltrating Sky Wolf Valley. Without expressing any doubt, the old man lets you go. I was really not discovered. Though he knew the outcome in advance, Sunan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This meant that in the future, he could appear openly in front of all demons without his identity being revealed. You leave Sky Wolf Valley and head towards the Wolf King Palace. Half a minute later, you arrive at the front of the Wolf King Palace. The leading demon beast guards stop you and ask your purpose. You use the excuse of discovering outsiders to answer. The demon beast leader takes outsiders very seriously and immediately escorts you into the palace to report to the great princess. The Wolf King Palace has 6 large and small palaces. You quickly follow the demon beast leader inside. You notice that the number of demon beasts inside the Wolf King Palace is not high, only a few are occasionally patrolling. More than a minute later, you pass through 4 palaces and arrive at the 5th palace. The 3 minutes of foreknowledge ended, with no dangers appearing. Without any further hesitation, Sunan walked towards the end of the road. A minute later, he reached the end of the road. As expected, as soon as he arrived, an old man with hair as white as a crane and a face as youthful as a child appeared and grabbed him. Sunan did not show any fear and responded according to the conditions of foreknowledge. A moment later, he walked towards the Wolf King Palace under the puzzled gaze of the old man. There were plenty of demon patrols around the Wolf King Palace, as well as powerful demons fully transformed into human forms. He couldn't possibly pass by infiltrating as another demon. His only option was to enter normally by using Lang 13's identity. As for how to evade the demon beast leader and explore the Wolf King Palace after entering, that's a problem for later. Stop! As soon as he got near the Wolf King Palace, he was stopped by a patrolling demon beast leader. Sunan held his composure, answering as per his foreknowledge. When the demon beast leader heard that Sunan had discovered outsiders infiltrating Sky Wolf Valley, he became excited, leading Sunan into the palace immediately. While following the leader, Sunan started using his foreknowledge again. You follow the demon beast leader through 4 palaces, finally arriving at the 5th palace, which is the sleeping chamber of the Skywolf clan great princess. The demon beast leader asks you to wait outside the palace while he goes in alone to report. After half a minute, he comes out and invites you into the palace. Upon entering the palace, you meet the great princess of the Skywolf clan again, along with 2 young girls who are with her. The great princess inquires about where you discovered the outsiders. You report truthfully. When she finds out that the outsiders have entered Kun Tian prison, the demeanor of the Skywolf clan great princess slightly changes, seemingly lost in thought. After a while, the great princess allows you to leave, giving you orders to report to her first as soon as there are any new findings. The demon beast leader leads you to leave by the same route. You don't want to leave like this and plan to explore the Wolf King Palace. Unfortunately, the demon beast leader always maintains a step's distance from you, leaving you no opportunity to leave. Eventually, you leave the Wolf King Palace. Did I just leave like that? Have I come in vain? While Sunan's face remained impassive, his heart sank. He came to explore the Wolf King Palace and to somehow steal Zhu Lingyan's needed bronze bell, not to just report messages. If he were to just leave like this, his trip could be considered wasted. Sunan started thinking about possible solutions quickly. Maybe I can take advantage of the unlimited logout option. Log out now, wait for the demon to leave, then log in again. But by doing so, I would undoubtedly expose that I'm a player. By then, the identity of Lang 13 would surely be exposed, making it impossible to use this identity to return to Sky Wolf Valley in the future. An identity exposed would be loss-making, as he still had several unfinished tasks in Sky Wolf Valley. However, with the demon beast leader following him all the time, no matter what, once he does something suspicious, his identity as Lang 13 would be hard to maintain. But without Lang 13's identity, he wouldn't be able to get into the Wolf King Palace at all. This undoubtedly led to a vicious cycle. This is indeed a 4-star mission. It's so difficult, sighed Sunan. Now he felt a bit envious of Zhu Cheng's shadow transformation ability. Compared to his transformation art, Zhu Cheng's ability was undoubtedly more suitable here. At the very least, Zhu Cheng didn't have to worry about being discovered by demons. While he was contemplating this, he had already followed the demon beast leader all the way to the fifth palace. The demon beast leader said, "Wait here, I will go in and report to the great princess." With that, the leader entered the palace, leaving Sunan alone to wait outside. Sunan scanned the surroundings, realizing that presumably due to the palace being the great princess's sleeping chamber, there were no other demons present, nor any patrolling demons to be seen. This seemed to be a good opportunity for him to leave, but Sunan hesitated, unsure of what to choose. He did not use foreknowledge again. As in the previous foreknowledge, the demon beast leader was with him all the way, and the results of continuing the foreknowledge would undoubtedly be the same. Unless he could find a way to handle the demon beast leader, but clearly, he lacked the power to do that. He currently only had two options. Either abandon the identity of Lang 13 and immediately log out of the game, or report the news and leave the Wolf King Palace with the demon beast leader to plan for another opportunity in the future. However, given the state of the palace's security, the result would likely be the same if he tried again in the future. Time was slowly slipping away, and the time when the demon beast leader would come out was approaching. He was running out of time. If he didn't make a decision now, he would have to report the news as in the foreknowledge and then obediently leave. The footsteps of the demon beast leader faintly came from within the palace. Sunan knew he had little time left. Forget it. I can only give up my identity as a wolf demon guard and try to secure the bronze bell first. He could always enter Sky Wolf Valley in the form of the great princess later, but the bronze bell would give him access to the blood essence of ancient demonic creatures, which he urgently needed. With the blood essence of ancient demonic creatures, he could attempt to break through to the spirit level in his physique series bloodline. Besides, no demon saw him log out of the game, so his player identity might not be exposed. Making up his mind, Sunan targeted a corner not far away, rushing over at the fastest speed. Hiding in the corner, he immediately chose to log out of the game. Using up one forced log-out opportunity, he successfully logged out of the game. In his bedroom, just as he crawled out of the game warehouse, he heard a message alert on his phone. He picked it up and saw a series of unread messages on the screen. All of them were from Zhang Feng. Sunan took a brief glance and ignored them, turning off his phone and going straight to bed to sleep. Deal with him. What a joke. Brother Nan, when do you think the next public beta test of the demon world will be? Asked a young man in his early 20s. The youngster was Liu Zhudao, the newlywed who took over Wang Chang'an's security work. Sunan said, "Why? Can't wait to enter the game now." Liu Zhudao laughed, of course, who wouldn't want to enter the game now? That's a chance to master extraordinary power. Besides, the sooner you get into the game, the greater the advantage. Can the first batch of players really be the same as the second batch of players? Sunan shook his head. Not necessarily. From what I know, the situations of the players who entered the game this time are not optimistic. I'm afraid that by the time the survival tasks end, many players will lose their gaming qualifications. Liu Zhudao nodded and said solemnly, "That's true, given the current difficulty of the game. Those who haven't completed their novice tasks will probably lose their gaming qualifications permanently, which is not much different from being sentenced to death. As more and more players achieve great demon art perfection, the game of the demon world has completely entered everyone's view. Every day, the headlines of major media are all about the game, and everyone knows how magical this game is. It can be imagined that the future world is destined to belong to the powerful people in the game. If you lose your gaming qualifications now, you lose the opportunity to master extraordinary power, a loss that no one can bear." "What are you guys talking about?" Wang Chang came over with a happy face. "Brother Wang." Liu Zhudao immediately gave up his seat to Wang Chang, who had now become a member of Bai Meng Studio and was in a completely different position than before. Sunan looked at Wang Chang and asked, "What's the good news that's making you so happy?" Wang Chang proudly said, "Of course, it's great news. Last night, I finally completed the novice task, and it was a 2-star task." "Oh." Sunan was surprised and then thought of something. "You killed the demon." Bender Wang Chang had previously been pursued by a demon, preventing him from completing his novice task. Now that he has completed the task, the implications are clear. Wang Chang said proudly, "Of course, that demon was fierce, but she couldn't resist me in the end." Last night, as soon as I logged into the game, Wang Chang recounted what had happened the night before, emphasizing how he had used his wisdom to slay the demon, boasting tremendously. Liu Zhudao, on the other hand, was inspired and looked at him with admiration. Su Nan just smiled and listened. Brother Nan, when you get into the game, I'll cover you so that you can easily complete your tasks. Su Nan said with a smile, good, whether I can obtain extraordinary power in the future depends on you. You can relax, Brother Nan. Wang Chong promised again and then seemed to think of something. By the way, do you know that last night we had the third player in Donglan City to achieve great demon art perfection, and his name is Zhang Dai. Zhang Dai. Liu Zhudao obviously heard the name and couldn't help but pause. I know this guy. It is said that in reality, he's similar to Miss Bai, both being rich second-generation kids and part of the first batch of game players. Unlike Miss Bai, when the game bracelet came out, he didn't spend a lot of money to buy them but chose to win over those who got the bracelets and formed a club. Believe it or not, he successfully won over more than a dozen players and has become the biggest player influence in our Donglan City, next to Bai Meng Meng's Dream Guild. Yep, that's right, it's him, Wang Chong nodded and then angrily said. That guy was so arrogant in the regional chat last night after he achieved the great demon art perfection, saying that he would replace our Dream Guild and become the #1 influence in Donglan City. He doesn't even know how insignificant he is compared to our Dream Guild. Once I achieve great demon art perfection, I'll teach him a lesson. Su Nan listened quietly without expressing any opinions. After the initial struggle, players are now in a rapid promotion stage. As time goes by, there will only be more and more players achieving great demon art perfection, and it won't take a long time. If there are more powerful players, it's inevitable that conflicts will arise among the various major forces. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Su Nan returned home. Instead of logging into the game immediately, he opened the forum and started searching for information. Last night he hunted a spirit-level monster. Now he wants to know how to extract the essence and blood from it. Directly searching for keywords, he surprisingly found the answer. Reminder, everyone, don't forget to collect the corpses after hunting demons. Demon corpses are essential resources in the game. As you all know, the bloodline of a demon is its essence and blood. After a demon is killed, the essence and blood in its corpse will not disappear. You can extract it using certain methods. However, after a demon dies, the essence and blood will scatter throughout its body, making it extremely difficult to extract. Some treasures are needed to do this, which we players do not have the means to obtain. So I suggest that after you get a demon corpse, sell it directly to Tiangong Pavilion. The value of a mortal-level demon corpse is equal to 1 drop of mortal-level demon essence and blood. Need treasures. Su Nan frowned, and this was beyond his expectation. He couldn't help but think of Kun Tian Prison. Kun Tian Prison itself is a treasure. After a demon dies, its essence and blood will also be extracted. This is consistent with the treasure mentioned in the forum. Tiangong Pavilion. What kind of influence is this? He continued to search on the forum, but the information he got made him more and more shocked as he read on. It turns out that Tiangong Pavilion is a force that sells treasures, claiming to sell any treasure you want. From various demon clans' bloodline to all kinds of divine weapons, everything is available for purchase. At the same time, they also buy various treasures, with demon corpses being one of the most common types. The base currency of Tiangong Pavilion is demon essence and blood. That's because demon essence and blood are not only used for fusion, but also have various incredible uses, with a wide-ranging application. If it was merely this, it wouldn't be too surprising. What shocked Su Nan was that this force is not just strong in Dongchen State, but is also present in large numbers in the other 11 states. So there is such a place like this, isn't it equivalent to an official store? Su Nan realized. Unfortunately, he cannot leave Wolf King Palace at the moment, otherwise, he really wants to visit Tiangong Pavilion to see for himself. While browsing, a message came over. It was from Lai Hao. Big brother, when will you log into the game? I'm waiting for you to help me hunt demons. He promised yesterday to help Lai Hao complete the second phase of the mainline task, but now he's left Sky Wolf Valley and can't do it in a short time. I can't return to Kun Tian Prison for now. Let's talk about it when I get back there. After casually dismissing Lai Hao, Su Nan logged out of the forum and logged into the game. Wolf King Palace. Su Nan appeared at the exit. He quickly glanced around, and to his relief, there were no demons nearby. The Wolf King Palace is so huge, Where would the bronze bell mentioned by Zhu Lingyan be? His main goal was the bronze bell, and as for whether he could complete the task of exploring the Wolf King Palace, he didn't hold much hope. He looked around and eventually set his eyes on the great princess bedroom not far from him. Will it be here? The thing Zhu Lingyan needed was apparently a very precious treasure, which wouldn't be placed in an ordinary place. The more dangerous the place, the greater the possibility. The bedroom of the Skywolf clan princess perfectly met this criterion. I wonder if the great princess is still here. Sunan thought and decided to start using the foreknowledge skill. He had already used 3 of the 9 precognitions today, and the remaining 6 would allow him to foresee all the palaces. You know that there is a treasure resembling a bronze bell in the Wolf King Palace, and you plan to steal it. You target the Skywolf clan princess bedroom and find that there are no demon guards nearby, so you immediately enter the palace. The palace is vast, and entering, you see an elegantly arranged lobby. No demons can be found at first glance. You cautiously explore the depths of the palace, and 1 minute later you arrive at a room at the end of the lobby. The room is exquisitely decorated with inner and outer chambers, separated by a screen in the middle. Looking at the layout of the room, you realize it is a woman's bedroom, and you guess this is the great princess bedroom. You are in luck, as there are no demons in the bedroom either. It seems that the Skywolf clan great princess is not in the palace. How can I be so lucky? Sunan was surprised. The first precognition not only allowed him to successfully enter the palace, but also led him directly to the great princess bedroom, with no demons present. Everything went so smoothly that it felt surreal. While exploring the outer room, you find that aside from some daily necessities, there is nothing special here. It seems more like an ordinary human woman's boudoir rather than the Skywolf clan great princess bedroom. Disappointed, you have no choice but to pass through the screen and enter the inner chamber. You died. What happened? Sunan was startled. One moment he was fine during the precognition, the next moment he entered the inner chamber and died. There were no warning signs. Could it be the great princess? No, if it were the great princess, she would have discovered me the moment I entered the room. There's no way she would have waited until I entered the inner chamber to strike. Sunan was puzzled, unable to figure out what happened. The mysterious death in the precognition left him unprepared. This was the first time encountering such a situation. No wonder it's the bedroom of a great monster in human form. It's extremely dangerous. Sighing, he had no choice but to change targets and continue foreseeing. Although the great princess was not in the bedroom, Sunan didn't plan on insisting on searching there. There were 6 palaces in total, and his goal for today was to have a rough exploration of each palace, making sure of the possible location of the bronze bell first. The great princess bedroom is the 5th palace. Now let's see the 4th palace. You head towards the 4th palace. Not long after you start walking, you hear the sound of orderly footsteps, and you know a patrol team of demons is approaching you. At the critical moment, you use bone shifting and transform into the appearance of the Skywolf clan great princess. The patrolling demon team does not notice anything unusual and leaves after saluting you. You make your way to the 4th palace unimpeded. The palace is not large, filled with rows of wooden bookshelves holding numerous ancient books. You casually flip through an ancient book, only to discover that you can't recognize the characters inside. Not giving up, you check a few more bookshelves, but unfortunately, none of them contain books that you can recognize. After 2 minutes, you leave the palace empty-handed. Let's take a look at the 3rd palace next. Over the next few minutes, Sunan continued to foresee. He didn't know whether it was due to good luck or the lack of powerful demon beasts in the Wolf King Palace, but none of the 4 consecutive precognitions were noticed by the demons. Bender, of course, it could also be because he had transformed into the great princess, and no demon dared to probe him easily. The 5th palace was the great princess bedroom. The 4th palace stored ancient books. Numerous young demons were housed in the 2nd and 3rd palaces. The 1st palace was a resting place for patrolling demons. After exploring 5 palaces in succession, aside from the mysterious death in the great princess bedroom, he was safe in the other 4 palaces. However, even with such a smooth process, he still had not found the bronze bell. Of course, it's possible that the bronze bell is in one of these palaces, and he just didn't notice it. Now only the 6th palace remains. Sunan looked at the last palace and began his precognition. You arrive at the 6th palace. Unlike the other palaces, there are more guards in this palace. Apart from the patrolling demons, there are also demons standing guard on both sides of the palace's entrance. Relying on the appearance of the great princess, you successfully enter the palace. Inside the palace, you see numerous shelves displaying various items. On the outermost shelves, many broken weapons are stored, while deeper inside, other items of different kinds are arranged. You realize that this is likely the treasure vault of the demons. The demon's treasure vault. Su Nan's eyes lit up. The bronze bell Zhu Lingyan needed might be here. At the same time, another thought arose in his mind. What if he could get his hands on everything in the palace? At the thought, his breath became rapid. Although he had no idea what was inside, anything collected by demons couldn't be trash. Even if he could only get 1 or 2 items, it would be a great harvest. However, just as the idea surfaced, the information in the precognition poured cold water on him. You quickly enter the palace, intending to find the bronze bell. Suddenly, a withered hand grabs you and a haggard-looking old man appears before your eyes. The old man sees through your bone-shifting disguise and asks you how you did it. You don't answer, but the old man isn't willing to give up so easily. You feel a sharp pain in your head as if something is drilling into your mind. Your memories are read by the old man. You died. Reading memories, there's even such a method. Su Nan gasped in shock. Su Nan's expression was serious, and his nerves, which had been slightly relaxed due to several successful premonitions, tightened up again. Having one's memory accessed was a chilling thought. Fortunately, this kind of thing is highly unlikely to happen in reality. In his premonition, he didn't log out of the game or use anything related to the game interface. But in reality, he could use the opportunity of unlimited logout. This Wolf King Palace is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Su Nan was not surprised that the old man had seen through his transformation art, but instead felt that this was the normal situation. If he could enter all 6 palaces with just his transformation technique, then that would be truly abnormal. Now it's difficult with that old man there. I can't enter the palace at all. Even if the bronze bell is inside, I can't do anything. Having used up his 6 premonitions, Su Nan found himself in a dilemma, not knowing what to do. The Wolf King Palace is not a place where he can come and go as he pleases. Even if he wants to leave now, it is very difficult. He needs to know that there are demons outside the palace who can see through his transformation technique. And even if he changes to the appearance of the great princess, he is unlikely to succeed. Now all I can hope for is that the bronze bell is not in that treasure vault, but in the princess's bedroom. Su Nan's eyes showed hope. Apart from the 6th palace, he hadn't fully explored the princess's bedroom. Although the probability of the bronze bell being in the princess's bedroom is low, it is not impossible. He could only pray that the bronze bell wasn't in the treasure vault. Now it was already 11 p.m., and there were less than 1 hour left before his premonitions refreshed. Su Nan did not quit the game but hid in a corner and quietly waited. Time passed. Soon, midnight arrived. For knowledge times and daily tasks were refreshed at the same time. Su Nan first looked at the daily tasks. Compared with yesterday, Lang 13's tasks had not changed. There were still 3 tasks to hunt players. Zhang Yang's tasks hadn't changed either, not even after he had killed a spirit-level demon. There were 1 hunt demon at mortal-level task and 1 hunt demon at spirit-level task, and the remaining task was to explore the mysterious cave. However, Wang Nan's tasks had changed. Today, besides the Hunt Mortal Demons task and the Explore Wolf King Palace task, there was 1 new task. Daily Task 3. Escape the Wolf King Palace task difficulty. 3 stars task reward. 15 demon points. This was a task that corresponded to exploring the Wolf King Palace. However, compared to exploration, the escape task was of a lower grade, only 3 stars. It's a shame in this palace I can't even complete a single task. Out of the 9 tasks for the 3 roles, he could have completed at least 2 if he had stayed in Sky Wolf Valley. But in the Wolf King Palace, he had no chance at all. Su Nan was helpless, but there was nothing he could do. Once he chose to enter the Wolf King Palace, he was already prepared to face this situation. With 9 precognitions, as long as the great princess isn't in her bedroom, I still have a chance to enter the inner chamber. He was ready to make a last stand in the great princess's bedroom, because he had no other choice. For see, you transformed into the appearance of the Skywolf clan princess and entered her bedroom, heading straight for her boudoir. Once again stepping into the great princess's boudoir, You instantly become more alert and cautiously explore the surroundings. There weren't many items in the outer chamber of the boudoir, only a few pots of unknown blooming flowers that filled the room with a faint fragrance. You stopped by the screen that divided the inner and outer chambers, not advancing further, knowing that if you continued, you would encounter something unexpected. You stared into the inner chamber, trying to see what was inside. To your surprise, you saw a sea of red. In front of the inner chamber, against the wall, was a large red carved wooden bed. The red curtains were drawn, hiding everything on the bed. Using the bed as the centerpiece, on the left was a red clothes rack with a red dress hanging, and on the right, a table with pots of unknown red flowers in full bloom. Not far away, a red dressing table was placed against the wall. Near the dressing table, there was a red wooden cabinet as tall as a person. The two cabinet doors were tightly closed, and it was unknown what was inside. This great princess really has a preference for red. Sunan sighed. Red bed, red curtains, red clothes rack, red dressing table, red dress, and red wooden cabinet. Everything was red, giving Sunan the illusion of entering a woman's bridal chamber. Aside from that, this bedroom seemed quite ordinary. If he didn't know it belonged to the great princess, he might have even thought it was an ordinary girl's boudoir. After a quick glance around, you did not see what you wanted. You then focused on the tall red wooden cabinet. You believed that if the bronze bell were in this bedroom, that cabinet would be the most likely place for it to be. After carefully observing the situation in the room, you concluded that there was no danger and finally couldn't resist trying to enter the inner chamber. You died. After his second death, Sunan wasn't disappointed. At least this time, he was certain that the Skywolf clan princess was not in the bedroom. Where exactly is the problem with entering the inner chamber? Sunan carefully read the information from his foresight over and over again, but still had no gain. Helplessly, when the cooling time of his foreknowledge ended, he could only continue his foresight. You return to the Skywolf clan princess's boudoir once more. This time, you have no intention of entering the inner room, opting to explore the outer room instead. You carefully examine each item, not even letting go of the flowers on the flower stand. However, after a busy 2 minutes, you still haven't made any progress. Eventually, your attention is drawn to the screen that separates the inner and outer rooms. Coming up to the screen, you feel its material and examine its texture. You die. What the hell is going on? Why did I die without even going into the inner room? It looks like whatever killed me instantly wasn't in the inner room but in the outer room. Is it that screen? In an instant, several thoughts flashed through Sunan's mind. The answer is obvious since he died while examining the screen in his premonition. Sunan let out a sigh of relief. As long as he knew where the problem was, it would be easy to deal with. As soon as the cool down of his foreknowledge ended, he immediately began today's third premonition. You once again enter the princess's boudoir, coming to the screen that separates the inner and outer rooms. You know that there is a problem with this screen. Upon closer inspection, you find that the screen's frame is dark. The surface of the screen is made of ordinary white paper without any patterns or decorations, and it doesn't appear unusual at all. You are certain that there is a problem with the screen, but instead of giving up your research, you suddenly notice a faint pair of eyes staring at you from the surface of the screen. You try to touch the screen again, and you die. It really is that screen. After his one attempt yesterday and the 3 premonitions today, he finally determined the source of the problem. What on earth is this screen that it can kill me instantly several times? Sunan's expression was solemn. The screen was obviously a treasure, but an extremely dangerous one, most likely used by the great princess to keep people from entering her bedroom. What would happen if I were to destroy that screen? A bold idea arose in Sunan's heart. The screen's surface seemed to be made of paper, which, in theory, could be destroyed. Coming to the bedroom again, you stare at the screen blocking your path to the inner room and decide to try to destroy it. You use the bloodline combat technique, earth-shattering fist, gathering all your strength and striking the screen heavily. You die. Dying without warning once more, Sunan became increasingly restless. In his previous premonitions, even if he died without any resistance, he could at least find out how he died. However, when facing this screen, he had no idea how it had killed him. Could it be that this screen cannot be touched? He thought of his previous 2 premonitions. The first time he tried to study the screen, he died, and the second time he touched it, he also died. This time, when he struck the screen, he died once more. All three deaths had one thing in common. He touched the screen. Su Nan's eyes lit up, but then he immediately thought back to the situation of his initial deaths and added another point to himself. I can't go behind the screen either. In the first two premonitions, he died when he tried to go past the screen and enter the inner room, just when he was right behind the screen. With these thoughts in mind, he couldn't wait to start his next premonition. Successive failures made you realize that the screen likely cannot be touched, so this time, you try to attack it from 5 steps away. Without hesitation, you use the Flame Scripture's bloodline combat technique, Fire Bird, to attack the screen. The dancing firebirds emit intense heat, yet when they land on the screen, they don't ignite it. Not giving up, you continue using the Thunder Snake technique against the screen. With electric light blasting, the screen remains unscathed. You don't give up and instead use a spear, condensed with power of Divine Soul, to attack. To your surprise, when the spear, condensed with power of Divine Soul, pierces the screen, you faintly hear a barely audible scream. You immediately realize that the power of Divine Soul can suppress the screen. The power of Divine Soul is useful. Su Nan was overjoyed. After all this hard work, his efforts finally paid off, as he found a way to deal with the screen. It was fortunate that he had several abilities he could try one by one. Otherwise, he would have had no idea how to handle the screen today. You continually control the power of Divine Soul to launch attacks, and as you keep attacking, a face slowly appears on the blank screen. The face looks pain, showing fear and even begging for mercy in its eyes. You want to continue attacking, but you find that your power of Divine Soul is nearly exhausted, so you have no choice but to stop attacking and try to walk into the inner room. This time the screen doesn't block you, and you successfully enter the inner room. Success. Su Nan is overjoyed, seeing results after 5 consecutive premonitions. The premonition hasn't ended and is still ongoing. In the inner room, you head straight for the wooden cabinet next to the dressing table. The red cabinet is unlocked and you easily open it. Surprised, you find that the cabinet doesn't contain various treasures you imagine, but only a passage leading down to the ground. Congratulations, you've discovered a mysterious passage. Where does this passage lead? Su Nan is surprised, never imagining that there would be such a place inside the Great Princess's bedroom. You don't know, but the Great Princess has already returned at the moment you open the cabinet door. You enter the passage and follow the ladder downwards. The passage is long and it's unknown where it leads to. The premonition ends at this point after 3 minutes. The Great Princess is coming back. Su Nan's face changes. Just in case, he chooses to exit the game decisively. However, what makes his face turn ugly is that he can't actually exit. You are currently in a dangerous environment, temporarily unable to exit the game. Forcing exit may result in unknown consequences. Please select a safe location to exit. It shouldn't be the Great Princess hasn't arrived yet, and I haven't been discovered by any demons. Logically, I should be in a safe environment. Could it be that in the game's judgment, the entire Wolf King Palace is considered a dangerous environment? Su Nan is puzzled. Last time it was an exceptional situation. He used an unlimited logout opportunity to exit the game, and he didn't notice this issue. Having no choice, he can only brace himself and quickly enter the palace. Now, he can only try to enter that passage. He hasn't completed a single daily task today and doesn't have any unlimited logout opportunities. If the Great Princess discovers him, he would be really dead. 2 minutes later, he's already standing in front of the red cabinet that's as tall as a person. Upon opening the cabinet door, a dimly lit passage extending downwards appears before his eyes. Without time to think, he starts premonition while quickly entering the passage. After entering, he doesn't forget to close the cabinet door. However, what Su Nan doesn't know is that all his actions are completely redundant. Just a dozen breaths after he entered the passage, the Skywolf clan princess had already returned to her bedroom. As soon as she entered the bedroom, the Great Princess frowned. When she saw the damaged screen, her face darkened even more. She understood that someone had entered her room. In the passage, Su Nan quickly ran along the ladder while looking at the content of the premonition on the panel. You enter an unknown passage, which is very long and leads to an unknown place. You run quickly, and after half a minute you still haven't reached the end of the passage. You don't know that the Skywolf clan princess has already discovered your infiltration and is quickly chasing after you. In 3 breaths, you're caught up and captured. The Skywolf clan princess is very angry about you sneaking into her bedroom. You're dead. The great princess is chasing after him. Sunan's heart sinks, thinking that this is really bad. What should I do? Sunan was anxious in his heart. This might be the most dangerous situation he has faced since he started playing the game. Even being captured by the wolf demon guard during his first login was incomparable. The difference in strength between the two was just too great. In the past, no matter what danger he faced, it was limited to his foreknowledge, but this time was completely different. What kind of existence is the great princess of the Skywolf clan? Sunan had no doubt that she was the biggest boss in Wolf King Palace. Being caught by such an existence, one could imagine the consequences. In the foreknowledge, I was killed, but it doesn't mean that the great princess would let me go so easily. Now that demons know that players can respawn, if I am corpse guarded, it will be troublesome. Moreover, if that great princess is like the old man guarding the treasure vault, forcibly reading my memories, then it would be a disaster for me. With these thoughts, Sunan immediately used the life wheel scripture to switch his role to Wang Nan and change his appearance back to normal. He was already prepared to face the worst-case scenario. If he were really caught, maybe the great princess would find out he was just an ordinary outsider and kill him. But if the great princess knows he can change his appearance, even turn into a wolf demon of the Skywolf clan, then she would most likely forcibly read his memories. Swift footsteps echoed in the passage as he ran forward at his top speed. This was the only thing he could do besides praying for a miracle. The passage was long and obviously deliberately constructed, sloping downward continuously. After running for half a minute, he tried to quit the game but failed each time, only a few breaths away from the great princess chasing him in his foreknowledge. It seems that I can't escape this time. Sunan panted heavily. He didn't know in the foreknowledge that the great princess would chase him, which was why he didn't run at full strength. Now that he was running at full strength, his speed should be much faster than what he saw in the foreknowledge. But half a minute had passed, and he still hadn't reached the end of the passage. Sunan's face was gloomy, but at that moment, a game prompt appeared before his eyes. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task, Escape Wolf King Palace. 15 demon points have been issued. Current available demon power, 17 points. What? I escaped the Wolf King Palace. Sunan was stunned, followed by great joy, instantly realizing what had happened. The passage kept sloping downward, and although he didn't know where it led, he could be sure that, location-wise, he had indeed left the Wolf King Palace. The Wolf King Palace is built above the Sky Wolf Valley, and this passage slopes downward. Could it be that I have already entered the Sky Wolf Valley? Sunan thought of a possibility. However, now was not the time for him to think too much. By completing a daily task, he finally had a chance for an unlimited logout. Logout. With the use of the unlimited logout chance, his body disappeared. Not long after he logged out, the great princess in red appeared in the passage. In the bedroom, Sunan heaved a sigh of relief. That was too dangerous just now. He was terrified at the thought, unable to imagine what would have happened if he had been caught and how it would have affected his game. Glancing at the time, he had no intention of logging back into the game. There was no need to guess. That great princess would surely not let him go easily and might search for him in the passage. Logging in tonight would be no different from courting death. The next day, Sunan went to work as usual. Since the last incident with the bracelet, the hotel's security had been doubled again, with personnel assigned to every 2 floors. Sunan was responsible for the lobby on the 1st floor and the guest rooms on the 2nd floor. His task was much easier than before. 9 o'clock in the evening. After returning home from work, Sunan didn't log into the game immediately, but opened the game forum and casually browsed through it. Unfortunately, there were no interesting posts in the forum today. After leaving the forum, he finally put on the game bracelet and entered the game warehouse. I wonder if that great princess is still there. In the passage, Sunan was fully alert and looked at his personal information panel. He had 3 foreknowledge attempts left for the day, and he didn't hesitate to start using them. As you continue down the passage, you suspect that the great princess of the Skywolf clan may not have let you go and might be waiting for you at the end of the passage. You can't afford to be careless and have to explore carefully. 1 minute later, you haven't encountered any danger and continue down the passage. 2 minutes later, you still haven't reached the end of the passage. After a few more breaths, you suddenly see, on a stone wall on one side of the passage, a branch path extending to the left. After a brief hesitation, you choose to enter the branch path. The branch path isn't long. After just 2 breaths, you reach the end. A door appears before your eyes. It's a metal door. Seeing this door, you immediately sense a familiarity. It's the unique prison door from the Kun Tian prison. You instantly realize that behind the door could be the Kun Tian prison. You take out the Kun Tian key and attempt to unlock the door. You successfully unlock the door. Kun Tian prison actually has a back door. Sunan was surprised. He would have never thought that this passage stretching down from the great princess's bedroom would lead to the Kun Tian prison. Who knew what the great princess wanted to do? However, this wasn't what he was concerned about. What he was concerned about was another issue. My Kun Tian key can only open the first floor's prison doors. In the foreknowledge, the door could be opened successfully, meaning that the first floor of Kun Tian prison is behind the door. Thinking of this, Su Nan's eyes lit up, and he eagerly followed the passage downward. Just over 2 minutes later, he arrived at the door. The prison door opened to a bare cell. The cell was empty, no demons in sight. On the opposite side of the room, an identical prison door stood. Without needing a second guess, Su Nan knew what waited beyond the door, the corridor of Kun Tian prison. Kun Tian prison actually has such a place. Su Nan was pleasantly surprised. Not long ago, he was racking his brains trying to escape from Wolf King Palace. Unexpectedly, not only has he left the palace, but he has also managed to return to Kun Tian prison, evading the demons. Upon entering the cell, he found that the back door was very well disguised. Yet once closed, it blended perfectly with the cell. If you didn't know there was a door there, you'd probably never consider it. Obviously, like the Kun Tian key, this was left behind by those who originally built Kun Tian prison, though he had no idea what their purpose was. As he opened the cell door, Su Nan noticed the number 64 inscribed on the door. He had been in this cell before, but his earlier visit only involved hunting demons, and he had not noticed the back door. I should take this opportunity to complete the quest, he thought. After all, since he was back in Kun Tian prison, the first thing he wanted to do was to complete the quest. He did not fancy experiencing being hunted again. A few minutes later, the task of Wang Nan and Zhang Yang, the 2 roles to hunt mortal-level demons, was completed, and he was credited with 10 demon power points. To his disappointment, at this time, the cell that was imprisoning the players was empty. He wanted to hunt players, but it was impossible now. Once the task was completed, Su Nan reopened cell 64 and returned to the passage extending down from the great princess's chambers. I wonder where this passage leads ultimately. Surely it doesn't directly connect to the 5th floor of Kun Tian prison. He still had 2 foreknowledge opportunities left today, which he naturally wouldn't waste. You return to the passage and continue your exploration downwards. 3 breaths later, you encounter the second branching path. You choose to enter the branching path. At the end of the branching path, a metal prison door appears in front of you. You realize this door leads to the 2nd floor of Kun Tian prison. Unfortunately, your Kun Tian key cannot open this prison door. Returning to the passage, you continue your downwards exploration, quickly encountering the 3rd branching path. This time, you choose to continue heading downwards. 3 breaths later, you come across the 4th bifurcation. Once again, you choose not to enter. Finally, you reach an end to the passage. There's no branching path here, only a metal door. You understand that beyond this door lies the 5th floor of the Kun Tian prison. This passage really leads straight to the 5th floor of Kun Tian prison. An odd look flickered in Su Nan's eyes. In the past, he never encountered the great princess in Kun Tian prison. He subconsciously thought that the great princess wouldn't be found in such a place. Now it seems that it's not that the great princess didn't come, but rather he simply didn't know. In fact, it's very possible that the great princess frequents Kun Tian prison. What exactly does the great princess do in this sort of place? Unfortunately, his Kun Tian key could only open the 1st floor's prison doors. If he could, he'd sincerely want to open a couple more doors and have a look inside. However, this wasn't completely unmanageable. He could transform into the shape of the great princess and then confidently descend from the prison's 1st floor. With that thought, Su Nan's eyes lit up. The 2nd floor confines spirit-level demons, and by now, those demons should be mostly depleted. If I use the appearance of the great princess to enter, I might be able to complete a 3-star task. It's definite now that he won't be returning to Wolf King Palace, not only because the great princess might be lying in wait at the end of the passage. Even if he could successfully return to Wolf King Palace, he wouldn't be able to enter the treasure vault. If that's the case, why not take advantage of this opportunity to thoroughly explore Kun Tian prison? With a plan in mind, he returned to the first floor, transformed into the appearance of the great princess, and prepared to delve deep into Kun Tian prison. Before that, however, he still needed to use his last for knowledge. The last for knowledge opportunity was used, and the words on the panel flickered rapidly. Changing into the appearance of the Skywolf clan princess, you head for the second floor of Kun Tian prison. The two demonic guards watching the second floor respectfully salute you. You command the two demons to hand over the keys to all the cells on the second floor. The two demons didn't hesitate at all, handing over all the keys to the second floor of Kun Tian prison. Holding the keys, you arrive alone at cell No. 30. Open the prison door and go in. You are detaining a spirit-level monster here. Luckily, after being forcibly extracted by the Kun Tian prison, the demon's strength has been greatly reduced. You finally dealt with the monster in a minute and then continued towards the third level of Kun Tian prison. You didn't notice that as you passed prison cell No. 50, a shadow followed closely behind you. Zhu Cheng. Su Nan flinched, not expecting to meet Zhu Cheng again this time, and that too on the second floor. He was also curious about what Zhu Cheng's mainline task actually was. Zhu Cheng clearly wanted to follow him to the third floor, but the third floor was holding Xuan-level demons. He couldn't understand what Zhu Cheng could do there. The two Xuan-level demons are guarding the third floor. They did not see your transformation art. After you took all the keys, you moved on to the fourth floor. You didn't notice that the shadow following you stopped in front of cell No. 35. The fourth floor is guarded by only one monster. This is a king-level great monster that has fully transformed into a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was surprised to see you and soon discovered you were pretending, which made him angry. You died. King-level monsters are fully transformed into human form and can see through my transformation art. Su Nan realized and also felt a little regretful. With the king-level great monster guarding, it was impossible for him to enter the fourth or fifth floors, and that great princess will likely only go to the fourth or fifth floors. It's not bad to be able to get the keys to the second and third floors successfully. The key to the third floor is temporarily useless to him. Even if he opens the prison cell on the third floor, he cannot kill the demon inside. On the contrary, the key to the second floor is very useful to him. With the key, he can enter the second floor to hunt monsters in the future without worrying. You know, every spirit-level monster is a 3-star task, which is 15 demon points. This is definitely a great harvest. Zhu Cheng stopped in front of cell number 35. It seems that Zhu Cheng's task is related to cell number 35. Su Nan noted secretly. Unfortunately, there is only one for-knowledge opportunity today. Otherwise, he would really like to see in the for-knowledge how Zhu Cheng plans to enter cell number 35 and what he is going to do. However, there's no hurry. These things can also be done tomorrow. Half a minute later, Su Nan is walking in the corridor for the second time, looking at the key in his hand, and he can't help but frown. He managed to get the key to the second floor, but there were only 60 available. There are 63 jail cells on the second floor. I'm missing 3 keys. Could those 3 keys have been lost? Su Nan guessed. He didn't care too much, and when he came to prison cell No. 30, he immediately operated Destiny Wheel Sutra, switching roles to Zhang Yang. A minute later, he left the prison cell. 15 demon power points deposited. The available demon power has returned to 42 points. The speed of acquiring demonic power is really terrifying. Su Nan was startled by his own speed of acquiring demonic power. 2 3-star tasks, 2 2-star tasks. He has gained 40 demon power points today. If he wants to, he can now fully enhance a demon sutra to great perfection. However, it's not over yet. He ran Destiny Wheel Sutra, switching his role to Lang 13. He plans to kill Zhu Cheng once again. This was free demon power delivered to his doorstep, and it was relevant to his main line. Don't blame me, Zhu Cheng. You can only blame yourself for delivering it to my doorstep. Su Nan did not continue to use the appearance of the great princess, but rather transformed back to the appearance of Lang 13. Although his strength is on par with the spirit level now, it may still be a bit difficult to kill Zhu Cheng in an instant. If he tries to attack wearing the disguise of the great princess and can't kill Zhu Cheng instantly, it would definitely expose his act and Zhu Cheng would become suspicious. If Zhu Cheng then associates the disguise of the great princess with him, it would be more loss than gain. Walking slowly towards prison cell No. 50, Sunan prepared to make his move. This was not the first floor. If he was seen here, he might attract the guards' attention, so he must fight quickly. Pat, 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 familiar footsteps came from the corridor. In the corner, Zhu Cheng's face tensed. A demon is coming. I hope it's going to the third floor. He looked forward with anticipation. Very few demons entered Kun Tian prison, and if he wanted to go to the third floor, he had to follow other demons. To seize the opportunity, he had been waiting here without doing daily tasks. Fortunately, it was worth it. As long as he could enter the third floor, only time stood between him and completing the mainline task. The footsteps grew closer and closer until he saw the approaching demon. However, upon seeing Sunan's transformed wolf demon, his heart sank. He recognized Sunan. While wolf demons look similar, careful observation would reveal many differences. Zhu Cheng had a deep impression of Sunan's transformed wolf demon. Just one glance and he recognized him. Damn, how did this wolf demon get here? Zhu Cheng cursed silently. He knew that Sunan's transformed wolf demon was a guard on the first floor and should only be on the first floor. But now it had come to the second one, which made him suspect Sunan was sent by demons for him. After all, other than fully transformed great monsters, this was the only demon that could discover him. Zhu Cheng held his breath, averted his eyes, tried to hide himself as much as possible, hoping Sunan wouldn't detect him. But he was let down. Sunan's footsteps stopped not far from him. Zhu Cheng knew he had been exposed. Escape! Without time to think, he turned into a shadow and darted away at great speed. Utilizing the treasure's ability, without the help of other martial artists or demons, the concealment effect was greatly reduced, and it was easy to be discovered. However, in this state, there was also a benefit. The damage from ordinary attacks was greatly reduced, but as soon as he made a move, he suddenly felt as if his head had been hit hard, and his mind instantly felt bewildered. Due to the influence, his body was immediately revealed from the shadow state. Zhu Cheng was greatly alarmed and tried to force himself to wake up, but before he could react, the transformed wolf demon Sunan was already standing in front of him, his fist heading towards Zhu Cheng. What was that ability just now? Right before his demise, a thought flashed through Zhu Cheng's mind. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task, hunt a top 2 outsider, and 5 demon power points have been awarded. Usable demon power, 47 points. Sunan continued walking, his body transforming back into the appearance of the great princess as he headed for the third floor. The third floor has 54 cells, 9 fewer than the second floor. What surprised Sunan was that the demon guarding the place only had 46 keys, which meant 8 of them were missing. With the keys in hand, Sunan went around and returned to the first floor. I wonder if any of these keys can open those back doors. Perhaps his transformation into the great princess wouldn't be exposed in a short time, but if it happened too often, it would inevitably raise suspicion. If he could enter the second and third floors from the back doors, the level of concealment would naturally increase significantly. He returned to the passage and quickly arrived at the metal door leading to the second floor, trying out the keys one by one. To his delight, as soon as the key for room No. 25 touched the metal door, there was an immediate response. It actually opened. Sunan was thrilled. Inside the cell was a dog-headed demon that charged at Sunan with a roar. Sunan punched the demon back and closed the prison door again. Great, from now on, this second floor will also be my treasure trove for gaining demon power. Not daring to stay in the passage for long, he quickly returned to the first floor of Kun Tian prison. After some thought, he headed for cell No. 24. The bronze bell had a high probability of being in the 6th palace of the Wolf King Palace. He couldn't enter it on his own and had to rely on Zhu Lingyan. I suppose you've killed that wolf demon by now. In the cell, Zhu Lingyan was sitting cross-legged, her eyes half closed as if she hadn't moved at all. Senior, I entered the Wolf King Palace not long ago. Sunan said. Oh, so soon. Zhu Lingyan suddenly opened her eyes, filled with surprise. When she asked Sunan to steal the bronze bell, she saw that he was an outsider and wanted to give it a try. As for whether Sunan could steal it successfully, she didn't hold out much hope. She knew all too well the dangers of the Wolf King Palace. In her view, whether Sunan could even leave Sky Wolf Valley in a short time was a problem. But she never thought that in just over 10 days, Sunan would not only escape Sky Wolf Valley, but also enter the Wolf King Palace and return to Kun Tian Prison. You've truly surprised me. Zhu Lingyan looked deeply at Sunan, but she didn't ask any further questions. Sunan didn't explain either. He continued, "There are 6 palaces in the Wolf King Palace. I've almost confirmed that the bronze bell is in the 6th palace, but there's a transformed demon guarding it, and I can't get in." Zhu Lingyan seemed to know that Sunan would face this situation and calmly said, "Isn't my identity jade with you? It has the power I injected into it 3 years ago. As long as you shatter it, it will unleash my full power in one strike, more than enough to deal with that demon. Identity jade. Well, no wonder she didn't ask for the identity jade back last time. She was waiting here." Sunan naturally knew that Zhu Lingyan's power was in the identity jade. He had also thought about using it but ultimately held back. For him, Zhu Lingyan's identity jade was a trump card. In case he was ever besieged by a demon, he would have a way to turn the tables. It seems that this trump card cannot be preserved now. Having figured out the method to deal with the demon, he thought of another question. "Senior, I found that there are 5 back doors in Kun Tian Prison." Sunan told the story of his discovery, finally asking, "What is the great princess trying to do by setting up a passage in her own bedroom?" 5 back doors. Zhu Lingyan was startled, clearly not knowing about this. However, she quickly thought of something and whispered, "It seems the rumors are true." Sunan became interested. "What rumors?" One Zhu Lingyan was silent for a moment and said, "If I'm not mistaken, the great princess probably wants to completely control the Kun Tian Prison." Completely control the Kun Tian Prison. Sunan was shocked. Does that mean the Skywolf clan hasn't completely controlled Kun Tian Prison yet? Zhu Lingyan nodded. The ancient world was shattered by a great war, after which many treasures disappeared without a trace, and Kun Tian Prison is one of them. Originally, this place was not called Sky Wolf Valley until several decades ago when the Skywolf clan discovered it, claiming it as their own and found the Kun Tian Prison. There are rumors that the Skywolf clan has always been trying to refine the Kun Tian Prison and gain complete control of it, but they have not been successful, which has made some influences want to wrest the Kun Tian Prison from the Skywolf clan. So that's how it is. Sunan suddenly understood. His other mainline task, Demonic Emperor's Bloodline, mentioned that the Demon Emperor's tomb was discovered decades ago, apparently when the Kun Tian Prison was found. Now knowing how to deal with the old man in the Wolf King Palace, Sunan didn't linger any longer and left cell No. 24 after excusing himself. Looking at the panel with 47 demon power points, his thoughts raced. This was his first time accumulating so many demon power points, but what a pity that he didn't possess the appropriate bloodline and demon sutra. "I can't merge with the Physique series bloodline for now, so I have to try to find a solution through the law-controlling class and secret power system. The bloodline obtained from the mainline task is the same as the player's role. The secret power system bloodline can be obtained from Lang 13's mainline task, but the controlling technique bloodline cannot. That Demonic Emperor's bloodline task is not something that can be easily completed. It seems that if I want to get the controlling technique bloodline, I have to help Lai Hao finish the second phase of the mainline task as soon as possible." After considering his options, he logged out of the game and sent Lai Hao a message on the forum. A few minutes later, when he logged into the game again, there were more people in the corridor besides Sunan. "Big brother, you're already back." Seeing Sunan, Lai Hao was overjoyed. Yesterday, upon learning that Sunan had left the Kun Tian Prison, he was worried about whether Sunan would return. Now it seemed his worry was unnecessary. "There are only 7 days left until the end of the survival task, and your mainline second phase task is to hunt 6 demons. If you slay 1 demon per day when the task is completed, the survival task will be almost over. I urgently need bloodlines and demon sutras, so I've decided to speed up the process and let you slay 2 demons each day. Big brother, as you say, I won't hesitate to use my bloodline and demon sutra." Lai Hao agreed without thinking. Sunan was satisfied with Lai Hao's attitude and looked at him. "Don't worry, if I take your bloodline and demon sutra, I won't let you fail the survival task. Before the end of the task, I will give you a bloodline and demon sutra." Since Lai Hao has demon power but no bloodline, Sunan had a physique bloodline and demon sutra in his hands. Giving it to Lai Hao wasn't a bad idea, but not now. If Lai Hao merged with the physique bloodline, the rewards of the mainline task would inevitably be physique-based, which is not what he wanted. Hearing this, Lai Hao was excited. Really? That's great. Accompanying Sunan, he wasn't worried about the demon power shortage but the bloodline and demon sutra problem. Although Lai Hao didn't say it, he had been worried about what would happen if he didn't get the bloodline and demon sutra by the end of the survival task. Now, having received Sunan's promise, he finally put that worry to rest and felt relieved. In high spirits, Lai Hao thought of something and asked, "Big brother, it's been several days since you merged the third bloodline. Why haven't you merged the fourth bloodline yet? Do you want to, like last time, merge a bloodline and directly promote it to great perfection again?" If anyone on the ranking list received the most attention, it was undoubtedly Sunan, who ranked first. Many players speculated that Sunan hadn't merged the fourth Demon Sutra because his mainline quest had problems and couldn't be completed, thus he couldn't obtain the bloodline. But Lai Hao didn't think so. In his view, Sunan was more likely to directly promote the Demon Sutra to great perfection as he had done last time. "You're overthinking it, I just don't have a suitable bloodline." No suitable bloodline. Lai Hao wondered, not knowing what Sunan meant. Sunan did not explain and went straight to a prisoner cell. A few minutes later, Lai Hao completed the task and both of them logged out of the game. Checking the time, it was not far from midnight. Sunan had no desire to sleep, so he simply turned on his phone and started watching videos. More than an hour later, he logged into the game again. Daily task refresh. Lang 13's tasks remained unchanged, still 3 tasks to hunt players. Zhang Yang's task also remained the same. The only change was in Wang Nan's task. The hunting the second floor guard task that had disappeared the day before last seemed to have reappeared because he had returned to Kun Tian prison. It seems difficult to get rid of this task in a short time. Sunan sighed to himself. After checking the tasks, he didn't go hunting for demons like before, but went straight to the prison cell where the players were held. At this time, most players would log in. This was the best time for him to complete the player hunting tasks. The wolf demon was actually on the second floor yesterday. No wonder it didn't appear. Brother Zhu is still waiting. If that wolf demon returns to the first floor, we need to inform him immediately. As Sunan had guessed, more than a dozen players had already logged into the prison cell. The previous route made them realize their previous plan was inadequate, and to escape the cell, they made a new plan. However, to their disappointment, they waited for 2 hours last night, and the wolf demon didn't appear. It was only an hour ago that they learned from Zhu Cheng that Sunan's transformed wolf demon had gone to the second floor. Before, our approach was to rush out together and fight separately like scattered sand. This time, we use half of the people to distract the wolf demon, creating an opportunity for the rest to escape. In this way, the probability of success will greatly increase. Everyone was full of confidence and saw hope in escaping the cell once more. Just as they were preparing, suddenly, the prison door opened. Sunan's transformed wolf demon appeared before their eyes. Upon seeing Sunan, the crowd hesitated. "We haven't even prepared to take action yet, and the wolf demon is already here. What's going on? Why doesn't the wolf demon make any sound when it walks today?" The crowd was surprised and quickly prepared for action after they realized what was happening. However, in the next moment, they were dumbfounded. They saw Sunan step into the cell and then close the cell door. Have we become fish in a barrel? A thought flashed through everyone's minds at the same time. Immediately after, they saw electric light and fire shooting at them. A few breaths later, Sunan left the cell. 2 of Lang 13's tasks were completed, and 6 demon power points were added to his account. However, he wasn't happy about it. Instead, he frowned. It's difficult. Hunting the same player doesn't even count toward the mainline task. On the mainline task, the 30-player hunting quotas were still only 16 completed, with no change at all. This meant that his plan to use the dozens of players to brush the mainline task had gone down the drain. This task is currently the only way for me to obtain secret power blood. It must be completed as soon as possible. Sunan became a little anxious. According to his previous plan, he was to fuse all 3 roles with 4 kinds of Demon Sutra at the end of the survival task and secure the top 3 spots on the ranking list. But according to the current situation, players have become the key constraint for him. He needed to find a way to attract more players to Sky Wolf Valley. 2 minutes later, With the second mortal level demon killed, Wang Nan and Zhang Yang's 2 daily tasks were completed. The usable demon power reached an unprecedented 63 points. Now I should go and see what Zhu Cheng is up to, and also hunt a spirit-level monster on the way. Yesterday, due to the lack of foreknowledge, he had chosen to kill Zhu Cheng instead of taking him to the 3rd floor. Now that he had foreknowledge, he naturally wanted to see what Zhu Cheng was up to. Foreknowledge. You disguise yourself as the Skywolf clan princess and arrive at the 2nd layer of Kun Tian prison. You know that there is an outsider hiding on this floor. Pretending not to know, you slowly make your way towards the 3rd level. As you pass cell No. 52, a shadow begins to follow you. Although you don't realize it, you have a feeling that the outsider is already following you. Upon arriving at the 3rd level, you make a symbolic round on this floor. You know that after passing cell number 35, the outsider will not follow you anymore. As you thought, when passing cell number 35, the shadow following you hides in a corner. You do not scare the snake out of the grass, but instead return to the 2nd layer to wait silently. A minute later, you quietly return to the 3rd level and arrive in front of cell number 35. Taking out the key, you unlock the prison door. You see an outsider in the cell, arranging something. In a corner, the corpse of a demon is slowly being consumed by flames, turning to ashes. Zhu Cheng actually has a way to kill Xuan-level demons. What a thorough preparation. Sunan is shocked. Although the strength of the demons in Kun Tian prison is almost exhausted due to their suppressed bloodlines, their Xuan-level realm is not easily dealt with. He couldn't help but feel relieved that he didn't push Zhu Cheng too hard earlier. Otherwise, Zhu Cheng would have used his method to defeat demons against him, and he would be lying down as well. Where did Zhu Cheng get the key to open cell number 35? Sunan wondered. He is missing a few 3rd-level keys, but none of them include the key to cell number 35. Does Zhu Cheng have the 3rd-level Kun Tian key? This is not impossible. There are 5 layers in Kun Tian prison, so there should be 5 Kun Tian keys. Zhu Cheng had been preparing to enter Kun Tian prison for a long time and must have considered the issue of keys early on. Perhaps Zhu Cheng had obtained keys from other places a long time ago. Seeing your arrival, the outsider hurriedly packs up the items on the ground. You only have time to see that it is a disc-shaped object. The outsider has no intention of fleeing, knowing he cannot escape and can only wait for death. You show no mercy, using several bloodline combat skills to kill the outsider. You search the cell, wanting to check if the outsider has left any other items behind. To your disappointment, it seems that you arrived too early. The outsider has not had time to set up anything and nothing is left behind. Did I go too early? Sunan frowned. The foreknowledge time lasts for only 3 minutes. It takes 1 minute to go from the 1st floor to the 3rd floor and back to the 2nd floor. This is already quite fast. In the foreknowledge, he even waited more than a minute on the 2nd layer before going, leaving virtually no time left. If he continues to wait, the foreknowledge will end. If only the foreknowledge time could be a bit longer. Sunan sighed inwardly, but there was nothing he could do. If he wants to see what Zhu Cheng is doing, he has only one way now. That is, to bring Zhu Cheng into the 3rd level and then return to the 2nd layer, waiting for a minute before using foreknowledge again. But doing so is undoubtedly helping Zhu Cheng. Perhaps Zhu Cheng could even complete the mainline task this way. It may even lead to unknown consequences that affect him. Sunan has to consider carefully. With foreknowledge, even if Zhu Cheng really causes unknown consequences, I can respond in advance, interrupt his actions in time, and the risk is not uncontrollable. One cannot have both the fish and the bear's paw. After hesitating for a moment, Sunan decides to help Zhu Cheng enter the 3rd level. With the decision made, he disguises himself as the great princess and continues towards the 2nd layer without stopping. In the dark corner, Zhu Cheng logs into the game. Before he can check his daily tasks, he suddenly hears footsteps approaching. Zhu Cheng's expression changed and his face instantly darkened. Could it be that wolf demon again? After being killed by Sunan disguised as wolf demon twice in a row, he had developed a psychological shadow, subconsciously thinking that the approaching footsteps belonged to the wolf demon disguised by Sunan. However, thinking about the members killed by the wolf demon earlier, he shook his head. I must be overthinking it. That wolf demon was still on the 1st floor just now. It's unlikely they would come to the second floor so quickly. Not daring to be careless, Zhu Cheng held his breath and silently waited. The footsteps grew closer, and soon he saw who the footsteps belonged to. When he saw that the approaching demon was not the wolf demon, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. However, realizing it was a Demon King realm shape-shifting demon, his heart skipped a beat, and his face instantly darkened again. Zhu Cheng's face turned ugly. Although the power he gained from the treasure was formidable, it was not enough to elude a Demon King realm shape-shifting demon. He wanted to flee but found no escape route. Helplessly, he could only hold his breath and pray that he wouldn't be discovered. The footsteps drew nearer, finally arriving beside Zhu Cheng. To Zhu Cheng's surprise, the footsteps did not stop. Did they not notice me? Zhu Cheng was stunned and then overjoyed. He didn't know why the great monster in front of him didn't notice him, but he knew this was an opportunity. Without thinking, he quickly entered the shadow beneath Su Nan's feet while his disguised great princess form was still nearby. Su Nan continued forward without showing any emotion, a faint smile in the corner of his mouth. Soon, he entered the third level. TMN. At the moment of entering the third floor, Zhu Cheng's heart raced. Now that he entered the third floor, he was getting close to completing his task. Even if he was discovered by demons now, he wouldn't be afraid. Su Nan pretended to know nothing. Following the scenario in his prior vision, he made a round on the third floor before returning. He didn't idle away, seizing this opportunity to hunt spirit-level demons on the second floor. 2 minutes later, 15 demon power points arrived. The terrifying figure of usable demon points has reached 78. It's a pity that among the 3 roles, only Zhang Yang has a task of hunting spirit-level demons. Otherwise, I would use the Kun Tian prison as a means to farm demon power, just like when killing mortal-level demons. Su Nan was never satisfied, he thought to himself. Enough waiting has been done, I can foresee now. You enter the 3rd floor of Kun Tian prison and head directly to cell number 35. You know that an outsider is setting up something in the prison cell right now. You decide to wait quietly instead of acting rashly. 2 minutes later, the prison door opens. You see an outsider in the cell manipulating a circular disc that is 6 or 7 inches in diameter. The disc takes on a silver-white color, spinning rapidly with countless runes jumping on it. Seeing your arrival, the outsider panics, hurriedly hiding the disc. After successfully stowing away the disc, the outsider breathes out a sigh of relief. Knowing he can't escape, instead of attempting to flee now, he chooses to wait for his impending death. You do not hold back, using various bloodline combat skills to kill the outsider. You search the cell, hoping to find whether the outsider left any other items behind. To your disappointment, you arrive too early. The outsider's preparations were not yet completed, leaving nothing behind. Did I arrive too early again? Su Nan frowned. In reality, he waited 2 minutes. He waited another 2 in his vision, accumulating a total of 4 minutes. What on earth is that disc? It actually takes this much time to set up. He had no choice but to keep waiting. After another 2 minutes of waiting, he started the 3rd prediction. You enter the 3rd floor of Kun Tian prison, heading straight for cell number 35. You know that an outsider is in the cell setting something up. You do not act impulsively but choose to wait quietly. 2 minutes later, you open the prison seal. Unfortunately, you are too late. The cell is empty except for a disc slowly spinning in midair. You try to touch the disc. Luckily, nothing dangerous occurs. You grab the disc to closely observe and discover that there are dense lines and patterns on it. Silver light flows spontaneously on these patterns. They do not change despite your handling. Though you don't know the function of the disc, you realize this extraordinary artifact must have been left by the outsider for a reason. Did I arrive too late this time? Su Nan frowned. Immediately, a thought emerged. What would happen if I took the disc away? If he went now, he'd definitely interrupt Zhu Cheng's preparations. But in that case, Zhu Cheng would hide the disc instantly, preventing him from getting the disc. Bender, but if he let Zhu Cheng finish setting up, Zhu Cheng might be able to complete his mainline task because of this. If I go after Zhu Cheng finishes setting up without the disc, Zhu Cheng's plans would surely be affected. Moreover, with my current strength, even if Zhu Cheng completes his mainline task, it will not pose a significant threat to me. He felt that whatever Zhu Cheng was planning was definitely not going to be simple. If he didn't know, he'd let it be. Now that he was in the know, naturally, he needed to figure out Zhu Cheng's purpose. And that disc was the only entry point. He must get it. silently waiting. Another 2 minutes passed and then he walked towards cell number 35. As the cell door opened, there was no one inside, only a disc spinning quietly. Knowing that the disc was safe, Sunan promptly grabbed it. Wrongling disc, an ancient treasure, function unknown. An ancient treasure. Sunan's face changed slightly. Even though he did not know exactly how powerful an ancient treasure was, he knew that anything associated with ancient times was never to be underestimated. After all, both humans and demons from ancient times were far stronger than those of today. I wonder how Zhu Cheng acquired something like this. Could he have the backing of a powerful martial artist? Sunan speculated a possibility. Zhu Cheng had the means to kill a Xuan-level demon, and now he had an ancient treasure. These were not ordinary. In his view, the most likely scenario was that Zhu Cheng's task was related to a powerful entity. Regardless of Zhu Cheng's method of killing demons or this wrongling disc, they were all provided by someone behind the scenes. The introduction does not provide information about the function of the wrongling disc. Otherwise, I might be able to infer Zhu Cheng's plans from it. If one wants to clarify what this disc is for now, I can only ask Zhu Lingyan. Storing the items, Sunan returned to the first floor, just when Sunan entered the cell above. In the villa where Zhu Cheng was located, Zhang Feng looked at Zhu Cheng, who was crawling out of the game warehouse, and asked, "How did it go, big brother? Was it successful?" Seeing Zhu Cheng leaving the game, a sense of unease rose among Zhang Feng and the others. Only a few minutes had passed since Zhu Cheng logged into the game. Although they believed in Zhu Cheng, they didn't think he could finish the task in such a short time. After all, there had been 2 prior failures, but unlike the past 2 days. Today, Zhu Cheng not only didn't wear a calm face but wore a smile which left everyone somewhat puzzled. Zhu Cheng didn't say anything, just gave a slight nod. Seeing him like this, everyone was first stunned, then all of them were overjoyed. "Did you really succeed? Great, finally we can get out of that ghostly place. There are only 6 days left until the end of the survival task. If they can't escape from the prison cells quickly, they can imagine their fate," Zhu Cheng said. "Once today is over, tomorrow I will be able to control part of the power of that prison, and I will be able to let you all out even without a key." Zhu Cheng was full of confidence. He would never have guessed that as soon as he left, the treasure he had placed was taken by someone else. Inside cell No. 24, Zhu Lingyan opened her eyes and said solemnly, "Why are you back again? It's only been a little over an hour since Sunan left last time." Sunan took out the wrongling disc and said, "Senior, take a look at what this is." "Huh." Seeing the item in Sunan's hand, Zhu Lingyan suddenly stood up and instantly came to Sunan's side, grabbing the wrongling disc. She only took a glance and asked, "Where did you get this thing?" This was owned by another outsider. Sunan didn't hide anything and roughly told her about what had happened. After listening quietly to Sunan's words, Zhu Lingyan was silent for a moment before saying, "It seems someone is preparing to make a move on Kun Tian prison." Making a move on Kun Tian prison. Sunan's eyes lit up, and he knew that he had found the right person in Zhu Lingyan. It was obvious that Zhu Lingyan not only knew the function of the wrongling disc, but also may know about the existence behind the wrongling disc. Zhu Lingyan said, "This thing is called wrongling disc. It is said that ancient powerhouses created it specifically for refining divine weapons. Once activated, it will slowly integrate into a treasure. When it completely integrates, it is time to refine the treasure. The materials used for this thing are extremely special and extremely rare even in ancient times. To my knowledge, there is only one piece in Diangsing sect in the whole Danshan state. There are 2 marks on this wrongling disc, one of which is extremely powerful. It belongs to the true owner of the wrongling disc, while the other is weaker by thousands of times, and it should belong to the outsider you mentioned. The cell number 35 on the 3rd level is the central location of Kun Tian prison, and the refining speed is the fastest when placed there. Refining treasure. After listening carefully to Zhu Lingyan's introduction, Sunan was surprised. Does the owner of this wrongling disc want to refine the Kun Tian prison? Before, he had guessed that there might be other powerful beings behind Zhu Cheng, and now this guess was confirmed. "You're right." Zhu Lingyan nodded and continued, "I mentioned earlier that Kun Tian prison hadn't been completely refined and controlled by the Skywolf clan, and it even attracted many covers powers. Diangsing sect is one of them." Diangsing sect. Sunan remembered the name and secretly admired this power. Keep in mind that the Skywolf clan is one of the ancient 100 clans and should not be underestimated even in ancient times. Now that the strength of humans has been greatly reduced and can only barely protect themselves, the ambition of the Diangsing sect is evident in their ability and willingness to steal from the Skywolf clan. If my guess is correct, when this wrongling disc is completely integrated into Kun Tian prison, that powerful person from Diangsing sect will come to retrieve Kun Tian prison. Sunan had a thought and immediately asked, "Senior, I took the wrongling disc with me. Can it still continue to integrate into Kun Tian prison?" "Of course." Zhu Lingyan nodded. "Now that the wrongling disc has been activated by the outsider you mentioned, it has already established a connection with the Kun Tian prison. As long as this thing is still inside the prison, it will continue to integrate. Fortunately, you discovered it early. If you had found it a few hours later, you wouldn't be able to touch it." Sunan suddenly realized why Zhu Cheng had left the wrongling disc unattended after activating it. He could never have thought that the item he had just set up would have been taken by someone else. Zhu Lingyan looked at the wrongling disc. "Let's leave it here for the moment and come back for it in 2 hours. Put it back." "Why put it back?" Sunan was confused. Since they know that the wrongling disc will only continue to work while in the Kun Tian prison, why not take it out of the prison completely and be done with it? It's not usable now, but that doesn't mean it can't be used in the future. Zhu Lingyan saw Sunan's thoughts and sneered. "This thing has been completely refined by someone else. Unless you kill that person, there's no use for you to keep it. Besides, do you think this thing is so easy to take? The moment you touched it, the person behind it already knew about you. If you're not afraid of death, you can keep it and try." Having been discovered by the owner of the wrongling disc as soon as he touched it, Sunan felt a chill in his heart. It's no joke. They dared to compete with the Skywolf clan for treasures, so they must be incredibly powerful. With such a being watching him, he'd never have enough lives to spare. "Senior, how long would it take for the wrongling disc to completely integrate into Kun Tian prison if I put it back?" Zhu Lingyan said, "As soon as 6 days or as long as 7 days. 6 to 7 days. Isn't that exactly when the survival task ends? This is too coincidental." Sunan's heart stirred and he couldn't help but ponder. It can be imagined that once Kun Tian prison is refined and the powerful person behind it arrives, Sky Wolf Valley will be in turmoil. Perhaps at that time he could take advantage of the situation and complete some task that he couldn't finish now. Thinking of this, Sunan's eyes lit up. But before that, he still needed to strengthen his strength as soon as possible. Quit the game. Sunan checked the time and went to sleep. Early the next morning, as soon as he was awakened by the alarm clock, he logged into the game. Zhu Lingyan had asked him to put the wrongling disc back in 2 hours, and now 3 hours had passed. Fortunately, Zhu Lingyan didn't say anything. Holding the wrongling disc, he didn't know why, but he always felt that the round disc in his hand was different from before. But he couldn't tell where exactly was different. Did Zhu Lingyan do something to this thing? Sunan speculated. After putting the disc back in cell number 35 on the 3rd floor, he logged out of the game again. Linjiang Hotel. As soon as Sunan entered the hotel, he noticed that the atmosphere was not quite right. Not only were most of the security personnel present, even Wang Chong was also there. Sunan walked over to Wang Chong and asked curiously, "What's going on?" Wang Chong whispered, "Brother Nan, that Wang Nan appeared again last night. I don't know what he wants to do. Last night, almost half of the players in Donglan City were approached, and some players were even killed." Wang Nan. Sunan's heart skipped a beat. Ever since that so-called Wang Nan rescued the person in black last time, he hadn't heard any follow-up news in the past few days. Unexpectedly, not only did he reappear now, but he was also using his name to target other players. It seems that they have become desperate since they haven't found the bracelet for so long. Sunan whispered to himself. His expression was a bit solemn, not because he easily defeated 2 people in black last time, but because the opponent was too mysterious, and he hadn't even seen the tip of the iceberg of their organization. Miss Bai suspects that Wang Nan may come to us tonight, so she wants to strengthen our security. Wang Chong looked at a large box not far away. The box contained neatly arranged equipment, including various knives, electric batons, tear gas sprayers, high-power flashlights, and other items used by the police. Sunan glanced at them and frowned. "What's the use of these things? We are ordinary people. If that Wang Nan really comes, we won't be a match for him with these things." Wang Chong looked around and whispered, "These are just for show. I heard that Miss Bai got some handguns from Yang Zheng, but unfortunately we won't be using them." Handguns. Su Nan's heart trembled slightly. After a player awakens their bloodline combat technique, they possess power beyond ordinary people, but they are still far from being able to ignore firearms. If you want to deal with martial artists, firearms are undoubtedly very effective. But unfortunately, such things are controlled by the officials and ordinary people can't get them. Of course, it doesn't mean that the players have no ability to resist under the threat of firearms. In Su Nan's view, as long as one merges a speed-based bloodline, the threat of firearms is greatly reduced. Although bullets are fast, the people who shoot them are slow to react. Players can fully predict the direction of the bullets before the opponent shoots and dodge them in advance. External things are always external, and only one's own strength is the most reliable. Su Nan was anxious. Those people in black made such a big move, determined to find the bracelet at any cost. It is even possible that they might have guessed that the bracelet is on Wang Nan and used Wang Nan's name to try and lure him out. If this continues, those people in black might really find him. Now my demon power is sufficient, but I need some solutions to the lack of bloodline and demon sutra. Players. As long as there are enough players, Lang 13's main line can be easily completed. Maybe I can use the Diangsing sex situation to attract other players. Su Nan secretly plotted. What he didn't know at that moment, in the new district of Donglan City, a tall black-robed man was frowning at a sketch. If Yang Zheng was here, he would surely recognize that this tall black-robed person was the one who broke into the Demon Investigation Bureau and injured him last time. The reason the tall black-robed person broke into the bureau to rescue another black-robed person was to obtain Wang Nan's appearance from him. At this time, another person in black came over and said, "We have compared all the facial information of people in Donglan City and the surrounding cities. There are more than a dozen similar people, but none are highly similar. None." The tall person in black frowned and said without thinking, "Enlarge the comparison range and find this person at all costs." After a pause, he added, "Give me the information on the remaining suspicious players." Su Nan continued to work as usual, as if nothing had happened, but the forum was not calm. Bender last time, the appearance of the fake Wang Nan was deliberately suppressed because he only rescued one person from the Demon Investigation Bureau, and not many people knew about it. This time, the fake Wang Nan attacked players on a large scale, even causing the deaths of several players, and finally caused a sensation. The news spread quickly, and for a moment the forum was full of posts discussing Wang Nan. "Big brother, you are in Donglan City. I will come and find you tomorrow," Lai Hao said excitedly in the game. He had always wanted to know about Su Nan's identity and reality, but has always been clueless. Now he finally knew Su Nan's whereabouts. Su Nan stood in the prison cell, punched a charging demon, and calmly said, "That's an imposter." An imposter? Lai Hao was stunned and then immediately became angry. "Who's so bold as to impersonate you, big brother? Why can't someone impersonate me if I'm not a big shot?" Su Nan said lightly. After helping Lai Hao kill 2 demons, Su Nan continued, "There's something I need you to do." Lai Hao immediately became energetic, patted his chest, and said, "Big brother, just tell me what to do and I will definitely help you with it." Su Nan didn't directly say it, but asked, "Do you know where this Kun Tian prison is located?" "I don't know." Lai Hao shook his head. "This place is called Sky Wolf Valley, the territory of the Sky Wolf Demon Clan. Outside the Sky Wolf Valley, there is a Wolf King Palace, where there is a treasure vault of the Sky Wolf Clan. In 6 or 7 days, the Diangsing sect will seize the Kun Tian prison, and by then, the Sky Wolf Valley will be in chaos. I want you to post on the forum and spread this news. Attract the attention of other players to that treasure vault. Create an illusion that they can take advantage of the chaos to steal treasures, attracting as many players as possible here." Su Nan spoke out his plan. This was the method he had thought of after careful consideration. For players, treasures were undoubtedly the most attractive thing. Sky Wolf Valley, Wolf King Palace, Treasure Vault. Lai Hao listened in amazement, his mind shaken, not understanding what Su Nan wanted to do. However, he also knew what he could ask and what he couldn't. After a slight pondering, Lai Hao had an idea. "Don't worry, big brother, I'll take care of this. I'll make sure it's done to your satisfaction." "All right, I'll be waiting for your good news." Su Nan nodded. After Lai Hao quit the game, Sunan turned and entered the passage leading to the great princess's bedroom. Having thought of a way to deal with the great demon guarding the treasures, he naturally wanted to give it a try. He knew that there was likely a monster guarding at the end of the passage, but he couldn't give up. What if there wasn't one at this time? He had only used his foreknowledge ability 3 times today, so he still had 6 chances. He didn't hesitate to use it again. Be careful when walking the passage. Try to avoid making any noise. 1 minute later, you haven't encountered any danger. Continue moving forward. 2 minutes later, you guess that you've covered a third of the distance. 3 minutes later, you still haven't reached the end. With no imminent danger, Sunan moved forward with ease. After 3 minutes, he used his foreknowledge ability again. Once again, there was no danger. It wasn't until his third prediction that things finally changed. 2 minutes later, you finally reach the end of the passage, where you see the familiar red door. As the door opens, a green-clothed girl appears before you. You try to escape, but it's too late. You have no choice but to launch a full-scale attack against the young girl. You get caught by the girl, who doesn't kill you but instead takes you to the lobby, locking you in a metal cage. You try to break the cage but find that your strength can't damage it at all. Is it trying to trap me to death? Sunan's heart sank. Obviously, these demons had found a way to deal with the players. He had to admit that this method was very effective. Once trapped, the player would still be in the cage upon logging in next time. Unless they were rescued by other players one day, they would never escape. Confirming that there was a monster at the end of the passage, Sunan finally gave up and returned quietly. It's impossible to enter the Wolf King Palace through this passage for now. I have to think of another way. I wonder if my identity as a wolf demon guard has been exposed. Last time, when he quit the game directly in the Wolf King Palace, it must have aroused suspicions among the demons. However, he had no idea what consequences it might have caused. If it hadn't created serious consequences, maybe he could use the previous method to enter the Wolf King Palace again. Thinking of this, Sunan returned to Kun Tian prison and switched his role to Lang 13. Before using his foreknowledge ability again, you transform into the appearance of a wolf demon guard and head towards the exit of Kun Tian prison. The demon guarding the exit doesn't notice anything unusual about you or stop you, so you easily leave Kun Tian prison. 1 minute later, you arrive at the fork in the road leading to the Thousand Wolf Cave and the way out of Sky Wolf Valley. After a brief hesitation, you choose the path to leave Sky Wolf Valley. 2 minutes later, you encounter a patrol of demons. They don't pay attention to you, so you continue forward. 3 minutes later, you stop walking. Being able to successfully leave Kun Tian prison means that my previous actions didn't cause too much of a stir. At least the demons in Sky Wolf Valley don't know that I disappeared in the Wolf King Palace. Sunan breathed a sigh of relief, as this was the best outcome. I just don't know if I can still use the identity of the Wolf Demon Guard to enter the Wolf King Palace. Leaving Kun Tian prison, Sunan proceeded to leave Sky Wolf Valley as his premonition had shown. This time, he walked right up to 100 meters from the end of the road before using his foreknowledge. Your arrival does not catch the attention of the shape-shifting demon at the end of the road, and you easily leave Sky Wolf Valley. As you approach the Wolf King Palace, the patrolling demon beast leader recognizes you and immediately questions where you went last time. Not knowing how to answer, you use the excuse of discovering the outsider's plot to report to the great princess. The demon beast leader doesn't believe you and grabs at you. You run away but are hit by the demon beast leader's palm. You died. This method doesn't work either. Sunan took a deep breath but wasn't too surprised. Last time he disappeared mysteriously, it was bound to be questioned, and the demon beast leader who brought him into the Wolf King Palace was naturally the biggest suspect. Fortunately, during that time the demon beast didn't see him disappear, or else his player identity would have been exposed. Both routes are unviable. This is difficult now. Sunan frowned. To enter the Wolf King Palace directly, he had to use Lang 13th's identity. Otherwise, his transformation art would be seen through by the great monsters at first glance. But using Lang 13th's identity, he couldn't pass the demon beast leader, so this route was caught in a deadlock. I have to figure out a way through that passage. The green-clothed girl can't always be guarding the exit. Returning to Kun Tian prison, Sunan didn't continue with the foreknowledge. He had completed the tasks he could, so he chose to quit the game. Lying on the bed, he opened the forum on his phone to browse. Undoubtedly, the hardest topic on the forum today was Wang Nan. A lot of people were shocked by the fact that the fake Wang Nan could boldly kill others in reality and condemned him. Su Nan was indifferent, ignoring posts discussing Wang Nan as he continued browsing. What should I do? I still haven't finished my novice task. There are only 6 days left until the end of the survival task. Who can help me? Requesting any major guild to take me in, as long as my Demon Sutra can reach perfection before the end of the survival task. I'm willing to pay 10 million as a reward. Money is not a problem, seeking a high-paying carry. Due to the approaching end of the survival task, many players were becoming increasingly desperate and sought a solution. Offering large sums of money was the most common method, each bid higher than the last. However, it wasn't very effective. After all, most players were barely managing to survive now, who would have the ability to help others. Moreover, the first batch of game bracelets were ridiculously expensive, and only the wealthy could afford them, so money wasn't the same lure for them as one would imagine. It's a pity Lai Hao is the only player that was assigned to Sky Wolf Valley this time. Otherwise, I could completely leverage other players to obtain the Bloodline Demon Sutra like I did with him. Su Nan shook his head. It was unavoidable. He continued browsing. Suddenly, a newly posted article caught his attention. Shocking. The Demon Race Treasure Vault has been discovered in Sky Wolf Valley. Diangsing sect wants to start a war with the Demon Clan. Upon seeing the post title, Su Nan instantly connected the dots. He checked the username, and sure enough, this post was made by Lai Hao. This guy works fast. He's already posted so quickly. He opened the post, which was filled with lengthy walls of text. Su Nan went through it and smirked. Lai Hao, as per Su Nan's instructions, focused on describing the existence of the treasure vault in Wolf King Palace. Lai Hao didn't concern himself with its contents, and instead portrayed the vault as a place piled with divine weapons and treasures. To prove the authenticity of the situation, Lai Hao also posted a photo of Kun Tian prison. He even exposed that Zhu Cheng sent people to Sky Wolf Valley. I know the Diangsing sect. I heard that they are one of the 3 sects and 6 religions and have powerful strength. Where is Sky Wolf Valley? Is it true that the god Zhu Cheng sent people to Sky Wolf Valley? Because the post was just published, there weren't too many people who saw it. However, the terms Diangsing sect and Demon Race Treasure Vault still attracted the attention of many players. Within just 1 minute, dozens of players had replied to the post. I hope this method works. Expectation flashed in Su Nan's eyes, but he didn't have high hopes. Dongshan State was vast and players were scattered, so even if someone was attracted, they would need to be able to reach Sky Wolf Valley. Just then the muted sound of gunshots caught his attention from afar. That's gunshots. Su Nan was startled, immediately going up to the window to look in the direction of the sound. Lake Moon Park. Dark and brooding, this usually empty park is now filled with tension. Yang Zheng's eyes are fixed on the 3 mysterious figures in black, his face a mask of seriousness. To his left stands a man and a woman. The woman has long flowing hair and a graceful demeanor, and if Su Nan were here, he would recognize her as Bai Meng Meng. The man is Zheng Dai, a newly promoted player in Donglan City, who has reached great demon art perfection. On Yang Zheng's other side, several soldiers with guns are continuously shooting, trying to take down the figures in black. Where did they come from? How are they so powerful? Bai Meng Meng's eyes widen in surprise. These 3 people in black are too strong, at least having 2 types of Demon Sutra Great Perfection, or even possibly 3 types of Demon Sutra Great Perfection. The speed is so fast, they can already dodge bullets. Wang Nan is a player, but the other 2 are definitely not players. If they were all players, the ranking list would have more than just a few 2 types of Demon Sutra Great Perfection. Zheng Dai quickly analyzed. As the only 2 great demon art perfection players in Donglan City, they were invited here, originally believing that their strength combined with firearms could hold their own against Wang Nan. But they were caught off guard by the current situation. Stop shooting, Yang Zheng says sternly. The continuous gunfire has already consumed a lot of ammunition, but apart from preventing the 3 figures in black from getting close, it hasn't served its purpose. The gunfire stops, and the 3 figures in black not only show no fear of the guns in their hands, but instead, Their eyes are filled with contempt. Yang Zheng firmly stares at the tall figure in black and says, "Wang Nan, what do you want?" Tonight's operation was carefully planned by him, aiming to capture these mysterious figures in black. Last night, several players had died, which had already had a severe impact on Donglan City, and as the city's leader, he couldn't pretend as if nothing had happened. The tall figure in black responds, "I've already told Captain Yang what I want. All you have to do is help me find that bracelet and we'll leave Donglan City immediately." Yang Zheng angrily says, "I don't care about what you're looking for, but randomly killing players is a serious violation of the law." Law. The tall figure in black sneers. "What is the law? Just a tool for you lowly people to control this world. To me, fists are the law." The tall figure in black looks at Yang Zheng and the others with disdain in his eyes. At this, Yang Zheng shakes with anger, but there's nothing he can do. The tall figure in black continues, "Originally, as long as you cooperated obediently, there wouldn't be any problems. But now that you're seeking your own doom, don't blame me." With a murderous glint in his eyes, the tall figure in black takes a step towards them. In his eyes, Yang Zheng and the others are just ants, and now these ants want to deal with him, which is unbearable. Yang Zheng's face darkens and a sense of crisis rises in his heart. Just as he's about to order the gunfire to continue, a man's voice calls out. From afar on a stone-paved path, a handsome young man approaches. "Old A, it's been a while and you're still the same. I didn't expect you to come too." When he sees the young man, Old A's eyebrows furrow slightly. "Halt, who are you?" Several soldiers point their guns at the young man, questioning him. The young man smiles at Yang Zheng. "Captain Yang, don't worry. My name is Jiang Wen and I'm here to assist you." Yang Zheng's expression shifts, as if suddenly realizing something. "You're with the night patrol." As the leader of Donglan City, Yang Zheng knows some hidden secrets, including this organization called the Night Patrol. The Night Patrol is also an official department established after the game's public beta test. Its members are all very mysterious, with no one knowing their origins, as if they appeared out of thin air. "Night Patrol? What department is that?" Bai Ming and Zhang Dai exchange glances, their eyes filled with curiosity. Jiang Wen looks at the tall figure in black. "You've been deceived by him, he's not Wang Nan." "Not Wang Nan." Bai Ming and Zhang Dai are stunned, but Yang Zheng's eyes light up. Actually, the first time he saw this figure in black addressed as Old A, he suspected that he was not Wang Nan. In his opinion, the man who had rescued him from the figure in black's hands that day was more like Wang Nan. If he's not Wang Nan, then who is he? Zhang Dai can't help but ask. Jiang Wen looks at Old A and the others. To be more precise, they're not even players. Not players. Yang Zheng, Bai Ming and Zhang Dai exchange glances, their hearts shocked but not too surprised. Actually, they had thought of the possibility moments before because there weren't many players in the ranking list with 2 types of Demon Sutra Great Perfection. So how could 3 just conveniently appear here? However, the question arises, if the figure in black isn't a player, then isn't Jiang Wen not a player either? Bai Ming can't help but ask, if they are not players, how do they obtain the powers from the game? Jiang Wen mysteriously smiles. It's because they are not from this world. Not from this world. Now, not only Bai Ming and Zhang Dai, but even Yang Zheng is greatly shaken. How could that be? Are they people from the demon world? Their faces filled with astonishment and uncertainty, their gazes onto the 3 figures in black are now filled with curiosity. Jiang Wen shook his head, saying no more, his demeanor full of inscrutability. Olda stared at Jiang Wen and said, "I can't believe that the once proud descendant of the god race has willingly fallen so low to be mingling with these ordinary people." Jiang Wen smiled faintly. "Those who follow different paths cannot make plans together. You descendants of the heavenly race wish to usurp the Kai luck of this world. Letting you continue down this path would be a disaster for this world. Descendants of the god race, descendants of the heavenly race, aren't they from the human race?" A myriad of questions emerged in the minds of Yang Zheng and his companions. Regrettably, no one offered them an answer. Olda coldly chuckled and replied disdainfully, "You make it sound as if you're so noble. You know best what scheme you're hatching. We're all the same in the end." No, we are not the same." Jiang Wen shook his head repeatedly. Olda snorted coldly, saying, "I don't want to waste my breath arguing with you. Since you're here today, I'll spare this group of people for now. But if there's a next time, don't blame me for being ruthless." With that, Olda prepared to leave. But Jiang Wen was not ready to let him go. Leave. Did I say you could leave? On hearing this, Olda stopped and instantly turned frosty, eyeing Jiang Wen. Are you planning to fight me? I used to be no match for you, but that may not be the case today. The opportunity is rare, so let's just see how much capability you still have. Jiang Wen rubbed his hands together, eager for a fight, seeking death. Olda was now angry and stopped wasting words, lunging directly at him. Bring it on. Jiang Wen was not at all intimidated, but rather quite excited. The strength of the two of them was clearly equal. Despite the lack of many tricks in their hand-to-hand combat, it was mainly physical wrestling. Yang Zheng and his companions all felt a piercing aura. So strong. Their abilities are not as simple as the great perfection of 3 monster techniques. It's very likely that they have reached the great perfection of 4 demon classics. Bai Mengmeng stared intently at the two combatants in the field and murmured quietly. His strength is even greater than last time. Yang Zheng was also taken aback as he watched Old A. The last time Yang Zheng crossed hands with Old A, although he was severely defeated by a single blow, he also noticed that Old A's strength was not as strong as it is now. If he were a player, such an improvement wouldn't be extraordinary. But the problem was that Old A is not a player. He couldn't figure out how Old A managed to enhance his strength in this world. No wonder you dare to challenge me. It turns out you have also recovered the power of the peak of mortal level. Old A's face turned grave. Jiang Wen laughed. Can you be the only one allowed to recover strength while I can't? Olda revealed a cold smile. You are celebrating too soon. Do you think I've recovered only this much strength? What do you mean? Jiang Wen was taken aback, but before he could react, he suddenly felt the strength from Old A's arm multiply several times. Under this blow, he was immediately forced back several steps. Spirit level. You've actually recovered to spirit level. How did your strength recover so quickly? Jiang Wen's face changed dramatically as he realized that he had underestimated Old and overestimated himself. Bender without thinking, Jiang Wen turned to flee. However, it was now Old who disagreed. Thinking of leaving now, it's too late. The situation reversed. Jiang Wen, who had just held his ground against Old Black, was now at a disadvantage. This is bad. We have to help him. Yang Zheng's face turned pale. If Jiang Wen were defeated, Olda certainly wouldn't spare them. Yang Zheng wanted to aid Jiang Wen. The 3 of them went into action. Yang Zheng and Zheng Dai charged out with their fastest speed, and Bai Mengmeng swung her arm, sending a stream of water shooting out like a blade. However, just as they began to move, the 2 men in black, who had been observing all along, retaliated, launching swift attacks on the 3 of them. The 2 men in black were also strong. Yang Zheng and Zheng Dai were no match for them. After just a brief clash, they were heavily injured. Seeing this, several soldiers reacted quickly and began to open fire. Yet even so, they could only rely on the continuous gunfire to barely stop the 2 men in black from advancing. They could not inflict significant damage on them. Without help, Jiang Wen was in a tight spot. Facing the rapidly increasing strength of Old A, he was only able to fend off his attacks, but this was only temporary. If he continued like this, a serious injury was inevitable. Even if he couldn't find a chance to escape, he might be unable to leave here today. He was full of regret, cursing himself for being too reckless and deciding to stop Olda earlier. But it was too late now. Seeing that Jiang Wen was gradually unable to withstand Olda's assault, he suddenly yelled towards the darkness in the distance. How long are you planning to watch? Hearing these words, Olda's expression slightly changed, quickly turning to look in Jiang Wen's shouted direction. There were no street lights there, only darkness. But except for a few soldiers on the scene, the rest were martial artists. This kind of darkness didn't matter much to them. They could see a thicket of shrubbery, nothing more. Seeing that his shout had had no effect, Jiang Wen's face slightly darkened. While fending off Olda's attack, he continued to say, Stop hiding, Wang Nan, I know it's you. If you want to know the identities of these people in black, then immediately join the fight. Wang Nan. Upon hearing Jiang Wen's words, everyone was surprised, their eyes uniformly focusing on the thicket. It seemed that Jiang Wen's words had had an effect. After a short silence, a youth with an ordinary appearance emerged from the darkness. How did you find me? The person who arrived was indeed Su Nan, in a different guise. After hearing the gunshots, he had briefly hesitated before ultimately deciding to come. However, he wasn't here to confront the people in black, but to hide in the shadows and gather intelligence. In fact, the information he had obtained this time far exceeded his expectations. people from another world, not players but possessing extraordinary powers, descendants of the divine and heavenly races, seizing the Kai luck of this world. Each piece of this information, taken separately, would be enough to cause a huge sensation. Now that he knew all this, Sunan finally had a certain understanding of the people in black. However, the only downside was that he had been discovered in the end. It really is him. Yang Zheng's eyes lit up. Seeing Sunan's disguised appearance, he recognized him at glance. Hearing Yang Zheng's muttered words, Bai Mengmeng's eyes widened in surprise, and she immediately asked Captain Yang, "Do you know him?" Yang Zheng nodded. "You remember the incident last time. It was him who had taken action. Without his intervention, I wouldn't have been able to capture that person in black. So it was him who took action." Bai Mengmeng knew what incident Yang Zheng was referring to, and her eyes also lit up. "What? Both of you know him?" Zheng Dai frowned from the side. Given Yang Zheng knew the newcomer, that was one thing. But Bai Mengmeng knew him too, which Zheng Dai found hard to accept. "Kid, you've finally shown up. You made me look hard for you." Seeing Sunan, Olda didn't panic but felt joy. Just as Sunan had guessed, Olda had impersonated him in order to draw Sunan out. Now that the main culprit had shown up, Olda immediately let go of Jiang Wen. His figure flashed, and he lunged towards Sunan at an extremely fast speed. Sunan's eyebrows furrowed, not hesitating, but immediately turned and disappeared into the darkness. He wasn't trying to run away, but planned to change his location. It wasn't suitable to fight here. Olda already possessed spirit-level strength. If it were 2 or 3 days earlier, Sunan wouldn't have been his match. Although he was confident of coping with Olda now, he would have to go all out. But if he did so, the crowd would surely discover that he had mastered the 3-system power. This was not what he wanted to see. Trying to run. "Can you escape?" Olda scoffed. In his eyes, Sunan was already like a turtle in a jar, simply struggling on his last legs. Olda was like a sharp sword, pushing his speed to the limit. But in the next moment, he found that Sunan's speed was not at all slower than his own. A martial artist who primarily relies on speed. Olda didn't think much and continued the chase. We can't let Olda prevail. After Sunan and Olda disappeared into the darkness one after the other, Jin Wen hesitated for a moment and decisively chased after them. He knew what Olda was searching for. If the item was really with Sunan, that would be trouble. He had to prevent Olda from getting the item. "Captain Yang, should we chase them?" asked a soldier. Yang Zheng, Bai Mengmeng, and Zheng Dai exchanged a glance. Chase. The group decisively chose to go after them. Unfortunately, their speed was nowhere near Sunan and Olda. By the time they had reacted, their targets had already disappeared. Suddenly, this silence was shattered by 2 figures, rushing in one after the other at high speed. Their speeds were neck and neck, leaving even Jiang Wen trailing behind, unable to catch up in such a short time. How can he still hold on? Olda frowned increasingly as he pursued. In his view, Sunan only integrated 3 kinds of bloodlines, and even if all 3 were speed-focused, he should have gradually caught up. Yet more than 10 minutes later, they had left the park by several kilometers, and he still couldn't catch up to Sunan. He didn't know, Sunan had only merged 3 physique bloodlines, but he had other bloodlines. The control law system power and the secret power blood seem to have nothing to do with the physique. But in fact, no matter which bloodline, it can enhance the body's various abilities to a certain extent. Even if such an enhancement is not substantial, it prevails in its sheer quantity. Finally, at the end of the path, Sunan stopped. This was an abandoned factory area that had not been entirely demolished. A perfect place to make a move. Olda advanced step by step without stopping. Approaching Sunan, "Not bad, you've reached this level in such a short time. The bracelet's function seems to be greater than I thought." He doesn't know the powers of the bracelet. Sunan's heart stirred, but his face revealed nothing as he said, "I don't know what you're talking about. You killed people using my name. We need to settle the score." As he finished speaking, he made the first move against Old A. He had barely managed to rid himself of the others temporarily, and he certainly didn't plan on wasting time with Old Black. Mayfly shaking the tree. Olda sneered. In his eyes, what Sunan was doing was no different than courting death. He wanted a quick fight too and slapped at Sunan. However, at the very moment he got close to Sunan, something bizarre happened. Olda paused involuntarily, a pained expression on his face. He was attacked by Sunan using the power of Divine Soul. However, this situation lasted only an instant before Old A's eyes regained clarity. Sunan knew that this was because of Old A's strength. The divine soul attack was not almighty. The stronger the opponent, the more they could endure the attack. But that fleeting moment was more than enough. Sunan easily avoided Old A's palm and instead landed a punch on Old A's chest using the fist of ground splitting. This punch forced Old to retreat several steps before he barely steadied his form. The power of divine soul. This is the mental attack of the power of divine soul. Old A's face turned ugly. He knew what tactics Sunan used. He then remembered something and exclaimed, "How is it possible? How can you use two kinds of power? It's the bracelet. It must be the power of the bracelet." He really doesn't know. Hearing Old A's words, Sunan finally confirmed that Old did not know about the bracelet's ability. There was even a possibility that Old A's organization didn't know either. Having landed a hit successfully, Sunan spared no effort. The lightning snake and the firebird, made of electricity and flame respectively, simultaneously rushed towards Old A. Old A tried to dodge, but at the critical moment, he was again interrupted by Sunan. With the impact of two kinds of powers, Olda was seriously wounded this time. Olda was very strong, and without the divine soul attack, Sunan could at best keep a draw with him or even be slighted. But with the addition of the divine soul power, everything had changed. Three-system power. You actually possess the power from three systems. How is that possible? Even if you confuse different system bloodlines, how did you manage to elevate so many bloodlines to great perfection in such a short time? You only integrated 3 bloodlines according to the ranking list. How did you dodge the game's record? Olda was horrified. The various abilities displayed by Sunan at this moment felt unbelievable to him. He turned around and tried to run, but Sunan gave him no chance. A minute later, Old A's corpse was lying at Sunan's feet, his face unrecognizable and body charred. Can't leave the corpse here, thought Sunan. He picked up Old A's body and quickly left. If he left Old A's corpse here, others could easily deduce from his corpse that he had mastered the control law system power. A moment later, he arrived at a riverside. The scorching flames spread over Old A's body, and in just a few minutes, Old A's body was reduced to a skeleton. Sunan threw the skeleton into the river. After making sure that he wouldn't leave any obvious flaws, he returned to the earlier battlefield. From afar, Sunan could see Jiang Wen squatting down in the place where he and Old had fought. Obviously, he was trying to deduce something from the traces of Sunan's fight with Old A. Feeling someone's approach, Jiang Wen lifted his head. Seeing that it was Sunan, he was overjoyed. "You actually weren't taken away." Then he remembered something and asked, "Where's Old A?" "I got rid of him," Sunan stated. He had no intention of admitting that he had killed Old A, even though this secret was bound to be exposed sooner or later. "Got rid of him? How is that possible?" Jiang Wen looked unbelieving. "Even if the 3 bloodlines you merged were all speed focus, you couldn't hold on for long in front of a spiritual-grade martial artist. How did you get rid of him?" Jiang Wen was puzzled. "Then do you think I killed him?" Sunan retorted. "What a joke, that guy even I couldn't deal with. How could you possibly be his match?" Jiang Wen scoffed. Sunan calmly said, "Isn't that the conclusion? Since I can't kill him, I could only shake him off." "Although you say so." Jiang Wen still couldn't accept it. Sunan didn't give him a chance to continue questioning and said, "You mentioned earlier that Olda is not from this world. Where does he come from? The demon world or some other world?" "This." Jiang Wen hesitated. He obviously didn't want to answer this question. After all, he was also from that world. After a moment of silence, Jiang Wen said, "I can tell you if you really want to know, but only if you join us. Everything we know will be open to you." Jiang Wen valued Sunan's first player status and wanted to win him over. However, Sunan's face darkened, and to him, it seemed that Jiang Wen simply didn't want to say anything. Jiang Wen seemed not to notice Sunan's expression and continued, "The Olda who attacked you just now is not alone. He is a member of the Destiny Society. You might have escaped from him this time, but you might not be so lucky next time. If you join us, we can protect you." Sunan said solemnly, "I have no interest in joining you. Since you refuse to answer, let's settle the arson issue earlier." Jiang Wen frowned, feeling somewhat annoyed in his heart, but thinking about something else, he eventually decided not to fall out with Sunan. After a moment of silence, he sighed and said, "Olda and I come from the same place. Our world cannot really be considered a world, but rather a slightly larger space. A space that lies between your world and the demon world. Unlike your world, our space is more similar to the demon world in many aspects." "A space?" Su Nan was surprised. If it had been before the demon world appeared, he would never have believed such words. But now he had no choice but to believe. Su Nan continued to ask, "How did you enter this world?" Having already opened up, Jiang Wen no longer hid the truth. "For us, entering this world is just like you guys entering the demon world." Hearing this, Su Nan instantly understood Jiang Wen's meaning. His face slightly changed. "You mean your identity in this world is a player?" He was no longer calm, as being a player meant the possibility of resurrection. If Olda hadn't died yet, then his possession of 3 powers would be exposed. You can understand it that way. However, unlike you, those of us who come to this world cannot return at will, and if we die in this world, we really die. No resurrection. Su Nan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking of old A's burnt corpse, he accepted this answer. Players in the demon world don't leave a corpse when they die, but old A's death left a corpse. This alone proved that what Jiang Wen said was true. "So, are you saying that the game of demon world is created by you?" Su Nan continued to ask. Jiang Wen obviously had a deep understanding of the game's truth. With such a rare opportunity, Su Nan naturally wanted to ask for clarification. Jiang Wen smiled bitterly and shook his head. "You overestimate us. Even in our world, no one knows what's going on with the game of demon world. At least I don't." After a pause, his tone changed and added, "However, in our world, some people speculate that the appearance of the game is related to a legendary treasure. In a certain sense, the game bracelet is a combination of that treasure and the technology of your world, evolving on its own. No one knows how it is achieved exactly. Maybe one day you players will become powerful enough to try to find the answer. As for the heavenly destiny of the old AI mentioned earlier, they want to plunder the Kai luck of your world to control that treasure. Could it be that the game was created by a treasure?" Su Nan was shocked. He couldn't imagine what kind of treasure could allow players to go to another world and gain the power of that other world. Fortunately, if what Jiang Wen said was true, it meant that no one could control the treasure yet. "Olda impersonated me to find me. Why was he looking for me?" Su Nan feigned confusion. "He was looking for a special game bracelet which should be in your hands, right?" "A special bracelet? I've never seen one." Su Nan naturally wouldn't admit it. For one thing, Jiang Wen and Olda were from the same place, and it was still unknown whether he had come to this world for good or ill. Even if it were someone he could trust, Su Nan would not admit that the object was in his possession. Jiang Wen was obviously not convinced by Su Nan's words. He stared deeply at Su Nan, shook his head, and said, "I don't know the specifics of that bracelet. I've only heard that the bracelet might contain a hint of the power of the legendary treasure." "Contains the power of the treasure." Su Nan maintained a calm exterior, as if it had nothing to do with him. But his heart was far from calm. After having the bracelet for so long, he finally learned some information about it. Jiang Wen stared at Su Nan, trying to gauge any reaction on Su Nan's face, but found nothing. Su Nan thought of another question and continued to ask, "There is no bloodline demon sutra in this world. How do you guys increase your strength?" Jiang Wen didn't hide anything and nodded. "Indeed, we cannot increase our strength in this world, but we can in our own world. In fact, our strength was not weak before we entered this world. Just like the Olda who pursued and killed you earlier, his strength in our what a pity. Once we entered this world, all of our powers became unusable. We can only recover slowly with the passage of time." Xuan level. Su Nan was surprised. He couldn't believe that he had unknowingly killed an Xuan level expert. At the same time, he felt relieved. If Jiang Wen and his group could show all of their strength upon entering this world, that would be a real disaster for this world. Just as Su Nan wanted to ask more, 3 figures quickly approached. They were Yang Zheng and his 2 companions who had caught up. "Brother Wang Nan, are you okay? What about old A?" Yang Zheng asked. I shook him off. No matter whether Yang Zheng believed it or not, Su Nan answered with the same response. At this point, Bai Mengmeng stepped forward and introduced herself. "Hello, my name is Bai Mengmeng, and I'm the president of the Dream Guild. Thank you for saving one of my members last time." Bai Mengmeng brought up the previous incident, trying to build a relationship with Su Nan. Zheng Dai reacted quickly, not to be outdone, and said immediately, "I am the president of the largest player club in Donglan City, the Tianyu Club. Here's my business card, Brother Nan." With that, he took out a business card. Su Nan just nodded slightly but didn't take it. If it were in the game, he might have added these two as friends and gotten to know them, but in reality, he didn't want to deal with these players, at least not for now. With the arrival of the three, Jiang Wen obviously didn't want to continue talking with Su Nan. He said, "Wang Nan, consider what I told you before. Older will definitely not let you go, and you're no match for him. Joining us is your only chance for survival. If you make up your mind, you can find me at the Demon Investigation Bureau anytime." Having said that, Jiang Wen left without looking back. Su Nan's face was calm and unmoved, as he naturally wouldn't say that he had already killed Old A. Having gathered most of the information he needed, Su Nan didn't intend to stay any longer. He glanced at Yang Zheng and his companions and said, "The three of you should go back and rest. It's getting late. Goodbye for now." Before the sound of his voice had even faded, his figure flickered and disappeared into the darkness. To prevent being followed, Su Nan didn't go straight back but took a roundabout route. Along the way, he changed his appearance several times, making sure he was in the clear before returning to his original look and going home. After this detour, it was already midnight. The daily tasks in the game were refreshed once again. Su Nan logged into the game. In the corridor, Lai Hao appeared almost simultaneously. "Big brother, the thing you asked me to do is done. Now we just have to wait a few hours to see the results," Lai Hao reported proudly. "Good job," Su Nan nodded, continuing. "Now let's help you complete the mainline task." After the previous 2 days of hunting, Lai Hao had only 2 remaining demon beasts to kill for his mainline task, which could be completed today. "All right, big brother." A few minutes later, looking at the demon power on the panel, Lai Hao was overjoyed. "I have 30 demon points now, already enough to achieve perfection in one bloodline." In total, he had spent less than an hour logging into the game, but in this short span of time, with Su Nan's help, he had completed the second phase of the mainline task. Such speed was already far beyond most players. If he had the Demon Sutra and a bloodline now, Lai Hao's ranking would be enough to break into the top 1,000. Without further ado, Lai Hao quickly took out the task reward and said, "Big brother, this is what you wanted." Su Nan received it. This was still a controlling technique bloodline, but this time it was a bloodline that controlled water powers. After fusing with this bloodline, I should be able to try exploring that mysterious cave again, Su Nan thought to himself. During the previous exploration, he had managed to catch a glimpse of the demon beast's head. This time, with another demon fairy bloodline and increased strength, he surely wouldn't be killed instantly by the demon beast in the cave. Once he could see the demon beast's appearance, he could try to transform into it and infiltrate deep into the cave. I wonder what secrets that cave holds. "Big brother, my third phase of the main mission is a 3-star task, requiring me to slay 12 mortal-level demons," said Lai Hao. 12. Su Nan furrows his brow. A small number he could help with, but a large number is different. Not only would it waste time, but he couldn't possibly stay in Kun Tian prison indefinitely. Of course, he could help Lai Hao complete the task all at once, but that would be quite wasteful. After all, the demon power earned from hunting 1 demon in a day is the same as that from hunting 12. After some thought, Su Nan pulls out the Demon Sutra of Physique and Bloodline rewarded from his previous task of escaping Sky Wolf Valley and a few keys of the first-level prison cells, handing them to Lai Hao. "I'll give you these Bloodline and Demon Sutra now. You'll have to find a way to complete the rest of the tasks on your own." Bloodline. Lai Hao is thrilled. Su Nan had previously promised to give him a bloodline. He had thought he would have to wait a while longer, but he didn't expect Su Nan to give it to him now. "Thank you, big brother." Lai Hao, filled with excitement, promptly uses it. Without waiting for Lai Hao to finish the integration, Su Nan directly walks away. Glancing at the daily tasks, there's no change to any of the 3 roles tasks compared to yesterday, which he expected. This isn't the first time something like this has happened. Now he has to complete those tasks that were always left undone in order to refresh new tasks. Otherwise, he'll have to move away from Sky Wolf Valley. First, Su Nan goes to the 2nd level to complete Zhang Yang's hunting demon at spirit level task, gaining 15 points of demon power. Then he returns to the 1st level, to the prison where players are kept. What's surprising is, the prison is completely empty. Over 10 players have not logged in. Are they scared of being killed? Su Nan guesses. He doesn't know that at this moment these players are waiting. They are waiting for Zhu Cheng, after he gained control of Kun Tian prison, to rescue them. In cell number 35 of the 3rd level, Zhu Cheng looks at the circular disc in front of him, which has become illusion-like, his eyes full of anticipation. Since he activated the disc yesterday, nearly a whole day has passed. When that happens, the disc will begin to integrate with Kun Tian prison on a preliminary level, and his 4-star mainline task will be considered completed. Once the preliminary integration is successful, he will be able to control some of the power of Kun Tian prison through the disc. Wang Nan, this time you definitely won't have a chance to surpass me. Zhu Cheng is excited. He was very upset when Wang Nan overtook him last time, and this time he is ready to regain his glory. Then he thinks of something, his eyes flashing coldly, and that damned wolf demon, it must die too. After being killed 2 consecutive times by Su Nan transforming into a wolf demon, he has utterly detested the wolf demon, which has become his obsession. As for Zhu Cheng's grudge, Su Nan is oblivious. At this moment, he has already transformed into a wolf demon and left Kun Tian prison. This time, he chose not to complete the task of hunting demon at mortal level inside Kun Tian prison. There are only 50 to 60 demons on the first floor of Kun Tian prison, and after this period of slaying, there aren't many left. He needs to find a new brushing monster spot, and he has already chosen the spot. It's the mountain forest of Sky Wolf Valley. There are a large number of mortal-level demons in the mountain forest where Sky Wolf Valley is located. Even if he stayed there for a long time, he wouldn't have to worry about running out of demons to hunt. The strength of the demons outside Kun Tian prison is much stronger than those in the prison, but I can obtain their corpses after hunting them. That's a kind of reward too. He'll have to be careful though. Can't make too much noise. Must settle fights quickly or it'll attract the mountain demon. If it was in the past, he would have had a hard time doing this. But now that he has the power of divine soul, it's different. Entering the mountain forest, Su Nan once again transforms into the likeness of those demons in the forest. Soon he locates several demons. Bender Su Nan doesn't attack hastily. Instead, he waits patiently, waiting for a demon to be separated from the group. He's in luck this time. Only a few minutes pass before he spots a lone demon. Seeing his chance, Su Nan suddenly launches a mental attack at it. The demon's gaze instantly becomes dull, and before it can recover, Su Nan's punch, encased in flame and electric light, has already hit its skull. Fire bursts, and the demon, not even given a chance to react, becomes a decapitated corpse and falls to the ground. After collecting the corpse, Su Nan switches characters and once again repeats the process, hunting the second demon. 10 demon power points credited. His usable demon power has reached a terrifying 103 points. 103 demon power points, even if used to promote Life Wheel Scripture. It's enough. I wonder what changes there will be if Life Wheel Scripture is promoted again. To promote the first level of Life Wheel Scripture to the second level, it requires a full 2 demon power points. Before, he simply didn't have the excess demon power to promote it. Now that he has 3 roles, the least demon power he can gain per day is 20 or 30 points. Finally, he has saved enough demon power to promote it. However, as the personal information panel appears before him, his gaze lands on Life Wheel Scripture. Doubt is apparent in his eyes. If he chooses to promote Life Wheel Scripture, it means that the demon power he saved will become 0 all at once. He wouldn't even have the extra demon power to integrate the bloodline. If he could gain more useful abilities after promoting Life Wheel Scripture, it would be worth it. But if he didn't gain any useful abilities, it would be a significant loss. It doesn't matter if the bloodline isn't immediately integrated. The crucial point is Life Wheel Scripture. It's pretty obvious which is more important. Su Nan doesn't hesitate too much and decides to promote Life Wheel Scripture between the bloodline and Life Wheel Scripture. Do you want to consume 2 demon power points to promote Life Wheel Scripture? Yes, congratulations, your Life Wheel Scripture has been upgraded to the second level. The Ream upgrading restriction has been unlocked. 100 demon power points disappeared, leaving only a pathetic 3 points of usable demon power. In his body, the giant life wheel was spinning at high speed. The life wheels of the 3 rolls were shining brightly. A message flashed across the panel. Looking over, Su Nan showed a strange expression. Unlock the border upgrade limit. When did the Ream upgrading become restricted? No, Zhu Lingyan never mentioned any restrictions on Ream upgrades. This might be because I practiced the Life Wheel Scripture. That possibility wasn't nil. When he upgrades his Life Wheel Scripture, the restriction on Ream upgrades was lifted. So, What about other players who wanted to upgrade their ream? Could they all need to practice ancient scriptures to upgrade their ream? At this thought, Sunan slightly frowned. If things are really as he thought after practicing the life wheel scripture, if the upgrade requires breaking the lock limit, his upgrading difficulty was undoubtedly much higher than other players. However, thinking of the powerful life wheel scripture, he was relieved. This is not a big problem. Compared to the benefits brought by the life wheel scripture, this restriction is nothing. Without being entangled in these, he continued to feel the changes to his body. The life wheel spun rapidly. This situation continued for several minutes. When everything was over, Sunan could not help frowning. In his body, it seemed as if something happened, and it also seemed as if nothing had happened. He did not feel any apparent change. Sunan could only look at the information panel. Life wheel scripture unique. Second level, ancient and mysterious scripture from ancient times. Upon successful cultivation, the life wheel could be condensed in the body. Effect 1. Life stealing. You have 2 chances to steal the destiny of others. After you kill a suitable target, their destiny will be automatically stolen. Effect 2. Stealing heaven. The one who steals the destiny of others has the ability of altering destiny. When you actively operate the life wheel, your identity will change. Effect 3. Heavenly luck. Hunting a great luck person, you can plunder a certain amount of Kai luck. The higher the Kai luck, the better your luck can be, and the higher the probability of triggering an adventure event. Current total Kai luck, 105 points. Other effects unknown. Please explore on your own. Initially, there were only 2 effects, now they have become 3. Hunting a great luck person. Isn't this letting me hunt down the top 100 players on the leaderboard? Looking carefully at the introduction of the heavenly luck ability, Sunan was amazed. The task given by Lang 13 asked him to hunt down the top 100 destiny players, and now the life wheel scripture was also asking him to hunt as well. Intriguingly, they were similar in their ask. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. My total Kai luck is 105 points, which should be the total value of my 3 rolls. When he tried to switch rolls, Kai luck didn't change at all. Clearly, this so-called total Kai luck referred to the total Kai luck of his 3 rolls. 105 Kai luck points seemed not much, but Sunan was confident that other players were significantly lower than him. After all, this was the Kai luck of a rank 1 and a rank 5. Kai luck can bring me good fortune and increase the probability of triggering adventure events. I wonder what kind of effects these Kai luck points can produce. Sunan was extremely curious and couldn't help wanting to give it a try. His gaze fell on the second level after the life wheel scripture, and another prompt popped up. To upgrade the life wheel scripture to the 3rd level, 500 demon power points are required, and you don't have enough. 500 demon power points. It's actually 5 times more. Sunan gasped. 500 demon power points were equivalent to the reward for a whopping 17 3-star tasks. This was absolutely absurd. It seems that the next time I can upgrade the life wheel scripture will be a long time from now. He couldn't help sighing, taking no more note of the life wheel scripture. Sunan switched roles to Zhang Yang, took out the bloodline and demon sutra belonging to Lai Hao. It was a mortal-level demon bloodline from a creature called waterjet fish. He had planned to merge with this bloodline and directly upgrade it to perfection, but that was no longer possible. Anyway, let's just merge with it first. Swallowing the bloodline crystal, the life wheel scripture began to revolve. 2 minutes later, the 3rd bloodline had already appeared on Zhang Yang's panel. Almost simultaneously, he was shocked to find that his destiny points had increased by 2 points, becoming 107 points. Sunan realized that his ranking had increased again. He opens the ranking list. As expected, Zhang Yang had already risen from 5th place to 4th place. In front of him, there were only Zhu Cheng and Caiyan Yu. Caiyan Yu's 3rd bloodline had reached great accomplishment, and Zhu Cheng's 3rd bloodline had already reached perfection. Yet it wouldn't be long before he reached great perfection. 107 points of Kai luck. I wonder what effect it can have. Curious, Sunan decided to give it a try. After some thought, he set his sights on the mysterious cave. Most of the Sky Wolf Valley has already been explored by me. If there's a place that might hold unexpected encounters, it's undoubtedly the mysterious cave. Arriving at the warm moon pond, he began to foresee. The ability of heavenly luck is derived from the life wheel scripture, not from the game. As long as it doesn't involve the game interface abilities, it is present in the foreknowledge. This is more straightforward than his own research. You've returned to Warm Moon Pond, intending to continue exploring the mysterious cave below it. A few breaths later, you arrive at the first branch in the cave. You choose the same path as last time, entering the second cave to the left. Bender 2 minutes later, you pass through the third, fourth, and arrive at the fifth fork. You're preparing to choose the left side where there are more skeletons. At that moment, your heavenly luck ability takes effect. With a stroke of luck, you choose the right side where there are fewer skeletons. Not long after, you suddenly see a demon blocking your path in the cave ahead. You're very lucky. The demon is in a deep sleep and doesn't notice your arrival. The effect of heavenly luck has taken effect so quickly. Sunan's eyes brighten. He was just trying it out and didn't expect heavenly luck to really work. It was well worth spending 100 demon power points. The results are immediate. Sunan was overjoyed. If such events happened every time, then he could fare quite well in the game, if not smoothly sailing. However, after short contemplation, he felt it was impossible. The prerequisite for triggering an adventure event is to have an adventure opportunity. If there's no adventure around, he can't trigger one. It can't be that simply walking on the road would lead a pie to fall from the sky. You observe the appearance of the demon carefully, ultimately noting that this is a creature with bone spikes growing from its head, back, and tail. You attempt to utilize bone shifting, transforming into the figure of the demon. Seemingly aware of the movements in its surroundings, the demon suddenly awakens. When it sees you, it doesn't notice any abnormality, but is only annoyed at you for disturbing its sleep. You turn around impassively and return to the prior fork, choosing the other tunnel with more skeletons. At this point, the foreknowledge ended. It really works. A smile appeared at the corner of Sunan's mouth. All this time has passed, and he finally saw the possibility of completing the task of exploring the mysterious cave. Without hesitation, he acted swiftly and entered the cave under the pond. Just over 2 minutes after, he arrived at the fifth fork as foreseen. Standing at the fork just as he was about to turn left, he changed to the right side of the cave as if possessed. This feeling was remarkable, like a sixth sense, like an intuition. Is this the power of heavenly luck? Sunan marveled. Walking cautiously through the cave, sure enough, in no time he saw that bone-spiked demon. The demon wasn't large, somewhat similar to a large dog, its body completely hairless with only deathly pale and bare skin. Suppressing his breath, Sunan carefully observed the details of the demon's body, then started to use bone shifting. Between breaths, he transformed into a being identical to the demon. The demon woke up. Sunan didn't mind, went straight back to the previous fork and chose the other path with more skeletons. Continue foretelling. Even though he had shape-shifted into a demon, Sunan didn't dare to let his guard down and decisively chose to use foreknowledge.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.